Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. I am Mohan Ramaswamy from Arunachala Ashrama. Welcome to our global satsang. We are so blessed today to celebrate the 72nd Aradhana of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. And we are equally happy that the various satsang groups from 4 continents, from Sri Ramanashramam, India, to Europe, which will consist of United Kingdom and France, Australia, and then finally to North America. We have got so many satsang groups which are participating. We'll be hearing about different compositions about Bhagavan and also the different aspects of Bhagavan's life. With this, I will hand it over to Michael James from the London Satsang Group. Michael? Please go ahead.
Namaskaram. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Today, what I want to talk about is something that Bhagavan of Jnana. This is an extremely deep and significant teaching of Bhagavan. Bhakti means love, and love is the key to Bhagavan's path. Love is the key that allows us to open our heart to Bhagavan. So Bhagavan's path is the ultimate path of bhakti. That is, as Bhagavan explained in Upadesha India, the true path of bhakti really begins when we are not asking God for anything, when we are worshipping Him, when we are meditating on Him or thinking of Him just for the love of Him, not for anything we can gain from Him. This Bhagavan really begins this in Upadesha India. He begins to describe this in verse 3. That is, in verse 2, he had explained that the fruit of action passes away. But the seeds, namely the vasanas, are what cast us into a great ocean of action. Therefore, action does not give liberation. But then in verse 4, he says, I'm paraphrasing now, however, action that is done without desire, that is action, nishkarmiya karma, action which is not done for the sake of any fruit, of gaining anything, but for kartanukkarkum, offered to God, or kartanukkarkum means done for God. In Sanskrit, it's ishvara pritam, offered to God. When he says done for God, he means done for the love of God. And in the Malayalam version of Upadesha Saram, he says ishvara pritiyanai. That means for the love of God. So when true bhakti begins, when we are not seeking anything from God, we are doing it just for the love of God. We are not wanting to gain anything from God. We are wanting to give ourselves to God. That is when the true path of bhakti begins. And bhakti begins with it begins with action, and that's why Bhagavan talks about nishkarmiya karma. There are three kinds of actions we can do. That is, we have three instruments of action: body, speech, and mind. So in the next verse, he talks about the three types of actions that we can do with these three instruments. He says, this is certain. Puja, japa, and dhyana are respectively actions done by body, speech, and mind. And in this order, each one is superior to each other one. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. What he says in verse 3, when he talks about nishkarmiya karma, he says, nishkarmiya karma done for the love of God will purify the mind and show the way to liberation. Gativari karmikam. So what he implies by that is, by worshipping God, by mind, speech, or body, without desire for anything, but just for the love of God, that will purify the mind. And the purified mind will have the clarity to see, to recognize what is the correct path to liberation. So this nishkarmiya karma, doing this puja, japa, and dhyana, this is not itself the direct path to liberation, but it purifies the mind and gives the mind the clarity to understand what is the correct path to liberation, namely the path that Bhagavan has taught us, the path of self-investigation and self-surrender. So in the next, as I say, in the next verse, he talks about he says, this is certain. Puja, japa, and dhyana are actions of body, speech, and mind, respectively. And in this order, each is superior to the other one. What he means by superior is it's more efficacious in purifying the mind. Because the actions we do by the body are relatively gross. The actions we do by speech are more subtle. The actions we do by mind are more subtle. More subtle is more powerful. So if we are doing puja, we may be doing the puja mechanically with our body, but our mind may be wandering. Whereas in dhyana, if our mind is wandering, we very quickly detect it. So dhyana is a more effective way of purifying the mind. And then he goes in the next verses, he describes what is puja, that is worshipping anything with the idea that it is God, is good worship of God, he says in the 5th verse. In the 6th verse, he talks about japa. He said, better than hymns, singing hymns of praise is japa. Better than japa done aloud is japa done softly within the mouth. Better than japa done softly within the mouth is mental japa. That is a kind of dhyana. What he means by better in this context, more efficacious in purifying the mind. And then in the 7th verse, he talks about dhyana, and he says, rather than interrupted dhyana, the uninterrupted dhyana, like the flow of a river or of a flow of ghee, of a falling of ghee, in other words, a smooth, unbroken flow is better. Why is it better? Because when we are meditating on God, if our meditation is driven by love, our mind won't wander here and there. If our mind begins to wander and we begin to think of this or that, what problem we've got, what bills we've got to pay, what we have to do in the office tomorrow, that means we are more interested in those things than in thinking about God. So our meditation being uninterrupted is a measure of the extent of the love that we have, and love is the absolute key in this path, in Bhagavan's path. But then the most important verse in this series is the 8th verse. What he says in the 8th verse is, rather than Anya Baba, Ananya Baba is best among all. Anya means what is other. So Anya Baba in this context refers to meditating on God as something other than ourselves. That is, so long as we are doing any action by mind, by body, puja, or by speech, japa, or by mind, dhyana, so long as we are taking God to be something other than ourselves, our worship of him or meditation on him is a movement of our attention away from ourselves towards something else. We take God to be something other than ourselves. But better than that is Ananya Baba. And he describes Ananya Baba as Abanaham Ahum Ananya Baba. That means, Ananya means what is not other. So Ananya Baba in this context means meditating on what is not other. That implies what is not other than ourselves. With the understanding that he is I. That's what he means. Abanaham Ahum means in which he is I. That means with the understanding that God is that which is shining in our heart as I, meditating on him, not as something other than ourselves, but as I alone, that is natimum utum, that is the best among all. When he says best among all, in this context, he means this is the most effective means to purify the mind. So long as we are doing puja or japa or dhyana, taking God to be something other than ourselves, these are all actions. But meditating on I alone, meditating on nothing other than I, is not an action, because our attention is not moving away from ourselves towards something else. It is a resting of our attention, a subsidence of the mind in its source. So meditation, by meditating on I alone, we go beyond action, as he indicates in the next verse, verse 9. What he says in verse 9 is, by the strength of that Baba, he doesn't specify which Baba, but by the implication there is by the strength of that Ananya Baba. In other words, by the strength of meditation on ourselves, or by the strength of self-attentiveness, Bhavana Tita Sabhava Tirutale, just being in our true being, or in a state of being, which transcends bhavana. Bhavana in this context means mental activity. So that state of just being as we actually are, which transcends all mental activity. How do we remain in that state of just being? Only by the strength of self-attentiveness, because self-attentiveness is not an action, it's a state of being. So to the extent to which we attend to ourselves, we are thereby just being as we actually are. And that, he says, is parabhakti tattva. That is the nature of the principle of a truth of supreme devotion. So Bhagavan's path is the path of supreme devotion. Better than meditating on God. It is good, of course, to meditate on God as something other than ourselves. But better than that is, best of all, is to meditate on God as I, because he is that which is always shining in our heart as I. So Bhagavan's path is the pinnacle of the path of bhakti. This is the bhakti in its purest form. And why is this bhakti in its purest form? I mean, we can explain this in so many ways in the light of Bhagavan's teachings. One example, for example, in verse 26 of Uludunapadu, he says, Ahande undayan anatum undahum. If ego comes into existence, everything comes into existence. Ahande indrail indru anatum. If ego doesn't exist, everything doesn't exist. Everything in this context means all objects, all phenomena, everything other than ourselves. Ahandaya yabamam. Ego itself is everything. That is, when we are dreaming, we see a whole world full of so many people and so many events are happening and everything. But what we are actually seeing, we are just seeing ourselves as that dream. That is, the dreaming mind is not seeing any external world. It's only seeing itself as that dream world. So everything that ego is aware of, all objects, all phenomena, they all resolve back into ego. They have no existence independent of ego, because they are objects, things perceived by us. Whatever is perceived doesn't exist independent of the one who perceives it. So the objects, all the phenomena, they borrow their semi-existence from the semi-existence of ourself as ego. But ego borrows its existence from the real existence of ourself as Sat Chit. So the ego, though ego is a thought, Bhagavan often described ego as the first thought, the thought called I. It is a thought unlike all other thoughts, because all other thoughts are objects, so they're jada. Whereas ego is chit jada granti. It is the knot formed by the entanglement of chit and jada. So in ego, there's the jada element, the form that it takes as itself. I am this body is jada. But the I that is in that in that adjunct conflated awareness, I am this body, I am is the chit, is the pure awareness. So ego had, and so ego is what is called chitabhasa. It is a semblance of awareness. It's a reflection of awareness. The pure awareness is just I am bereft of adjuncts. That is the pure awareness. When that is seemingly mixed and conflated with adjuncts, that becomes ego. So ego has an element of awareness, an element of reality, and an element of unreality. So as a mixed awareness, it is just a thought. But unlike all other thoughts, ego is the only thought that is endowed with awareness. So all other things borrow their semi-existence from the semi-existence of ego. And ego borrows its semi-existence from Sat-Chit, from the pure awareness I am. Yes, that's why Bhagavan says ego itself is everything. Ego is seeing itself as everything. But the main thing I wanted to point out about this verse 26 is he then says, Adalal yadu idu endru nadale overdal yabam ena or. Therefore, investigating what this is giving up everything. The verb he uses there for giving up, we can translate it as giving up. The verb is actually overdal. Overdal means removing separating, ceasing, terminating. So by investigating ourselves, we are bringing about the removal of a separation, of a cessation of everything other than ourselves. So we cannot investigate ourselves and know what we actually are without thereby giving up everything else. Because when we know what we actually are, ego is thereby eradicated. Without ego, nothing else exists, because as he says, if ego comes into existence, everything comes into existence. If ego doesn't exist, everything doesn't exist. Ahande indrel indru anatam. He says the same in Arunachala, for example, in verse 7. Indraham enum enum nenevu enil. If this thought called I, namely ego, doesn't exist, pira ondrum indru. So nothing else exists. So that everything else, everything other than ourselves, depends on the semi-existence of ego. To follow Bhagavan's path, or the aim of Bhagavan's path, is Ahate Arupaya Arunachala. That's what Bhagavan's teachings are all about. Arunachala mena, ahame nene pava, ahate Arupaya Arunachala. He's there in the very first verse of Ashrama, right? He says what it's all about. It's about destruction of ego. By meditating on Arunachala, recognizing that Arunachala is that which is shining in our heart as aham, as I, that will eradicate ego. So Arunachala is there just to eradicate ego. Deva mendrunne sarabayenne chera borita Arunachala. When I approached you as my God, you annihilated me completely. Kodi tadayari kolune kati kondeng baben Arunachala. Arunachala, how can I survive after embracing you, who have hoisted your flag to announce yourself as the killer of your devotees? So if we are to follow Bhagavan's path, we must be ready to give up everything, to surrender ourselves. And surrendering ourselves, that means surrendering ego, means surrendering everything else. Only when we give ourselves entirely to him, can we know him as he actually is. This is also beautifully expressed by Bhagavan in the 5th verse of Arunachala Pancharatnam. What he says in the 5th verse of Arunachala Pancharatnam is Unnidattil oppuvitta ullatal epordum unne kandu elamum unnuruvai anniyamil ambuseyum annon Arunachala belhum imburuvam unnilande. That means by or with the mind which is surrendered to you. So it opuvita means given to you. That is, in this path, we are not going to gain anything. We are to give everything to him. Then only we gain what is, well, we don't gain anything. What he alone remains in the end. That is the greatest gain of all. What always exists remains as it always is. That is, with the mind surrendered to you, or by the mind that is surrendered to you, epodum unne kandu, always seeing you by the mind that is surrendered to you. That is, in order to see him, in order to see Bhagavan or Arunachala as he really is, we need to surrender our mind entirely to him. And when we surrender our mind entirely to him, we thereby see him always. And by seeing him always, elamum unnuruvai anniyamil ambuseyo, unknown. The one whose mind, who is always seeing you with a mind that is surrendered to you, will ambuseyum, anniyamil ambuseyum, loving without otherness. Elamum unnuruvai, loving everything as your form without otherness. That is, when we surrender our mind to him, what remains is he alone. So what we are seeing after the surrender of the mind is only him. So, since nothing can be other than him, since he alone is what actually exists, what actually exists is only Atmaswarupa. Arunachala is Atmaswarupa. So that's what that's in the 7th paragraph of Nana, Bhagavan says, what actually exists is only Atma-sarupa. And it is Atma-sarupa, but appears outwardly in the form of Arunachala. So it is to that Atma-sarupa, but Bhagavan is addressing these verses of Arunachala Stuti Panchakam. So, the one whose mind is surrendered to you and is thereby seeing you always, thereby sees everything as your form, and he loves it without otherness, anya milambu, that is otherless love. Belhum achieves victory. How do we achieve victory? Imburuvam unnil. In you, the form of happiness, of bliss, ande, sinking or merging or drowning in you, the form of happiness, we attain victory. So here, Bhagavan is describing his path so beautifully here. That is, we can. But his path is always all about surrender, giving up this mind. And how do we give up the mind? Only by investigating what it is. By investigating what we actually are, we thereby surrender ourselves to him. Thereby we see him epodom, always, constantly. When we see him, since he is the one real substance, the vastu or porul, but appears as all this, we are thereby seeing everything as his form. His form means his swarupa, his own form, which is pure awareness. His form is, his swarupa is Atma Swarupa, our own real nature. So seeing everything as our own real nature, and thereby loving everything not as something other than ourselves, but as ourself alone. That's a significance of that word, anya milambu. That's such a beautiful term. Love without otherness. That is pure love, as Bhagavan made clear. In the Sanskrit version, he says, ananya pritya, by that ananya love. So this is Bhagavan's path. It is all about turning the mind within, thereby offering the mind to him, surrendering the mind to him. And it's only by giving ourselves wholly to him, but we can know him as he actually is. That's what he means by epodum unne kandu, seeing you always. We see him always only when we recognize that he is that which is always shining as I. Because the one thing that we are constantly aware of, one thing we never cease to be aware of, is I am, our own existence. But though we are always aware of that, because of our interest in other things, we're allowing our mind to go outward. So we're overlooking the fact that he is ever shiny in our heart as I. So in order to see him always, to recognize that he is that which is always shining in our heart as I, we need to surrender our mind completely to him. Unnidatil opuvita ullatar, by the mind that is completely surrendered to him. Then only we can see him always, and then only do we see everything as his form. When we see everything as his form, which means as our own form, as our own real nature, we therefore love everything without any otherness. And that is how we merge in him and achieve victory. Our victory is the complete loss of ourselves. I think in Maharshi's Gospel or somewhere, it is recorded, Bhagavan said, your glory lies where you cease to exist. So it's only when this ego, when this mind is completely surrendered, completely lost in him, that we achieve victory. And it's when we are being swallowed by him, that is truly seeing him. Because as he says in verse 21 of Uladunapadu, Unadal Khan. Unadal Khan is a very, very beautiful, beautiful way Bhagavan has expressed it. Unadal means becoming food. Khan, seeing. So how do we see God? How do we see Bhagavan? How do we see Arunachala? How do we see ourselves? Only by becoming food, by being, only when we are swallowed by him, do we truly see him? Because then being swallowed by him means ego is being stripped of its adjuncts of its upadis. Nibbanamai chedaral, we're stripped naked. That means we're stripped of all our adjuncts. And then what remains, that naked I am, that is Arunachala, that is Bhagavan. So we can see him only by being completely swallowed by him, having all our adjuncts completely stripped off us. And then what we actually are, that is Bhagavan. That our real nature, Atmaswarupa, that is what Bhagavan actually is. But in order to do this, we must be ready to give up everything. As he says in verse 26, investigating what we actually are is giving up everything, or is bringing about the cessation or the removal or the termination, the ending of everything. So we must be, in order to follow this path, to succeed in this path, we need all-consuming love. We need to have such great love for Bhagavan, but we are ready to give up everything for him. Not only everything else, give up ourselves entirely. We need to become food to him. We need to become Bali, as he says beautifully in verse 10 of Arunachala Patikam. That is what he says in verse 10 of Arunachala Patikam. That's also very, very a very nice thing. I'll take that verse because that shows this verse 10 beautifully illustrates the oneness of bhakti and jnana. That is, he says, Patanam Pudumai. I've seen something new, something wonderful. We're Vali Kanta Paravatam, this magnetic hill, but forcibly attracts the soul. Orutaram idane ortidum weerin. Sheshteye oduki. That means subduing the mischievous activity. That means the outward going mental activity of the soul who thinks of it once. And how do we think of him? It is only he who makes us think of him, because he is that magnetic hill, but draws us to him. So we cannot think of him except by his grace. So that magnetic hill forcibly draws us to it, makes us think of him. By making us think of him, he thereby subdues the sheshte. Sheshte means the mischievous activity. That implied the outward going activity of the mind. And then he says, Oru tanadu abhimukhamaha irtu, pulling it or dragging it or attracting it, that soul, Tanadu abhimukham, to face towards itself. Ade tanbol achalama chedu, thereby making it motionless like itself. That is, as he said implied in verses 8 and 9 of Upadesha, by thinking of nothing other than I, by thinking of him as I, that's what he means here by pulling it to face itself, the one. He is the one. Well, the one means the one that actually exists. That is the one I that actually shines in everything. The one I that is alone, as he says. Yatatamai ulladu Atmaswarupa Vandre. But one thing that actually exists is only Atmaswarupa. So that's what he means when he says Oru there. Himself the one. That means the one Atmaswarupa. So by making us think of him, he thereby subdues the outward going activity of mind, draws it into face himself, and thereby makes it motionless like himself. As he says in Upadesha, that is by the strength of that Ananya Bhava, the mind remains in Sat Bhava, which transcends all bhavana, all mental activity. In other words, it remains in the state of being, and that is supreme devotion. Here he describes that as making it motionless, making the mind motionless like itself. And then he says, Ab innuir bali kollam. He accepts that sweet soul. Sweet means it's matured, it's ripened with love. But where did it get that love from? That love comes only from Arunachala. He alone can sow the seed of love in our heart. So he sows the seed of love in our heart, thereby draws our mind inward, thereby he matures us, makes us fully pakva, fully ripened fruit. And then with that sweet fruit of a fully ripened soul, he takes us bali. Bali means food that is offered in sacrifice. So we must be willing to offer ourselves as bali, as a sacrifice to him. Then only he will swallow us. And when he swallows us, then then alone we are truly seeing him. Unadal Khans, being becoming food is seeing. And then he ends this verse by saying, Ichten, that means what is this? An exclamation of wonder, what a wonder this is. And then he gives us very, 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 very good advice in the last line. Or to mean we go, O souls, be saved thinking of this great hill. Ulum Adanil Ole Ivue Koli Arunama Giriye. Be saved thinking of this great Arunagiri, this great Aruna hill, the killer of the soul who shines in the heart. Who shines in the heart means he's always shining in the heart as I. So unless we are willing to give ourselves entirely to him, we cannot even begin to follow this path. So the key to this path is bhakti. Bhakti is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Or as Bhagavan often used to say, grace is the beginning, and the middle, and the end. His grace, of course, is always available, but his grace works in us to the extent to which we offer ourselves to him. But even our offering ourselves to him, even that is only by his grace. That's why Bhagavan said, grace is the beginning, the middle, and the end. That reminds me of something I wanted to say at the beginning, but it's okay. It's the order in which things are said doesn't matter. In the final verse of Anma Bidde, the song in which Bhagavan is emphasizing, but this is the path of self-investigation is the easiest path of all. That's the main theme of Anma Bidde, this song. And in the final verse, he says, it's a quite a long verse and a long sentence, but I'll break it up into. He first describes Arunachala as Binadia Vilangum, Kanadia Poricum, Kan Manakannaku Kannai. That is, Arunachala is that I, that awareness, but is the I to the mind eye, which is the I to the five senses, which illumine all the physical universe, or the not only physical, the physical or mental universe, but consist of the five elements, beginning with space. And so that's one description of Arunachala. He described it as the eye to the mind eye, Kannaku Kannai, as he sings in Ashrama, right? And then he says, Mana Binnakum Binnai, as the space to the mind space. That is the whole of this physical space, this Buddhakasha, is contained in which space? In the mind space. It's only in the mind that all this appears. So the Buddhakasha is contained in the Manakasha or Chittakasa, the mind space, and the mind space is contained in the Chidakasa, the space of pure awareness. So that's what he's referring to here when he says the space of the mind space. The space that contains the mind space, but in turn contains the whole of this, all physical space. He is the one portal, the one substance that shines at these. this is all a description of Arunachala. He says, Olirum Anamale, Anamale who shines as the eye to the mind eye, the space to the as the eye to the mind eye, which is the eye to the to all the five senses, and there's the space to the mind space. This is all a description of Anamale. But then he says, Veru enadu iranda ulnadu ullatu, in the ullatu, in the heart or the mind, that is inwardly investigating. Irandapadi means as it is. That means being as it is, just being as we actually are. Veru enadu, without thinking of anything else, anything other than ourselves. In other words, in the keenly self-attentive mind that is there by being as it is, anamalai, my enanma kaname. Anamalai enanma is another beautiful term Bhagavan uses here because it has a double meaning. We can, anma, the basic meaning of anma is oneself. So in this context, it refers to our real nature. So anamale enanma, we can take as our real nature, which is called anamale. But it also has another meaning. En can also mean my. So Bhagavan is saying myself, anamale. So he's referring to anamale as his own self. So we can take it either way. Both amount to the same thing, will be seen. But then the main thing I wanted to say about this very beautiful verse, how he ends it. This is the ending of this verse and the ending of the whole of this song, this Anma Bide. He says three very, very important sentences. Arulam Vainame, grace is also needed. Ambu Purname, adorn yourself with love. Be adorned with love. Imbu Torname, bliss will shine forth. So the key to success in this path, that is, he says, Arulam Vainame, that is a huge understatement by saying grace is also necessary, because the truth is, everything is done by grace. It's only by his grace that we are drawn to this path. As he said, grace is the beginning, the middle, and the end. So it is grace that draws us to this path. It is grace that, that's why he said grace is the middle, the beginning, because it draws us to this path. Grace is the middle, because it is grace alone that guides us and supports us and sustains us while we are following this path. And grace is also the end. Why is it the end? Because the final conclusion of this path is we will be swallowed entirely by grace. So grace is everything. But here he, in his, as he often did, he expresses things as in the form of an understatement, but the implication is, of course, far greater than the surface meaning of the words. It's not just that grace is also needed. Grace does everything, as he makes clear in so many places. And then he says, Ambu Purname. Purname means adorn yourself, like if you're putting on very fine clothing, if you dress up for some special function. That is Purnama, you're putting on all your finest clothing. So he says, adorn yourself with love. But, well, he doesn't say, he says, be adorned with love is the closest we can come to expressing it in English. But even that love, where does the love come from? Can any of us have love for him if he doesn't give us that love? That is the very nature of Bhagavan. He is infinite love, because as Bhagavan revealed in the first paragraph of Nana, love is our real nature. We all have greatest love for ourselves. Bhagavan, who doesn't see anything other than himself, loves everything as himself. So Bhagavan's love for us is infinite. It is his love that is what we otherwise call grace. It is, and since he is the very embodiment of love, Amburu Arunachala, the very form of love, or as he described beautifully in verse 101 of Ashrama, he's the ocean of love. in verse 101 of Ashrama, he says, Ambuvilalipol, like ice in water, Amburu vunil, in you the form of love, melt me as love, in you the form of love. So the implication there is Arunachala is the vast ocean of love. Bhagavan is the vast ocean of love. We are like a small hailstone that has fallen in this ocean. Of course, we fallen in the ocean isn't even quite correct because we come from nowhere but that ocean. But we are like a small little piece of ice in this ocean. We are nothing other than him. The ice is nothing other than the sea. It's the same substance, water, but it's solidified. So we must melt in him. So he asked, like ice melting in water, melt me as love in you, the form of love. So Arunachala is the vast ocean of love. So whatever little love we have for him can come only from him, because he is the infinite ocean of love. There's no love other than Arunachala. So whatever love we have, whatever little liking we have to surrender ourselves or to turn our attention within, is given only by him. So he says we should adorn ourselves with love. That is, we should open our heart. We should allow him to know. He has sown the seed of love in our heart. By our surrendering to him, we must open our heart and allow him to nurture this seed of love that he's sown in our heart. Because it's only by that love that we can give ourselves to him. Because if we consider it, what is the nature of ego? The nature of ego is always, as he says in verse 25 of Uludunaptu, Urupatri undam, Urupatri nikkam. Urupatri undam means grasping form, it comes into existence. Urupatri nikkam, grasping form, it stands. Urupatri undu mika ongam, grasping and feeding on forms, it flourishes abundantly. Uruvittu urupatram, leaving form, it grasps form. That means the very nature of ego is always to be grasping form. But ego itself, as he says in the last line of that verse, is uruvatra payahande. It's a formless phantom or demon ego. So it is formless because it has no form of its own. We cannot rise as ego without grasping the form of a body as I. So, but ego, though it always comes into existence, stands and flourishes, grasping a form as itself, it is not that form. It is itself a formless phantom. And phantom, the word pay means both a phantom, but it's something bodiless, but it also implies evil. It's a demon, it's an evil spirit. It's a phantom because it has no substance of its own. It's got no form of its own. So it depends upon the form of a body. It's got no substance of its own. So it borrows its substance, its existence and its awareness from Sat Chit, from I am. So ego is neither this nor that. It's neither Chit nor Jada. It is the Chit Jada Granti. It is the knot that is formed when these two things seemingly become entangled. So the very nature of ego is always to grasp things other than itself. I've missed out one sentence in that verse 25 of Aludna, most important sentence of all. Tedinal otum pidicum. If sought, it takes flight. That is, the nature of ego is always to grasp things other than itself. But if instead of grasping other things, it tries to grasp itself, it will subside and dissolve back into its source. That's what he means by it will take flight. It will run away. That is, nobody has ever seen ego. We seem to be ego only so long as we're looking away from ourselves. If we look back at ourselves to see who am I, there's no such thing as ego to be found. If the snake seems to be a snake only so long as we don't look at it carefully enough. If we look at it carefully enough, we'll say, oh, it's just a rope. Likewise, if we look at ego carefully enough, we'll see it is not ego, it is just pure awareness. It is just pure Sat Chit. So it's only because of our failure to look at ourselves, but we seem to be ego. So ego has no existence at all. But the very nature of ego, because it cannot exist without grasping other things, ego will always be wanting to grasp other things. So since the very nature of ego is to grasp other things, why will ego be willing to let go of everything else and surrender itself? That is possible not by ego itself. It has to be a power greater than ego, but can enable ego to surrender itself. That power is the power of love, the power of bhakti. That is why Bhagavan said, bhakti is the mother of jnana. Without all-consuming love, we cannot succeed in this path. We wouldn't even begin, we wouldn't even take interest in this path. The very fact that we have even the slightest interest in this path, the very fact that we're attracted to Bhagavan, shows he has already sown the seed of love in our heart. But we have to play our part. As he says in the 12th paragraph of Nana, God and Guru are in truth not different. Just like the prey that has fallen into the jaws of the tiger cannot turn back, cannot escape, so those who have been caught in the glance of the Guru's grace will never be forsaken, but will surely be saved by him. That is, he says beautifully, Abvare, likewise, like that, the prey in the jaws of a tiger, Guruvin Arul Parvayal, Patavagal, those who have been caught in the glance of Guru's grace, Avaral, by him, Rakshika Padavare Andri, they will certainly be saved. Andri means, except that they will certainly be saved. Oru Kalam Kaivida Pada, he will never abandon them. He will never let go. So he will never abandon us. He will surely save us. However, he adds one important proviso or caveat at the end. Eininum Guru Kartia Varipadi Tabaradu Nadakabendum. That is, he will save us, but we have to play our little part. We have to cooperate with him. How do we cooperate with him? By surrendering ourselves to him. And how do we surrender ourselves to him? By, as he explains in the next, very next sentence, the first sentence of the 13th paragraph, by clinging to Atmachintana so firmly that we thereby don't give room to rising of any other thought. We are thereby remaining as Atmanishta Paran, and that is giving ourselves to God. So in order to cooperate with him, we need to surrender ourselves to him. And in order to surrender ourselves to him, we need to cling so firmly to Atmachintana, that means to self-attentiveness, but we give no room to the rising of any other thought. As he says in this 5th verse of Anma Bide, Vero Enada, not thinking of any other thing, Irundapadi, being as we are. That is what he's talking about here. So it's only by clinging to self-attentiveness so firmly, but we thereby don't give room, even the slightest room, to the rising of any other thought, but we can truly give ourselves to him. So long as we are interested in anything, any thoughts, anything other than him, we are not giving ourselves to him. We are still retaining ourselves. We're not handing over charge of ourselves to him. So he's ready to do everything for us, but he will never force us. We must be willing. He will swallow us, but only when we are willing to be swallowed by him. So we must be willing to give ourselves wholly to him. So it's only by when we have all-consuming love, but we can succeed in this path. And that love cannot come from ego. It can come only from the source of ego, from the reality of ego. That is Bhagavan. It can come only from deep within our own heart. That, because he is that which is ever shining in our heart as I. He is the infinite ocean of love. So by shining in our heart as I, he's slowly been cleansing, purifying our mind. And now he's sown that seed of love in our heart. We have to play our little part by trying our best to turn within and surrender ourselves to him. He will do everything else. He takes care of absolutely everything. All our material needs, spiritual needs, everything is taken care of by him. But we must be willing to surrender ourselves to him. That's why he goes on to say in that 13th paragraph of Nana, after saying, but I'll just read the sentence in Tamil because it's so beautifully expressed in Tamil. Anma chintane tabira. That means except Atma Chintana, Vera Chintane Kalambavatiku Satram Idam Kodamo, not giving even the slightest room to arising any other thought except Atma Chintana. Atmanishta Parana Iripade, being as Atmanishta Paran, that means being as one who is firmly established as oneself, Tande Isanaku Aripadam, that is giving oneself to God. And then he says in the next sentence, so what he implies in this sentence, he's implying, but even the burden of thinking, we should surrender to him. We should let him do all our thinking for us. We need not think of anything. All we need to do is to think of him shining in our heart as eye. Leave all other thoughts for him to take care of. So in the next sentence, he says, Isam peril, evelo barate patalum, abalabayum, abavahitu kol kira. So how that means however much burden we place on God, he will bear all of that. So we can place any amount of burden on him. So even the burden of thinking we can place on him, he will bear it all. And then he says, Sakala Karangalayum or Parameshwara Shakti Nadadu Kondiru Kirapadiyal. Since one Parameshwara Shakti, one supreme ruling power, one supreme divine power is driving all karyas. That means everything that ought to happen, everything that should happen, he's making everything happen as it's meant to happen. So when such is the case, Namum Adaku Adangi Rama, instead of we also yielding ourselves to it, Ipadiseya Vendum, Apadiseya Vendu, Endru, Sada Chintipadain. Why should we be constantly thinking it's necessary to do like this, it's necessary to do like that? And then he gives this very well-known and beautiful analogy. When the train is carrying all the burdens, why should we, when we know the train is carrying all the burden, why should we who are traveling in that train suffer carrying our little luggage on our head instead of placing it aside and traveling in comfort? So why should we suffer unnecessarily? Bhagavan's path is not only the path of love, it's also the path of happiness, because to the extent to which we surrender ourselves to him, we are thereby free and carefree. So the more we surrender ourselves to him, the more pleasant our life will be. That doesn't mean that everything will always go favorably. He will throw all sorts of difficulties at us. That's all part of the process of cleansing us. But we will be the more we are surrendered to him, the less we will be affected by whatever troubles may be thrown at us in life. And whatever troubles are given to us, it's given only by him, because our whole life is our prarabdha is ordained entirely by him. So whatever seemingly favorable or seemingly unfavorable things we are given to experience, it's all given to us by him for our own good. So all Bhagavan asks us to do is to surrender ourselves completely to him. And he gives us a clue how to surrender ourselves by clinging to self-attentiveness. But clinging to self-attentiveness means giving up everything. So for that, we require all-consuming love. That love can be given only by him. That's why in the verse, Ariyati Tarajivara Dahavari Jugohil, Arivai Rami Paramatam and Arunachala Ramana. Arunachala Ramana is the supreme, is the Paramatma, but is shining as awareness, but is blissfully existing as awareness in the cave of the heart lotus of all jivas, beginning with Hari. So from the highest God to the smallest ant, he is shining in the heart of every one of us as that fundamental awareness I am. So how can we know him as such? Parival ulam uruha, with the heart melting with love. So love is absolutely essential. Only when our heart melts with love, is ready to melt with love for him, will we be able to go deep within, enter the cave where he is dwelling, and thereby Arivambri, the Arivambri Tirava, the eye of awareness will be opened. Nijam Arivai, you will know your real nature. You will know what you actually are. Nijam means our real nature. Adu Veliam, it will reveal itself. But the key to this is love. That is why Bhagavan said, Bhakti is the mother of jnana. So we cannot begin to understand Bhagavan's path until we understand the all importance of the paramount importance of love. Love is the key to success in this path, because this path is about giving ourselves wholly to him, and we'll be willing to give ourselves to him only to the extent to which we have all-consuming love for him. Therefore, bhakti alone is the mother of jnana. Without bhakti, we cannot succeed in this path, and that bhakti can be given only by him. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Shivaya Namaha. Shivaya Namaha. Shivaya Namaha. Namah Shivaya. Shivaya Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namah Shivaya. Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah 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 Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Namah Shivaya. Shanti Diyo He Bhagavan Anandi Diyo He Bhagavan Shanti Diyo He Bhagavan He Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Anandi Diyo He Bhagavan Shanti Diyo He Bhagavan He Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Bhagavan Jayo Arunachala Shiva Ramana Ramana 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 Arunachala Shiva Om Namah Shivaya Varga Nadam Tarvarga இமைப்பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காரம் தாழ்வாழ்க கோவழியாண்ட குருமணி தன் தாழ்வாழகாகம் ஆகின்று அழிப்பான் தாழ்வாழ்க ஏகண்டனேகன் இறைவன் அடிவாழ்க வேகம் கெடுத்தாண்ட வேந்தனடி வெல்க பிறப்பருக்கும் பிஞ்சகந்தன் பொய்க்கடல்கள் வெல்க உப்புறத்தாக்கிசேயோன் தன் பூங்கடல்கள் வெல்க கரங்குள்வார் மதுவும் போன்கடல்கள் வெல்க சிறங்குள்வார் ஒன்றுக்கும் சீவோங்கடல் வெல்க ஈசனடி போற்றி எந்தை அடி போற்றி தேசன் அடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்ற நிமலனடி போற்றி மாய பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரை நந்தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராதை பம்மருமலை போற்றி சிவன் அவன் என் சிந்தையுள் நின்றதனால் அவன் அருளாலே அவன் தாழ் வணங்கி சிந்தை மகிழ சிவபுராணம் தன்னை முந்தை நிறை முழுதும் ஓய உரைப்பன் யான் கண்முதலாம் தன் கருணை கண்காட்ட வந்தே எண்ணுதற்கு எட்டாய் எழிலார்கள் இறங்கி விண்ணிறைந்து மண்ணிறைந்து மிக்காய் விளங்குடையாய் எண்ணிறந்து எல்லை இல்லாதானே பெருஞ்சி வினையேன் புகழும் மாறும் ஒன்றையே புல்லாகி பூடாகி புழுவாகி மரமாகி பல்மிருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாய் கல்லாய் மனிதராய் ஏயாய் கணங்களாய் வல் சுடராய் முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லார் முறையில் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்தேன் நெஞ்சேரும் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டின்று வீடுத்தேன் என் உள்ளத்தும் ஓங்காரமாய் மெய்யா விமலா இடைப்பாக வேதங்கள் நெய்யாய் ஓங்கி ஆழ்ந்த கண்டனும் மெய்யாய் தனியாய் ரமணனாம் விமலா பொய்யாய் எல்லாம் போயகலமற்ற ஒரு விஞ்ஞானமாகி பிரமித்துடனே விஞ்ஞானம் இல்லாதே இன்பப் பெருமானே அஞ்ஞானம் தன்னை அகந்திக்கும் நல்லறிவே ஆக்கம் அளவில் இல்லாய் உனைப்போம் அனைத்துலகும் ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை பூவிப்பாய் தொழுவில் நாட்டத்தின் நேரியாய் சேயாய் நனியாய் மாற்றம் மனம் கழிய நின்ற மறையோரே கலந்த காரணங்களோரை கலந்தார் போல் சிறந்தடியா சிந்தனையோர் தேனின்று நின்று பிறந்த பிறப்பருக்கும் நீங்கள் பெருமான் இரங்கள் ஓரைந்துடையாய் நோர்கள் ஏற்ற மறைந்திருந்தாய் எம்பெருமான் மல்வினையேம் தன்னை மறைந்திருந்த மூடிய மாயை உளையறம் பாவம் என்னும் மருங்கயிற்றான் கட்டி புறந்தோல் போற்றின்றோ பொருவழுக்கில் மரம் சோறும் ஒன்பதுவாய் புயலை மலங்க புலனைந்தும் வஞ்சனை செய்ய விலங்கு மரத்தால் விவாதா உனக்கு கலந்தல்வாய் கசிந்து நடந்தால் நிலந்தன் மேல் வந்தல் காட்டினாய் இக்கடையாய் கிடந்தடியேற்கு தாய் சிறந்த தயாவான தத்துவனே மாசத்த ஜோதி மறந்த மலத்துடனே தேசனே தேனானமுதே சிவபுரனே பாசமான் பட்டரசு பாதிக்கும் பாடியனே நேசரும் நெஞ்சில் வஞ்சங்கள் பேராதின்ற பெருங்கருணை பேராயே வாழாமுதே பாடி போராடா உள்ளத்தும் மொழிக்கும் மொழியானே நீராய் உருக்கியன் அருளாய் நின்றானே இன்பமும் துன்பமும் இல்லாதே உள்ளானே அன்பருக்கு அன்பனே ஆவதுமாய் அன்னுமாய் ஜோதியமே துணியுளே தோன்றா பெருமிகனே ஆகியனே அந்தம் நடுவாய் எல்லானே ஈர்த்தியனை ஆட்கொண்ட எந்தை பெருமான் விஞ்ஞானத்தால் மூவரவாதங்களுக்கு நோக்கரிய நோக்கே நுணுக்கரியவும் மருவே போக்கும் மரவும் உணர்வும் இல்லா புண்ணியனே காக்கும் என் காவலனே காண்கரிய பேருளியே ஆட்டின்ப வெள்ளமே அத்தானிக்காயுங்கள் ஓற்றச் சுடரொளியாய் சொல்லாலும் உணர்வாய் மாற்றமாம் மையகத்தின் வேறே தந்தறிவாம் சேட்டனே சேட்டச் சளிவே என் சிந்தனை ஊற்றாலும் நானுதே உடையாயே வேற்று திகாரவிடப்புடன் ஆற்றே நம்மையாரனே ஓவென்றென்று போற்றிப் புகழ்ந்திருந்து வைக்கட்டுமையாரான் விட்டிங்கு வந்து வினைப்பிறவு சாரானே கள்ளப்புறப்புறம்பை கற்றழிக்க வல்லானே நள்ளிருளில் நட்டம்மையுண்டாடும் நாதனே பிள்ளையுட்கூத்தனே தன் பாண்டி நாட்டான் அல்லற்பிறவியறுப்பானே என்று சொல்லக் கையான் சொல்லிய பாட்டில் உணர்ந்து சொல்லுவார் செல்வர் சிவபுரத்தின் உள்ளார் சிவன் அடிக்கு வல்வார் பழிந்து சிவாய நமதிருக்கம் ஓம் சிவாய நமதிருக்கம் சிவாய நம ஓம் சிவாய நம சிவாய நம சிவாய நம ஓம் சிவாய நம சிவாய நம
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Om. Welcome everyone. We have all gathered here on Bhagwan's 72nd Aradhana Day in Melbourne, Australia. And I believe all of the people who have gathered here are Bhagwan's devotees. And all the people who have gathered here are the seekers who are there or who are almost there. And that is not me who is saying, it is Bhagwan's words. Once you are a devotee, you are always a devotee. Devotee in a sense that you come to this path and it's a one-way ticket. Because Bhagwan is not outside us. It is in everyone's heart. It is our pure self. And the one, what we think we are, is a myth. It is an illusion. So the journey is from illusion to reality. And that Bhagwan, who came in a body, in a form, gave those teachings, he is still with us. Because he always said that he is not the body. He is the self in all of us. And his teachings are so effective that when you practice it, you find the Bhagwan in your heart. This is all what I have to say on Bhagwan's Aradhana Day. That Bhagwan has never left. He has only pointed us out that he is in our heart. And if we look within, we will find him. Only thing we need to do is, we have to merge our mind, this external going mind, into the heart and let it absorbs in the pure self, which is nothing other than Bhagwan. And Bhagwan's grace is on all of us all the time, in form of his teachings and in form of that pure self within all of us. So thank you everyone to join on Bhagwan's Aradhana Day, and hope everyone finds Bhagwan in their heart. Thank you.
Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namaste Rudramanyava Utota Ishave Namaha. Namaste Astu Dhanvane Bhahubhyamutate Namaha. Yata Ishu Shivatamam Shivam Bhabhuvati Danuhu. Shiva Sharavyayata Vatayano Rudramridaya. Ya te Rudra Shiva Tanura Ghora Papakashini. दयानस्तनु वाशन्तमया गिरिशन् तापि चाकशीः यामिषुं गिरिशन्तहस्तेभिभर्ष्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां कुरु माहि कुंशीव पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्चावदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अध्यवोचदधिवक्ता प्रथमोऽधैव्योऽभिषक् अहीकुश्च सर्वान् झम्बयन् सर्वान् श्रयातु धान्यः असो यस्ताम्रो अरुण उदभभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षुश्रिता सहस्रशो वैशागुं हेदयेमहे असौ यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उतैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीरुषेः अतो ये अस्य सर्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चदन्वनस्त्वमुपयोराग्नियोज्जां याश्च ते हस्त इषवः पराता भगवो वपा अवदत्यदनुस्वगुं सहस्राक्षशते शुधे निशीथ्य शल्यानां मुका शिवो नः सुमना भवा विज्झं दनुःकपर्दिनो विशल्यो भानवागुम् उता अनेशन्नस्येशव आबुधः स निषङ्गतिः या ते हेतिर्मे दुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुजा नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाया नातताय धृष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव दन्वने परिते दन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् वृणक्तु विश्वतः अतो य इषुदिस्तवारे अस्मन्निधेहितं नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयम्बकाय त्रिपुराटकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Salutations to the Sadguru who revealed the path of self-realization. I am. These are the words we use to address this body. Eventually, this physicality actually becomes what we think we are. Awareness, ever present, is but forgotten in the busyness of this life. Realizing one's true nature is not retreating from this world, but it is actually rectifying our beliefs, rectifying the wrong notions that we have. And what are the wrong notions that we have? That I am this limited body. All scriptures and Upanishads talk about the self, that self is immortal, omnipresent, omniscient. This is very academic knowledge. Ramana Maharshi helped us to understand and practice this knowledge in a very simple and practical way. Spiritual progress is actually quite contrary to material progress. In this material world, we are told that we have to act, work hard, and achieve. But spiritual progress is actually just to be. not to be this or that, but simply to be the awareness that we truly are. Ramana Maharshi taught us two paths to realize the self. One was the path of self-inquiry, and the other, the path of surrender. Now, path of inquiry we know is a path of negating. I am not this body. So I am not this body, I am not the senses, I am not the mind, neither am I the intellect. Then who am I? I am awareness. And what is the nature of this awareness? It is existence, consciousness, bliss. The self is nothing new to acquire. It is revealed to be our true nature. Now I'll read a few verses from Ramana's teachings. The self will remain concealed in this way as long as the world is taken to be real. It will cease to be taken when the mind is once and for all extinguished. Hence, one must strive towards extinguishing the mind. Manonasha. The state of deliverance, the goal of all aspirants, is styled the natural state, because even now we are in that state. Our sense of being in other states being an illusion. There will be no end to doubts until one gets established in the supreme state. Only in that state is there the end of all doubts, due to the extinction of the doubter. If self-inquiry is actually difficult to pursue, then there is the path of surrender. From fear of the flood of births and deaths, one takes refuge in God. The ignorance will cease by His grace. I emphasize His grace alone. And then one will become established in the true state of self. Grace is the self. That also is not to be acquired. You only need to know that it exists. The sun is brightness only where there is sun, darkness cannot exist there. So also the devotee's ignorance, like the phantom of darkness, vanishes at the look of the Guru. You will know in due course that your glory lies where you cease to exist. In order to gain that state, you should surrender yourself. Then the Master sees that you are in a fit state to receive guidance, and he guides you. Om Namah Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Thank you.
I sort of got fascinated with Bhagavan's like the death experience that he had, and so much so that I was like, oh, he had a death experience, like a profound death experience, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna have my own death experience. So I was like, I remember I was in my lounge room in Sydney, and I sort of like vividly like kind of created my own death, vividly played it out. And like something, it was kind of like a spiritual awakening happened after that, and and it was like ever since then, I don't think like that kind of just put me on the path to like sort of spirituality, and then yeah, at the time I was kind of like having like sort of substance abuse issues and stuff like that, and they kind of helped me get on the path to treatment, and kind of in that sort of I have difficulty saying no to like drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. So yeah, Bhagavan's kind of he's been my high power in that respect. So I resist the urge to have the power to say no to those things. And then, but there was kind of, so there's that part of it, but then I think I was aware that like there was like Bhagavan devotee groups and stuff in Australia, and I thought in 2016 I actually was like, oh, I'll get a part of the Sydney one, but I never went, and it wasn't until 2021 when I reached out to you, Sandra, and I was like, yeah, it's like I don't know why it was at that time that it seemed perfect. It seemed like the right timing to come along to the Melbourne satsang, and and ever since then I've just been kind of like diligently attending the satsangs, and I knew that like there's definitely more. I definitely had still a path to go when I first came into the satsangs. The true discovery of Bhagavan, like but yeah, just ever since I've been in the satsangs, I think I've like fully discovered Bhagavan, and and just like have some sort of like new peace in my life today, and just like love having the satsangs on, and love having the summaries after it, because I just constantly like whenever I sort of get stuck in the mind, I just go back into the summaries, and it takes me out of the mind. I can go back sort of into like self-abidance kind of state, and it's a sort of a long journey summarised, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Good to know that. Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद राखो लाज हमारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद राखो लाज हमारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद 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 सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद करुणा कर द्रौपदी पुकारी करुणा कर द्रौपदी पुकारी आओ आओ कृष्ण मुरारी आओ आओ गिरवरधारी लाज बचाओ आज हमारी आके भरा दी सारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद आके भरा दी सारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद जल में ग्रज को ग्राह ने घेरा जल में ग्रज को ग्राह ने करी ना देर तुरत कियो फेरा चक्र सुदर्शन धारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद चक्र सुदर्शन धारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद आओ आओ जल्दी आओ. We all are calling Lord Krishna now. आओ आओ जल्दी आओ आकर हमको दर्श दिखाओ अब की हमारी बारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद अब की हमारी बारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद 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 सावरिया गिरधारी रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद.
In recent years, I came across people like Muji, Eckhart Tolle, and Rupert Spira, and I have been listening to their videos on YouTube and getting the basics of non-duality because they're all non-duality teachers. And then Ramana just came to me. I don't know how. I can't even trace back to the point where I heard about him, but it just came to me, and I looked up and I found that Who Am I book. And for months, I would every day just listen to that Who Am I? And it just, sunk in. And I said, this is what I want. This is the end, of what I was looking for. And I think a couple of things about Bhagavan's teachings, which I really think are very unique, for me at least. One thing is he tells us about non-doership. You shouldn't think of yourself as a doer because you don't exist. The doer doesn't really exist. And the second thing is his practical advice on how to, because we all know that we need to know that we are the self, but he has given us practical tips of how to. So he says ignore everything else, and even if you cannot ignore, just go to the root. Who is thinking? So if you go there, everything automatically falls off. So you don't really need to do that. You just need to do this. So I think that is very unique because that is really something that worked for me. Because you keep ignoring and the more it comes to you, but if you go to the root, it automatically falls off. So it's like magical is what I think. And the third important thing also I think is that he says that the God is not outside you. He says self is the God. So it's not like, you have to pray to some deity or some, avatar or something. The God is inside you. All the help is going to come from inside you. So you rely on yourself and not outside. So I think these are the three things which really, stuck me, and I think they are like absolutely the truth, and that's why I came closer and closer to him. And then I came to Australia in end of 2019, and I was actually looking for a group. I have never been in satsang before, but I thought I should have somebody, I can talk to about these things. And then I found Sanjay and I emailed him, and then I have been attending satsang since then. And Sanjay's guidance to all of us, I think, is very valuable. It helped me stay on the path. And, I really feel that energy when I'm attending the satsangs with all of you. I really feel like, I'm there, I'm getting there. Of course, still I get back into that doership and, our daily, when I go to work, I get into some things. But that awareness quickly comes back so that, Earlier, it used to be like horizontal in time. Like I used to stay upset for days and I used to worry and all that thing. But now, immediately, I snap back saying, what am I doing? That's not the thing. So it really helps to get back to that. And these 3 days that we have satsang, that's amazing. And even the summary that Vidya sends us, I keep looking at them once in a while just to revise and remind. So thanks to all of you and of course to Bhagavan. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. It's really thanks to Bhagavan who entered my life and he made a lot of change. Thereby, I could make a very happy and cheerful life. Actually, what Bhagavan did, it's very simple. He really helped me to understand my true nature. What is true nature? Bhagavan clearly told in Upadesa Undya, how you remain in sleep state is your true nature. Simply because, though you don't have any body experience and the world experience, that is, you neither have the body experience nor the world experience. But still, you will never negate your existence. That means your true nature is existing in sleep state too. And further, he has given a lot of pointers about your true nature. That is, your true nature is neither consciousness nor unconsciousness, like in sleep. And then some more points like, during sleep, you remain. In the sense, if I recollected my sleep state at the waking time through the physical body, we can infer certain things like, during sleep, there are no objects around. Further, it is neither darkness nor light. These are the pointers Bhagavan have, helped us to aware of these things during your waking state. Okay, how does it help during the waking state? How to place my experience, how to work with my experience. That also Bhagavan very clearly told. That is, all your experience, that is the difference between your sleep state and the waking state, or even the dream state. Because both the dream state and the waking state, you are constantly going through experience, whereas in the sleep state, you are free of experience. Thereby, you clearly understand how the experience is happening, how it comes and goes.
Tiruchitrambalam. Om Sri Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. There's a poem verse from a yogi from Sri Lanka. His name is Swami. In one of his songs, he mentions, Ennai enakku arivittan engal Gurunathan, Inayadi en thalai vaittan engal Gurunathan. It's a Tamil, written in Tamil. What it means is, my Guru showed me who I am. Right? That summarizes what Bhagavan does to us in a very simple, single phrase. Bhagavan eventually is trying to teach us who we are, really. Right? Many of us, we see Bhagavan as a guru, as a supreme thing, and then we devote him. But really Bhagavan wants us to do that, or he wants every one of us to become him. Right? That's what he wants us from us. Right? Every one of us have the capability to become Bhagavan. right? And when he experienced the Supreme in him, his job is done in this world. Why did he live in this body for so many years? For him, it's a suffering. The person who is enlightened, living in this body is a punishment. Right? The soul is liberated. It's merged with the Supreme Consciousness. It's everywhere. It's omnipresent, omnipotent. But still, it lives in this body. What is the reason why he had to do it? He could have liberated him from that body any moment. But for us, right? For us to become him, to reach that higher state of level. Many of us in this material world been taught to go out, seek pleasure, seek fame, seek wealth. But the truth is, all this is impermanent. Whatever we earn, whatever we learn, whatever we gather is impermanent. One day we have to leave it and go.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramaneshwara, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Hridayeshwara, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramaneshwara, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramaneshwara, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Hridayeshwara. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
Keep our attention to this pure silence within. Slowly, all these thoughts will dissolve. All thoughts serve ego. Serve this person holding a personality. But the moment you look within, and stay within your heart and abide in this pure silence, all thoughts will disappear. This pure silence within us is none other than Bhagavan. if we have understood his teachings in a proper way, and if we have practiced his teachings in a proper way, with right understanding, with sincerity, with humbleness, there is no doubt that we all can find this pure silence within us, which is none other than pure self, none other than Bhagavan itself. We are that Bhagavan. Bhagavan came into form to tell us this, so we can practice it, abide in it, and move out of this illusion, this Maya, which creates this false impression that we are holding a body-mind complex and we are interacting in this world which is separate from us. And all this resistance of day-to-day activities is all myth. It's all an illusion. This body-mind, other body-mind, this whole world, this all is part of the same myth, same illusion, projected from your own mind. You are beyond mind. You are this pure awareness. Abide in this pure awareness and be free from all miseries. Om Namo Bhagavate Arunachala Ramanaya. Om, Om, Om. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you everyone to come and soak in the bliss of Bhagavan and stay there always holding to that Bhagavan in our heart. Whatever comes and goes, just stay there, impartial, neutral, only a witness to everything, without any resistance, and enjoy this own bliss coming from the heart, from the pure self. This is Bhagavan's teaching. This is our practice. So simple, so direct, so beautiful. That's all He wants us to do. Abiding in our own pure self. Thank you, everyone.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. It is an honor and a blessing to be sharing some of the fundamental teachings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, sage Ramana, on this day of his Mahanirvana day, Mahasamadhi day. And on this occasion, it gives an added impetus for the aspirant to try and find out who is doing this offering to Bhagavan. On behalf of the Ramana Center, Sydney, Australia branch, we offer our humble prostrations and salutations to the Self as revealed through the body form of sage Ramana Maharshi, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. It is an honor to be even associated with this wonderful and absolutely established sage whose very teachings lighted up the lives of aspirants and devotees to strive towards finding out who is this I. That is the fundamental questions. Now, this fundamental question is something that is not typically searched for by devotees because the mind is predominantly so strong that it does not want to go inwards. And Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, from the day of his death experience at the tender age of 16, was completely immersed in the Self and had gone into complete and total silence because there was nothing to speak about. He was reveling in the glory of that purity of Parabrahma Tattva, that silence, the Self, the bliss. It was only due to pure compassion that he would come and reveal with a few words, short aphorisms, and answer queries of aspirants. There may be a misconception by many a devotee that Bhagavan's main teaching was inquiry of who am I. It was one of his main teachings, but not the main teaching. His primary teaching, Sage Ramana's primary teaching, was revealed through silence. It transcended speech. It transcended thought. Because silence is the epitome of transmission. Silence is the grandfather of action. And speech. Action and speech come about only through thought, which is prior to that. And prior to thought is silence. On the very bedrock, on the very fulcrum of silence, truth is revealed. And that was Ramana Maharshi, Sage Ramana's primary teachings. Primary teaching. To the very ripe devotee, who would come out of an intense longing with a query or two and sit before Bhagavan, Ramana Maharshi would not speak, but like Lord Dakshinamurti conveying the teachings and blessings to Sanat Kumaras, Sage Ramana Maharshi would convey blessings and teachings through pure silence. And that silence was so eloquent that it would dissolve the questioner. The mind would not remain. And this has been revealed by many a devotee, many an aspirant. Besides the teachings through silence, which Sage Ramana did on many occasions, most of the time, there were many devotees who were not as ripe, whose minds were still conditioned with the accumulation of vasanas. Let us use this opportunity, dear aspirants, dear devotees, to seek who we truly are and reveal our true nature as pure self, Parabrahma Tattva.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Sri Bhagavan and Grace by Sri V. Ganesan. Let me start with a quote from Arunachala Aksharamanamali. Patrimal Vidamtale Utriru Munnam Arul Patrida Arulpuri Arunachala. Grant me your grace before the poison of delusion, ignorance, grips me and rising to my head kills me. O Arunachala. Sri Bhagavan says, grace is ever existing, ever flowing. While adoring Arunachala, he says, ocean of nectar, full of grace. Grace is the self. You are never out of its operation. Grace is always there. Bhagavan identifies grace with Guru. Grace as Guru within pulls you, while grace as Guru without pushes you within into the self. The transformation of the seeker into an adept is done by this operation of grace, both from within and from without. Sri Bhagavan says the highest form of grace is silence. It is also the highest Upadesha. Sri Bhagavan asserts grace is within every human being. It is the state of true being, true awareness, devoid of otherness. It is the self. Let us see how Sri Bhagavan deals with this grace in his written works. In 5 hymns to Arunachala, Sri Bhagavan uses profusely the word grace, Arul, and describes it in 20 different ways. Particularly in Aksharamanamali, he has used the word Arul, grace, 59 times. In Navamanimala, thrice. In Padikam, 5 times. In Ashtakam, twice. And in Arunachala Pancharatna and Arunachala Mahatmyam, once each. Grace is obviously everything for him in the devotional hymns spontaneously written by him on the hill Arunachala. Strangely, when we come to his philosophic treatise like Upadesha Undiyar and Ulladu Narpadu, he has not used the word Arul even once. Does it mean that there is any conflict between Bhakti of the 5 hymns and Jnana of Upadesha Undiyar and Ulladu Narpadu? What are the key words in these two seemingly different variant texts? In the Bhakti Grantha, it is Anbu Arul, that is love and grace. And in the Jnana Grantha, it is உள்ளது உணர்வு, that is being and awareness. What do these four words mean? Love and grace seem to belong to the warm realm of emotion and duality, while being and awareness belong to bright realm of non-duality. At the superficial level, the two worlds seem to differ. The Guru is like the mother. Guru's grace is like a hand extended to help you out of water, or it makes your way easier for the removal of ignorance, Sri Bhagavan says. Also, Sri Bhagavan explains clearly, grace is necessary for the removal of ignorance. But grace is all along there. Grace is the self. It is not something to be acquired. All that is necessary is to know his existence. Bhagavan gives the master key to obtain grace. Surrender. Self-surrender is that key. The sense of duality which doubts and demands proofs is stilled. The doubter, the mischief maker, slowly disappears. In surrender, the mind which doubts is dissolved, as in mother's lap. Surrender will make one understand the grace. That which is only grace. There is nothing else. Grace is both beginning and the end. Introversion is due to grace. Perseverance is grace. Realization is grace. Sri Bhagavan quotes Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Mamekam Sharanam Raja. Only surrender to me. If one has entirely surrendered oneself, is there any part left to ask for grace? He is swallowed up by the grace. He further asserts, God, Guru and grace are really one and identical. O Bhagavan, thy name is grace. Shower thy grace on all of us. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Reading from Talks, 4th of June, 1937, talk number 420. A certain lawyer quoted as follows, "Neither the sun shines there, nor the moon, nor the stars, nor lightning. How can fire shine there? All these luminaries shine in his light only. With his light, all these shine forth." He asked, "What does with his light mean here? Does all else shine on account of him or in his light?" M. There is only he. He and his light are the same. There is no individual to perceive other things because the perceiver and the perceived are only he. The sun, the moon, etc. shine forth. How? Do they come and tell you that they shine forth? Or does another, apart from them, say that they shine forth? D. Of course, I say that they shine forth. M. Therefore, they shine on account of you. Again, consciousness is necessary to know that they shine forth. That consciousness is yourself or you. So then you or your consciousness is the same as he and his light, by which all else shines forth. D. Is that light like sunlight? M. No, the sunlight is jada, insentient. You are aware of it. It makes objects perceptible and chases away darkness, whereas consciousness is that light which makes not only light but also darkness perceptible. Darkness cannot exist before sunlight, but it can remain in the light of consciousness. Similarly, this consciousness is pure knowledge, in which both knowledge and ignorance shine. D. If God is all, why does the individual suffer for his actions? Are not the actions prompted by him for whom the individual is made to suffer? M. He who thinks he is the doer is also the sufferer. D. But the actions are prompted by God, and the individual is only his tool. M. This logic applies only when one suffers, but not when one rejoices. If the conviction prevails always, there will be no suffering either. D. When will the suffering cease? M. Not until individuality is lost. If both the good and bad actions are his, why should you think that the enjoyment and suffering are alone yours? He who does good or bad also enjoys pleasure or suffers pain. Leave it there and do not superimpose suffering on yourself. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
This text is from Ramana Periya Puranam, a testimony by Ganeshan about a lady devotee, Mrs. Eleanor Pauline Noyer. Bhagavan drew all kinds of seekers from across the world. To almost all of them whom I met, I would pose the same question: what made you come to Arunachala and to Bhagavan? They would generally reply, somebody gave me an article about Bhagavan and Arunachala, that's how I came here. I would persist. It would dawn on them that it was not the printed word, but a higher power, call it Bhagavan or whatever else, that drew them to Arunachala. Every devotee who has been attracted to Bhagavan has been brought here by the same higher power that in 1896 drew Bhagavan himself to Arunachala. In 1939, Mrs. Noyer was living in California with her twin sister when she went through a major crisis. Her suffering was so intense that though she was not well-to-do, she decided to travel around the world to find solace. Due to her very poor health, the doctor advised her not to travel. Why do you want to travel in this condition? The doctor asked. She answered, I want to know myself. Quite prophetic, considering that the cardinal teaching of the master she was to meet was, find out who you are. When her ship reached Chennai, she disembarked. In a hotel there, she asked some of its workers if there was any living seer or saint they knew about. One of them immediately replied, yes, there is a sage called Ramana Maharshi in Arunachala. He is the greatest seer in India. The surprising thing was that the answer came from an ordinary worker in the hotel, not from a seeker nor a scholar. In 1939, the Maharshi was not that well known, yet he was described as the greatest seer in India. Mrs. Noyer left at once for Arunachala. When she arrived at the ashram, Niranjanananda Swami, the Sarvadhikari, welcomed her and took her directly to Bhagavan. This is what she wrote. I felt the atmosphere was filled with Bhagavan's purity and blessedness. One feels the breath of the divine in the sage's presence. When he smiled, it felt as though the gates of the divine were thrown open. I have never seen eyes more alight with divine illumination. He greeted me very tenderly and made some inquiries about me, which put me at ease, and his look of love and compassion made a benediction that went straight to my heart. He knew how much I needed him. I was immediately drawn to him. His greatness and kindness was all-embracing. His silent influence of love and light was more potent than words can ever be. Everyone who comes to him is blessed. The inner peace, which is his, is felt by all. From that moment till her taking leave of Bhagavan after 1 year, her eyes rarely stopped shedding tears. Bhagavan's attention on her was continuous and without a gap. The moment she came into his presence, he would turn his attention to her. Unbelievable, but true. Such a wonderful relationship is unique in the pages of the book of Ramana's life. Her pure, simple ways and her melting tears endeared her to all the old devotees as well. In the beginning, her tears were due to anguish, sorrow, and suffering. Later on, her tears were a spontaneous expression of inexplicable joy and spiritual fulfillment. After she met Bhagavan, she slept soundly for the first time in many years. From then on, the sleeping pills she had been taking were given up for good. She attributed it to the direct blessings of Bhagavan. When asked how she managed to do it, she replied, "I received the medicine of all medicines, the unfailing grace of Bhagavan." Her answer echoes one of Bhagavan's poems in which he addresses Arunachala as the medicine of all medicines. After some months, she wanted to travel and see India before leaving for home. After a long tour of India, she returned. Bhagavan welcomed her with a glorious smile. Mrs. Noyer describes her experience of her second sojourn. "My love blossomed into deep devotion, and I was filled with ineffaceable peace. The things which seemed so vital before were no longer of any importance. I could see things in their correct perspective. The heartaches of yesterday and the thoughts of tomorrow faded into insignificance and finally into complete oblivion." When she went back to her home in America, she used to stay in touch with Bhagavan through letters. Every time he read a letter from Mrs. Noyi, Bhagavan would be moved to tears as she would have written in her letter, "Bhagavan, I am writing you this letter with tears rolling down my cheeks." In those days, Indians traveled very rarely to America. But whenever a devotee informed Bhagavan about such a trip, he would instruct them, "Go and meet Noyi." After Bhagavan dropped his body, she wrote a letter in which she stated, "Bhagavan, you have taken me to your heart. I am in your heart." This remarkable lady, who came to Bhagavan full of anguish, suffering, and sorrow, successfully completed her spiritual journey through the enfoldment of Bhagavan's loving and compassionate grace.
The Path of Sri Ramana, Part 1. The Enquiry, Who am I? And the Four Yogas. Let us suppose that a person is sitting alone in an absolutely dark room where he cannot see even his own body. If someone asks from outside the room, "Is my book near you?" he replies, "I do not know of its existence." But if asked, "Do you exist?" quick comes his reply, "Why, certainly, I exist." He is able to know his own existence by his self-light, self-consciousness, even when he does not have the help of the light which is necessary to know the existence of second and third person objects. Moreover, since everyone has the experience of the knowledge I am, even in deep sleep, where the body and mind do not exist, it is evident that the knowledge of our own existence is inherent in us, whereas the knowledge of second and third person objects is not. These two examples prove that the experience of knowing, jnana anubhava, one's own existence is inherent even in the most ordinary man. If Sri Bhagavan advises us to like a thing for which we do not already have a liking, we may say it is difficult. If he asks us to know a thing so far unknown to us, we may then say it is difficult. If he wants us to be in a state which we have not reached before and thereby have not experienced before, then it may be considered difficult. But since we have come to know thus that the experiences of loving, of doing, and of knowing are already clear and inherent in us only with regard to the first person, when viewed in the light of the above mentioned definition of easy and difficult, one can plainly see that the effort made in the path of self-enquiry, which is an attention towards the first person, is far easier than that made in japa, dhyana, yoga, and so on, which are nothing but attention towards second and third person objects. Such indeed is the justification in support of the sayings of Sri Bhagavan. Of all paths, this path is the easiest, and this is the direct path for all. It was in this connection that Sri Bhagavan used to say repeatedly, "Self is here and now and ever attained." O Bhagavan, meditating upon you is nothing other than contemplating I. Contemplating I is nothing other than remaining without thought. Remaining without thought is nothing other than being vigilantly attentive, not to rise as I. But why even attempt, when my very existence, Sat, is itself attention, Chit? Sri Ramana Sahasram, verse 990.
From the introduction page, Arunachala Ramana, Boundless Ocean of Grace. Devotees make the journey to Tirunamala, walk into the ashram, enter the Samadhi hall, and feel immediately home and totally at peace. The picture of the ashram and of the Maharshi are always in the mind of the devotee like the background curtain of a stage. Whenever they find that the world is too much with them, the wish to go to Ramanashramam possesses them like hunger. Even in their busiest hour as sudden look at a picture of the Maharshi hanging on the wall momentarily roots them to the spot and the mind goes suddenly blank. Such was, such is, and such ever will be the Maharshi influence upon those who approach him with piety and devotion. Let the tempest rage, the ocean rise up, or the heart cake, the tree of knowledge rooted on Arunachala stands immutable. Many pilgrims on life's journey repose in its shade, and countless devotees like birds put forth their songs from its branches. This is indeed the kingdom of bliss. The Mountain Path, July 1968. Narayanan Iyer. One day when I was sitting by the side of Sri Bhagavan, I felt so miserable that I put the following question to him. Is the Sankalpa, wish, of the Jnani not capable of warding off the destinies of the devotees? Bhagavan smiled and said, does the Jnani have a Sankalpa at all? The Jivan Mukta can have no Sankalpas whatsoever. It's just impossible. I continued, then what is the fight of all of us who pray to you to have grace on us and save us? Will we not be benefited or saved by sitting in front of you or coming to you? What use is there then for family men like me to gain by coming here to you? Bhagavan turned graciously to me and said, just as a trouble or arrow that comes to destroy the head goes away carrying with it only the turban, so a person's bad karma will be considerably reduced while he is in the presence of Jnani. A Jnani has no Sankalpa, but his Sanidhi presence is the most powerful force. He need not have Sankalpa, but his presiding presence, the most powerful force, can do wonders, save souls, give peace of mind, even liberation to ripe souls. Your prayers are not answered by him, but absorbed by his presence. His presence saves you, wards off the karma and gives you the boons as the case may be involuntarily. The Jnani does save the devotees, but not by Sankalpa, which is non-existent in him, only through his presiding presence, Sanidhi. I was filled with joy. Even today, his presence is the most powerful thing, and that alone I am confident, says me. Extracted from a sadhu reminiscence of Ramana Maharshi. The power of Sri Ramana, who gave up his physical form, has not diminished. He is everywhere, like the light in a room shed by an electric bulb. But the light is found to be far stronger near the bulb, the source of light, than in any other part of the room, for no spot is in darkness. What wonder, then, if the power of our Guru is found near the place where his body is interred. Prof. K. Swaminathan, Arunachala, Ramana, Volume 4. Gandhi's attitude to Ramana Maharshi can be judged from the fact that whenever someone in his circle, for example, Shankarlal Banker, Rajendra Prasad, or Jamnalal Bajaj felt depressed or confused, he used to say, go to Ramana Ashramam and come back after a month, stay there. Usually they came back within a week or fortnight, recovered in spirit, and ready to resume their burdens. P.M Swami Iyer, Volume 7, Arunachala Ramana. Ramana Ashramam is an oasis in the desert of the modern world. It is the life spring of love and life. May its waters take flood and submerge the world. May its mighty waves dash against the crude fortresses of racial arrogance and exclusiveness. May the depth of the spirit of forgiveness submerge the tall edifices of the courts of revenge. May the meditation of the great ones reshape a world of peace, love, and brotherhood. One word more. My sincere pranams and obeisance to the flame of Ramana Ashrama.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the Arunachala Ashram Group Satsang from New York, Boston, and Connecticut. We will begin the program with Aruna Ramanan and I thought I got cut off. I'm sorry. Now we will chant Aruna Ramanan and Ram Kumar are going to chant the Arunachala Kshamalai. Aruna?
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Tarunarunamani Kiranavali Tarumaksharamana Mahirmalai.
திருநாடிய திரு அடியார் திருமரு தெளிய பரவுதல் பொருளாக
கருணாகரமுனி ரமணாரியனுவ கைனார் சொல்லியது கதியாக
அருணாச்சலமென அகமே அறிவோடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுளாழ்வாரே
அருணாச்சலவரக்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமண மாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலாம்
அழகு சுந்தரம் போல் அகமும் நீயுமுற்றபினமாயிருப்போம் அருணாச்சலா
அகம்பூன் தீர்த்து உன் அககுகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததன் கொல் அருணாச்சலாம்
ஆறு காவனை ஆண்டனை அகற்றிடு அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா
இப்ப வழி தப்புனை ஏன் நினைப்பித்தாய் இனி யார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா
ஈன்றிடும் அன்னையில் பெரிதருள் புரிவோய் இதுவோ உனதருள் அருணாச்சலா
உனையே மாற்றியோடாதுளத்தின் மேல் உறுதியாயிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
ஊர் சுற்றுளம்பிட உனை கண்டடங்கிட உன்னழகை காட்டர்ணாச்சலா
என்னை அழித்திப்போதெனை கலவாவிடில் இதுவோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலா
ஏன் இந்த உறக்கம் என்னை பிறர் இழுக்க இது உனக்கழகோ அருணாச்சலா
ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் பூம்போதகத்தினில் இல்லையோ அருணாச்சலா
ஒரு வனம் உன்னை ஒழித்தவர் வருவார் உன் சூதே இது அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
ஓங்கார பொருளோ புயர்வில்லோய் உனையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலம்
அவ்வை போல் எனக்குன் அருளை தந்தனை ஆளுவதுன் கடன் அருணாச்சலா
கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவதெவர் பார் அருணாச்சலம்
காந்தம் இரும்பு போல் கவர்ந்தனை விடாமல் கலந்தனோடிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
கிரி உருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூந்தருளுவாய் அருணாச்சலம்
கீழெங்கும் கிளரொளி மணியன் கீழ்மையை பாழ் செய் அருணாச்சலா
குற்றமுற்றரு தென்னை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குரு உருவாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலாம்
கூழ்வாழ்கண்ணியர் கொடுமயிர் படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சியாய் கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கில்லை அஞ்சலன்றே அருள் அருணாச்சலாம்
கேளாதளிக்கும் முன் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா
கையினிற்க நீயுன் மெய்ரசம் கொண்டு வகை வெறி கொளருள் அருணாச்சலாம்
கொடியேட்டடியரை கொல்லுனை காட்டி கொண்டெங்கன் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாய் என்னை கொள குறையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலம்
கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடைக்களித்தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா
சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளி நமன ஜலஜமல தீடருணாச்சலம்
சாப்பாடுன்னை சார்ந்துணவாயான் சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலா
சித்தம் குளிர கதிஹஸ்தம் வைத்தமுதவாய் யைத்திர அருள்மதி அருணாச்சலம்
சீரை அழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்தருள் சீரையழித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலா சுகக்கடல் பொங்க சொல் உணரடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடங்க அருணாச்சலாம் சூது செய்தென்னை சோதியாதி நீ உன் ஜோதி உரு காட்டர்ணாச்சலா செப்படி வித்தை கற்றி படி மயக்குவிட்டொரு படு வித்தை காட்டருணாச்சலாம் சேராயனின்மை நீராயுருகி கண்ணீராற்றழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா செய்யன தள்ளி செய்வினை சுடுமலால் உய்வகையே துரை அருணாச்சலாம் சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லற நின்னரு சும்மா இருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலாம் அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா சோம்பிய சும்மா சுகமுண்டுறங்கிடில் சொல்வேரங்கதி அருணாச்சலாம் சௌரியம் காட்டினை சழக்கற்றதென்றே சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா யமலியர் கேடா நான் என்னுறுதியாய் நாடினின் உருவேன் அருணாச்சலாம் ஞானமில்லாது உன் ஆசையற்றளர் வர ஞானம் தெரித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா நிமிரு போல் நீயும் மலர்ந்திலை என்றே நேர் நின்றனையன் அருணாச்சலாம் தத்துவம் தெரியாதத்தனை ஊற்றாய் தத்துவம் இதுவே அருணாச்சலா தானே தானே தத்துவம் இதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலாம் திரும்பிய ஹந்தனை தினமாக கண்காண் தெரியுமென்றனையே அருணாச்சலா தீரமில்லகத்தில் தேடியுந்தனையான் திரும்பவுற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலாம் துப்பறிவில்லா இப்பிறப்பெண் பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலா தூய் மனமொழியர் தோயும் உண்மையகம் தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலாம் தெய்வம் என்றுன்னை சாரவே என்னை சேர ஒழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா தேடாதுற்றன திருவருள் நிதியக தியக்கம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலாம் தைரியமோடு முன்மெய்யக நாடையாம் தத்தழிந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா தொட்டருள் கைமை கட்டிடாயனிலியாய் நட்டமாவே அருள் அருணாச்சலாம் தோடமில் நீயக தோடொன்றி என்று சந்தோடம் ஒன்றிட அருள் அருணாச்சலா நகைக்கிடமில்லை நின் நாடிய எனையருள் நகையிட்டு பார் நீ அருணாச்சலாம் நான் இல்லை நாடிட நானாய் ஒன்று நீ ஸ்தானுவதென்றனை அருணாச்சலா நின்னெறியறி தென்னை நீராக்கிடுமுன் நின் அருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலாம் நீ நானர புலி நிறகளி மயமா நின்றிடு நிலை அருள் அருணாச்சலா நுண்ணுரு உனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட
எண்ணலையிருமென் அருணாச்சலம்
நூலறியா பேதையனென்றன் மாலறிவரு தருளர்நாச்சலா
நெக்கு நெக்குருகியான் பூக்கிட உனை புக நக்கனான் நின்றனை அருணாச்சலம்
நேசமில் எனக்கு உன் ஆசையை காட்டி நீ மோசம் செய்யாதருளர்நாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
நைந்தழிக்கனியால் நலநிலை பதத்தில் நாடியுட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலம்
நொண்டிரதுன்றனை தந்தனை கொண்டிலை அந்தக நீ என கருணாச்சலா
நோக்கிய கருதிமை தாக்கிய பக்குவம் ஆக்கினி ஆண்டருள் அருணாச்சலம்
பற்றிமல் விடந்தலை உற்றிருவு நமருள் பற்றிட அருள் புரியருணாச்சலா
பார்த்தருள் மாலர பார்த்திலையனின் அருள் பாருனக்கார் சொல்வர் அருணாச்சலம்
பித்து வித்துனை நேர்பித்தனாக்கினை அருள் பித்தம் தெளி மருந்தருணாச்சலா
பீதியில் உனை சார் பீதியில் என்னை சேர் பீதியுன்றனக்கேன் அருணாச்சலம்
புல்லறிவேதுரை நல்லறிவேதுரை புல்லிடவே அருளர்நாச்சலா
பூமண மாமனம் பூரணமணம் கொள பூரணமணமருள் அருணாச்சலம்
பெயர் நினைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனையுன் பெருமையறிவார் அருணாச்சலா
பேய்த்தனம் விட விட பேயாய் பிடித்தனை பேயனாக்கினையன் அருணாச்சலம்
பைங்கொடியானான் பற்றென்றி வாடாமல் பற்று கொடை அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
பொடியால் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்து உன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலா
போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொது வெளியினில் அருள் போராட்டம் காட்டருணாச்சலா
பௌதிகமாமுடல் பற்றற்று நாளும் முன் பவிஷு கண்டுர அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
மலை மருந்திட நீ மலைத்திடவோ அருள் மலை மருந்தாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா
மானம் கொண்டுருபவர் மானத்தை அழித்த அபிமானமில்லாதொளிர் அருணாச்சலம்
மெஞ்சிடில் கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்ச
மகாச்சலை கலம் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலம் மூக்கிலன் முன் காட்டு முகுரமகாதென்னை தூக்கி அணைந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்
மெய்யகத்தின் மனமென் மலரணையில் தான் மெய் கலந்திட அருளர்நாச்சலா
மேன்மேல் தாழ்ந்திடு மெல்லியர் சேர்ந்து நீர் மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலம்
மைமயவித்தருள் மையினால் உனது உன் மைவசமாக்கினை அருணாச்சலா.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
மொட்டையடி தன்னை வெட்ட வெளியில் நீ நடமாடின என் அருணாச்சலா.
மோகம் தவிர்த்து உன் மோகமாய் வைத்துமென் மோகந்திராயேன் அருணாச்சலா.
மௌனியாய் கல் போல் மலராதிருந்தான் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலம்.
யவனன் வாயில் மண்ணினையட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்த அருணாச்சலா.
யாரும் அறியாதன் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் கொலை கொண்ட அருணாச்சலம்.
ரமணன் என்றுரைத்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதென்னை ரமித்திட செய்யவா அருணாச்சலா.
ராப்பகலில்லா வெறுவெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோம் அருணாச்சலம்.
லட்சியம் வைத்தருள் அஸ்திரம் வேட்டெனை பக்ஷித்தாய் பிராணனோடு அருணாச்சலா.
லாபனீக பர லாபமில்லெனையுற்று லாபமென்னோற்றனை அருணாச்சலம்.
வரும்படி சொல்லில்லை வந்தென் படியள வருந்திடும் தலை விதி அருணாச்சலா.
வாவென்றகம்புக்குன் வாழ்வருள் அன்றையன் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
விட்டிடு கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாதுனை உயிர் விட்டிட அருள் புரிய அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
வீடு விட்டீர் துள விடுவுக்கு பைய உன் வீடு காட்டினை அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வெளிவிட்டேன் உன் செயல் வெறுத்திடாதுன் அருள் வெளிவிட்டனை காருணாச்சலா.
வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விளங்கும் வேத பொருள் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
வைதலை வாழ்த்தா வைத்தருள் குடியா வைத்தனை விடாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அம்புவிலாலி போல் அன்புருவுனிலனை அன்பாய் கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணை என்றெனையான் அருள் கணிப்பட்டேன் உன் அருள் வலை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலா.
செந்தி தருள் பட சிலந்தி போர்க்கட்டி சிறையீட்டுண்டனை அருணாச்சலம்.
அன்போடு நாமங்கள் அன்பர்தம் அன்பர் அன்பனாயிடவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
என்போலும் தீனரை இன்புற காத்து நீ என்னாலும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
என்புரு கண்பர்தம் இன்சொற்கள் செவியும் முன் உன்மொழி கோளவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பொறுமையாம்பூதர புன் சொல்லை நன் சொல்லால் ஒரு தருளேஷ்டம் பின் அருணாச்சலம்.
மாலையளி தருணாச்சல ரமணாதன் மாலையளி அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மாலையளி தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்த அருள் அருணாச்சலம். அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமண மாலை வாழி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Aruna and Ram Kumar. I am Mohan Ramaswamy from Arunachala Ashrama, New York. Welcome to the 72nd Aradhana celebrations to all fellow devotees around the world. We already heard the wonderful talks, bhajans, and personal experiences from the United Kingdom, Australia, and France Satsang Groups. It makes us all very humble. We are all blessed by Bhagavan to enjoy this bliss for the rest of the day, offered by different Satsang Groups in the United States and Canada. I will read from the Mahanirvana, which is the compilation from 3 devotees. I will read from Swami Vishwanathan, the Mahanirvana of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. The unique manifestation of divine grace on earth, known and loved by us as Bhagavan Sri Ramana, receded into its reality as night set it on Friday, the April 14, 1950. Bhagavan entered into Mahanirvana at 8:47 that night. The skies announced the great event with a long, slow trail of light. Bhagavan Ramana moved with us as one of us, though he had, even as a lad of 17, found his unity with the reality underlying all appearance and had remained ever since as that resplendent, pure consciousness, the self. Though he never left Arunachala after his first arrival there, the power of his light spread silently through the world during the half-century and more of his stay there. Many earnest seekers approached him, and some found spiritual illumination in his presence. His mode of life was natural. His ways were gracious. His smile brought peace to the heart. His look was an initiation into the divine mystery. His teaching was simple, direct, and profound, based on man's natural experience of I-ness. He directed all to seek and find for themselves the source of the ego, the reality behind their individuality, from which all thoughts and actions proceed. His luminous abidance in the self was itself a teaching conveyed from heart to heart in silence, as all his actions were waves from the light within. The grace of them attracted and uplifted all who came in contact with him. What follows here is the closing chapter, an intimate account of the last year of life and the Mahanirvana of Bhagavan Sri Ramana. At the end of 1948, a small growth the size of peanut was noticed on Bhagavan's left elbow. It gradually grew in size and became painful when touched. By February 1949, it had grown into a tumor the size of a small lemon. The doctor in charge of the Ashram dispensary removed it surgically, and the wound healed up in about 10 days. At the time of the opening ceremony, the Mahakumbhabhishekam of the temple erected over the samadhi of his mother in March. Bhagavan looked all right except for a little sagging of the skin at the elbow. Soon after this, however, the tumor returned over the operated part. Eminent surgeons from Madras came and examined it, and suspecting to be malignant, they again removed it surgically on March 27. Soon after this, they treated the spot with radium. An examination of the affected tissue showed that the growth was sarcomatic. Sarcoma is excruciatingly painful, especially in its later stages, and fatal. A fresh growth was already observed while the wound was healing. So the doctors suggested amputating the arm above the affected part in the hope of saving Bhagavan's precious life. Bhagavan smiled and replied, "There is no need for an alarm. The body itself is a disease. Let it have its natural end. Why mutilate it? Simple dressing of the affected part is enough." At this time, a village physician of some repute was allowed to try herbal treatment, but it had no success. There was further aggravation, and sepsis set in. A medical board discussed the matter and decided upon a third operation in the hope of saving Bhagavan's life. Bhagavan was persuaded to agree to this. This third operation on August 7th was a major operation carefully organized and carried out by a team of doctors and surgeons. A week later, it was followed by radium treatment to destroy the affected tissues. The wound was gradually healing up, and the Bhagavan's general health showed a slight improvement for about 3 months, so that the hope revived in all parts, and then again, to the dismay of all, the tumor reappeared. Higher up on the arm, at the end of November, this necessitated a fourth operation on December 19. After the doctors were definite, if the tumor again appeared, there was nothing more they could do except administer palliatives. Now we are coming to the final day, the final days of on Thursday morning, when a doctor brought Bhagavan some medicine to relieve congestion in the lungs, Bhagavan told him that it was not necessary and everything would come right within 2 days. That night, Bhagavan told his attendants to retire for sleep or meditation and leave him alone. On Friday morning, Bhagavan said thanks to an attendant who had just finished massaging his body. The attendant, who didn't know English, blinked with surprise. So Bhagavan, smiling, explained to him the meaning of the English term. It is probable that when about to leave the physical plane, Bhagavan intended thus to express thanks to all who had served him. That evening, there was a vast gathering of devotees, and all had darshan of Bhagavan. Many stayed at the ashram after darshan. After Bhagavan's condition was critical, at about sunset, Bhagavan asked his attendants to raise him to a sitting position. They raised him up comfortably as they could, one of them gently supporting his head. One of the doctors began to give him oxygen, but Bhagavan motioned them to stop it with a wave of his right hand. There were 10 or 12 persons, doctors and attendants, in the small room. 2 of them were fanning Bhagavan. Hundreds of devotees anxiously waiting just outside. A group of devotees seated on the temple ramp opposite the little room began chanting with a devotional fervor the hymn to Arunachala, composed long ago by Bhagavan, with the chorus Arunachala Shiva. Bhagavan's eyes opened a little and flashed for a moment. From their outer edges, tears of ecstasy rolled down. The last breaths followed one another softly, smoothly, and then with no premonition, no shock, breathing stopped. Bhagavan had receded into his reality, the heart of the universe. The extraordinary peace of that hour overwhelmed everyone in his presence, felt more than ever before. It was the transcendental glory of Bhagavan, the luminous soul that prevailed. Bhagavan Ramana proclaimed in silence, unveiled, here I am, the effulgent in my eternal reality. To those blessed devotees who have contacted Bhagavan at heart, he is the eternal presence, the unchanging reality, the substratum of all appearances. But even we, the many, who have not understood and utilized properly this rare opportunity of Bhagavan's advent in our midst, the potency of his grace is such that it will, in the course of time, affect the spiritual transformation in us, annihilate our ego, the source of all evil, and absorb us back into the life of eternal. Let us open and surrender ourselves to his eternal grace. Blessed is the dust that has come in contact with his lotus feet. His words are our beacon light. The Samadhi at the foot of the south slope of Arunachala, the hill of fire, enshrining the holy frame of our Master, and Lord is our sanctuary, where we still feel his living presence as vividly as at the place of his Mahanirvana. May it bless us all forever. May Ramana's light, love, and peace spread ever wider. May his grace reign supreme. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now, Ramana Balchandar is going to sing a bhajan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. 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 Jnana Mahaguru Paraya Namo Namo Girivaraya. Jnana Mahaguru नमो नमो गिरिधराय ज्ञान महागुरुवराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय ज्ञान महागुरुवराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय ज्ञान महागुरुवराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय दीन भक्त सुखकराय देव देव रमणाय ज्ञान महागुरुपराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय दीन भक्त सुखकराय देव देव रमणाय ज्ञान महागुरुपराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय दीन भक्त सुखकराय देव देव रमणाय ओम नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ओम नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ओम हीन देह लोक अभिमान में नान्य न दागी हीन देह लोक अभिमान में नान्य न दागी हीन देह लोक अभिमान में नान्य न दागी यदु मुन्मै அறியாதே எண்ணில்லா பிறவியாகி हीन देह लोक अभिमान में नान्य न दागी यदु मुन्मै அறியாதே எண்ணில்லா பிறவியாகி हीन देह लोक अभिमान में नान्य न दागी यदु मुन्मै அறியாதே எண்ணில்லா பிறவியாகி ஞான தேசிகா ஞான தேசிகா முடிவிலும் பாதமே எங்கதியாகி ஞான தேசிகா முடிவிலும் பாதமே எங்கதியாகி ஞான தேசிகா முடிவிலும் பாதமே எங்கதியாகி நாளடைந்தேன் மாம் பாரி ஞான தேசிகா முடிவிலும் பாதமே எங்கதியாகி நாளடைந்தேன் மாம் பாகி ரமணா ஞான சிவயோகி ஞான தேசிகா முடிவிலும் பாதமே எங்கதியாகி நாளடைந்தேன் மாம் பாகி ரமணா ஞான சிவயோகி ஓம் நமோ
भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय श्रीरमणाय
Thank you, Ramana Balachandran. Now, Aditi Iyer is going to chant.
என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசாயன் பால் என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசாயன் பால் என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசாயன் பால் எண்ணியுள்ளனை எந்த ரமணா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசாயன் பால் எண்ணியுள்ளனே எந்த ரமணா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசாயன் பால் எண்ணியுள்ளனே எந்த ரமணா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசா என் உன்னை என்று உன்னை என்று உள்ளம் போங்கமோ திண்ணை என்னவன் பிள்ளையந்தன் மீதே உன்னை என்று என் உள்ளம் போங்கமோ பின்னை என்னவன் பிள்ளையந்தன் மீதே என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசா என் பால் எண்ணியுள்ளனே எந்த ரமணா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசா என் முன்னை கண்மமெல்லாம் மூண்டழவும் சாட்சி முன்னை கண்மமெல்லாம் மூண்டழவும் சாட்சி மோனம் கொண்டு நின்றால் மூழ்வதென்னவோ முன்னை கண்மமெல்லாம் மூண்டழவும் சாட்சி மோனம் கொண்டு நின்றால் மூழ்வதென்னவோ என்னை யாரிடர என்னை யாரிடர என்னை யாரிடர எந்தை காண்பையோ அன்னை தந்தையான அநாத ரக்ஷகா என்னை யானிடர எந்தை காண்பையோ அன்னை தந்தையான அநாத ரக்ஷகா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசா என்பால் எண்ணியுள்ளனே எந்தையே ரமணா என்ன எண்ணமோ ஈசா என்பா
Thank you, Aditi. Now, Aparna Subramanian is going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is an offering of a few verses from Sri Janaki Mata's composition of Sri Arunachaleshwara Arunaramana Ekatva Sostram. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Ramana Gurave Namaha. Arunagiri Ramana Rudan Arulai Eduthodida Aingara Ganapatiye Arulindarulvaye. Arunagiri Ramana, Arunagiri Ramana, Arunagiri Ramana, Arunachala, Arunagiri Ramana, Arunagiri Ramana, Arunagiri Ramana, Arunachala. நுண்ணூறு மனதை விண்ணூறு வாக்கியுன் ஒளியான ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நூறு நூறு ஜன்மங்களை நொறுக்கி என்னை ஆண்ட தீர ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நெஞ்சம் நெகிழ்ந்துருகும் எனக்கு நேர்வழி அருளிய நிச்சல ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நேர்பட்டால் நின்னோக்கில் ஜன்ம நோய் வாய்ப்படுவரோ தன்மய ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நைந்தமிழ்ந்து நான் நாசமாகாமல் காத்திட்ட நித்திய ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நொந்து மனது வெந்து கருவிடாமல் அருளிய தர்ம ரமணா அருணாச்சலா நோக்கியே நோக்கிலே பாக்கி இல்லாமல் செய்த வல்லவரமணா அருணாச்சலா பஞ்சகோஷம் தாண்டிய பரமபதமருளிய பரமரமணா அருணாச்சலா பாஷபந்தம் மறுத்து ஈசபந்தம் அருளிய ஈஷரமணா அருணாச்சலா பிராரப்தமும் நீக்கி பயமற்றிருக்கவருள் பாரேஷரமணா அருணாச்சலா விதியகற்றி அருள் போதம் அருளிய போதரமணா அருணாச்சலா புகழின் பாதமே என்று போற்றி மகிழ்வேன் புனிதரமணா அருணாச்சலா பூமியில் இருக்கும் வரை பூஜிக்க நீலை அருள் பூரண ரமணா அருணாச்சலா பெயர் கரிய பரம்பொருளே வேதமற்ற தனிப்பொருள் அபேதரமணா அருணாச்சலா என்னை கைவிடாமல் பாதஞ்செய்யாமல் காத்திட்ட அற்புத அருணாச்சலா பைந்தமிழ் செல்வமே பிரபஞ்சமுய்ய வந்த பிரபோ ரமணா அருணாச்சலா பொங்கும் அருள் பிரவாகமே நடனம் புரியும் Ramana Arunachala Swarupame Arul Yoga Swarupame Yogi Ramana Arunachala Aumane Sarva Characharangalukkum Parthiva Ramana Arunachala Mangada Jodiye Malaye Arunai Ambalatil Mangala Ramana Arunachala Margari Tingal Manillavadaritta Madhava Ramana Arunachala Mittal Tirthenai Anda Mudiyadiyil நின்ற முடிவே ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மீதியில்லாமல் என்னை அமுதவாரியில்லாமல் தீய ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மும்மதம் நீக்கிய முக்தனாய் பிறந்திட்டாய் முக்தி ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மூவரும் தேவருமாய் மூர்த்தி உருக்கொண்டு வந்த முதல்வனே ரமணா அருணாச்சலா பொருளாய் வந்து பொய் பொலரித்த மெய்யனே ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மேகம் போல் பொழிந்தருள் தாகணி தீடும் மேதை ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மைந்தனாய் சுந்தர ஐயர் என்ற தவச்செல்வமே சுந்தர ரமணா அருணாச்சலா முட்டாயிருந்த மனதை ரவியாய் நின்ற மலரச் செய்த சூரிய ரமணா அருணாச்சலா மோஷம் செய்யாதென்னை மோக்ஷமளித்தாண்டாய் மோக்ஷரமணா அருணாச்சலா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணாச்சலா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணகிரி ரமணா அருணாச்சலா அருணை ரமணர் நாமம் ஜெயிக்கட்டும் அருணாச்சலேஷன் அருளால் அடியார்கள் ஜெயிக்கட்டும் அருணை ரமணன் அருளால்.
Thank you, Aparna. Now Ravi Ramaswamy is going to chant Saddarshana Bharsha.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Sat Pratyaya Kim Nu Vihaya Santam Hruddesha Chinto Rahito Hrudakyaha Katam Smaramastamameyamekam Tasya Smrutistatra Drudhaiva Nishta Mrutyunjayam Mrutyubhyashritanam Aham maten Mrutyumupaiti Purvam Atasvabhavat Amruteshu Teshu Katham Punar Mrutyudhiyo Vakashaha Sarvainidanam Jagatohamastya Vacha Prabhukaschidapara Shaktihi Chitretra Lokyam Cha Vilokita Cha Patak Prakashopya Bhavat Sayekaha Arabhyate Jiva Jagat Paratma Tattvabhidhanena Matam Samastam Idam Trayam Yavadaham Matisya Sarvottamaham Matishunya Nishta Satyam Rushava Chididam Jadam Va Dukkam Sukham Veti Mudha Vivadaha Adruštaloka Niraham Pratitihi Nishta Vikalpa Paramakhileshta Swarupa Buddhir Jagadishwarecha Swarupa Dhiratmani Yavadasti अरूप आत्मा यदि कः प्रपश्येत् सा दृष्टिरेका नवधिर्हि पूर्णा यत्पञ्चकोशात्मकमस्ति देहं तदन्तरा किं भुवनं च कास्ति देहं विना पञ्चविधं तदेतत् पश्यन्ति के वा भुवनं भणन्तो शब्दादिरूपं भुवनं समस्तं शब्दादिसत्तेन्द्रियवृत्तिभास्य सत्तेन्द्रियाणां मनसो वशे स्यात् मनोमयं तद्भुवनं वदाम धिया सहोदेति धियास्तमेति लोकस्ततो प्रविभात्य एषः धीलोकजन्मक्षयधाम पूर्णं सद्वस्तु जन्मक्षयशून्यमेकम् भवन्तु सद्दर्शनसाधनानि परस्य नामाकृतिभिः सपर्याः सद्वस्तु निप्राप्त तदात्मभाव निष्ठैव सद्दर्शनमित्यवेहि द्वन्द्वाणि सर्वाण्यखिलास्त्रिपुट्यः किञ्चित् समाश्रित्य विभान्ति वस्तु तन्मार्गणे स्याद्गलितं समस्तं न पश्यतां सञ्चलनं कदापि विद्या कथं भाति न चेदविद्या विद्या विना किं प्रविभात्य विद्या द्वयं च कस्येति विचार्य मूला स्वरूपनिष्ठा परमार्थविद्या बोद्धारमात्मानमजानतो यो बोधस्य किं स्यात् परमार्थबोधः बोधस्य बोध्यस्य च संशयं स्वं विजानतस्तद्विषयं विनश्येत् निद्रा न विद्या ग्रहणं न विद्या गृह्णाति किञ्चिन्न यथार्थबोधे निद्रा पदार्था ग्रहणेतरा स्यात् चिदेव विद्या विलसन्त्यशून्या सत्यश्चिदात्मा विविधाकृतिश्चेत् सिद्धे पृथक् सत्यचितो न भिन्ना भूषा विकारः किमु सन्ति सत्यं विना सुवर्णं पृथगत्र लोके तद्युष्मदोरस्मदि सम्प्रतिष्ठा तस्मिन् विनष्टे स्मदिभूलबोधात् तद्युष्मदस्मन्मतिवर्जितैका स्थितिज्वलन्ती सहजात्मना स्यात् भूतं भविष्यश्च भवत्स्वकाले तद्वर्तमानस्य विहाय तत्त्वं हास्यान किं स्याद्गतभाविचर्चा विनैकसंख्यां गणनेव लोके क्व भाति दिक्कालकथा विनास्मान् दिक्काललीलेह वपुर्वयं चेत् न क्वापि भामो न कदापि भामो वयं तु सर्वत्र सदा च भामः देहात्मभावे ज्ञजडौ समानौ एकस्य देहे हृदि दीप्त आत्मा आक्रम्य देहं च जगच्च पूर्णः परस्य मेयं तनुमात्रमात्मा अग्नस्य विघ्नस्य च विश्वमस्ति पूर्वस्य दृश्यं जगदेव सत्यं परस्य दृश्याशयभूतमेकं सत्यं प्रपूर्णं प्रविभात्य रूपं विदे प्रयत्नस्य च कोऽपि वादः तयोर्द्वयो मूलमजानतां स्यात् विदे प्रयत्नस्य च मूलवस्तु संजानतां नैव विधिर्न यत्नः यदीशीतुर्वीक्षणमीक्षितारम् अवीक्ष्य तन्मानसिके क्षणं स्यात् न द्रष्टुरन्यः परमोहितस्य वीक्षा स्वमूले प्रविलीय निष्ठा आत्मानमीक्षेत परं प्रपश्येत् इत्यागमोक्ते सुलभो न भावः नात्मैव दृश्यो यदि का कथेशे स्वयं तदन्नी भवनं तदीक्ष्य धिये प्रकाशं परमो वितीर्य स्वयं धियोऽन्तः प्रविभाति गुप्तः धियं परावर्त्य धियोऽन्तरेऽत्र संयोजनानेश्वर दृष्टिरन्या न वक्ति देहोऽहमिति प्रसुप्तौ न कोऽपि न भुवमिति प्रवक्ति यत्रोदिते सर्वमुदेति तस्य धियाहमशोधय जन्मदेशम् देहो न जानाति सतो न जन्म देह प्रमाणोऽन्य उदेति मध्ये अहं कृति ग्रन्थि बिबन्ध सूक्ष्म शरीर चेतो भवजीवनामा रूपोद्भवो रूपतति प्रतिष्ठो रूपाशनो धूत गृहीत रूपः स्वयं विरूपः स्वविचार काले दावत्यहंकार पिशाच एषः भावेऽहमः सर्वमिदं विभाति लयेऽहमो नैव विभाति किञ्चित् तस्मादहं रूपमिदं समस्तं तन्मार्गणं सर्वजयाय मार्गः सत्यास्तितिर्नाहमुदेति यत्र तच्चोदयस्थान गवेषणेन विना न नश्येद्यदिदन्न नश्येत् स्वात्मैक्यरूपा कथमस्तु निष्ठा कूपे यथा गाढजले तथान्तः निमज्य बुद्ध्या शितया नितान्तं प्राणं च वाचं च नियम्य चिन्वन् विन्दे निजाहं कृतिमूलरूपं मौनेन मज्जन्मनसा स्वमूल चर्चैव सत्यात्मविचारणं स्यात् येषोऽहमेतन्न मम स्वरूपम् इति प्रमासत्यविचारणङ्गम् गवेषणात् प्राप्य हृदन्तरं तत् पदे दहन्ता परिभुग्नशिष्य अताहमन्यः स्फुरति प्रकृष्टम् नाहं कृतिस्तत्परमेव पूर्णम् अहं कृतिम्यो लसति ग्रथित्वा किं तस्य कार्यं परिशिष्टमस्ति किञ्चिद्विजानाति सनात्मनोऽन्यत् तस्य स्थितिं भावयितुं क्षमकः अहस्फुटं तत्त्वमसीति वेदः तथाप्यसम्प्राप्य परात्मनिष्ठां भूयो विचारो मतिदुर्बलत्वं तत्सर्वदा स्वात्मतया हि भाति न वेद्महं मामुत वेद्महं मा इति प्रमादो मनुजस्य हास्यः दृग्दृश्य भेदात् किमयं द्विधात्मा स्वात्मैकतायां हि धियां न भेदाः हृत्प्राप्य सद्धाम निजस्वरूपे स्वभावसिद्धेनुपलभ्य निष्ठां मायाविलासः सदसत्स्वरूपः विरूपनानैकमुखप्रवादाः सिद्धस्य वित्तिः सख एव सिद्धिः स्वप्नोपमानः खलु सिद्धयोन्याः स्वप्नप्रबुद्धस्य कथं नु सत्यः सतस्थितः किं पुनरेति मायाम् सोऽहं विचारे वपुरात्मभावे साहाय्यकारी परमार्गणस्य स्वात्मैक्यसिद्धौ स पुनर्निरर्थो यथा नरत्वप्रमिथिर्नरस्य द्वैतं विचारे परमार्थबोधे तु अद्वैतमित्येष न साधुवादः गवेषणात् प्राग्दशमे विनष्टे पश्चाच्च लभ्ये दशमत्वमेकम् करोमि कर्मेति नरोऽभिजानन् बाध्यो भवेत् कर्मफलं च भोक्तुम् विचारधूता हृदि कर्तृता चेत् कर्मत्रयं नश्यति सैव मुक्तिः बद्धत्वभावे सति मोक्षचिन्ता बन्धस्तु कस्येति विचारणेन सिद्धे स्वयं स्वात्मनि नित्यमुक्ते क्व बन्धचिन्ता क्व च मोक्षचिन्ता रूपिण्यरूपिण्युभयात्मिका च मुक्तिस्त्रिरूपेति विधो वदन्ति इदं त्रयं या विविनक्तहन्दिः तस्या प्रणाशः परमार्थमुक्तिः सद्दर्शनं द्राविडवाङ्निबद्धं महर्षिणा श्रीरमणेन शुद्धं प्रबन्धमुत्कृष्टममर्त्यवाण्याम् अनूद्य वासिष्ठमुनिर्व्यतानि सत्तत्त्वसारं सरलं दधाना मुमुक्षुलोकाय मुदं दधाना अमानुष श्रीरमणीयवाणी मयूखभित्तिर्मुनिवाग्विभाति। ओम नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय।
Thank you, Ravi. Now, Lavanya Hari is going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Ramana Padam Tavam Karunai Nidam Tarum Ramana Muni Nidai Maname. Ramana Padam Tavam Karunai Nidam Tarum Ramana Muni Nidai Maname. Ramana Muni Nidai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Arunai Malai Idai Tiruvinvadi Udai Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Arunai Malai Idai Tiruvinvadi Udai Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Vanda Vinay Vidatanda Vinay Saya Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Vanda Vinay Vidatanda Vinay Saya Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Jnana Guru Vidamonarul Pera Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Jnana Guru Vidamona Arul Pera Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Vedamurai padinadam dinam perra Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Vedamurai padinadam dinam perra Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Kallamana Vidavullam Nilai Pera Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Kallamana Vidavullam Nilai Pera Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Ramana Muni Ninai Maname. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. Charanam Ramana Gurudeva. चरणं रमण गुरुदेवा चरणं रमण गुरुदेवा चरणं रमण गुरुदेवा ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय.
Thank you, Lavanya. Now Swarupa Ramkumar is going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Ekamaksharam Hridhi Nirantaram Bhasate Svayam Likyate Katam Hridaya Kuhara Madhye Kevalam Brahmamatram Yamahamiti Sakshat Atmarupena Bhati Hridhi Vishamanasasvam Chinvata Majjatava Pavana Chalana Rodhat Atmanishto Bhavatvam Deham Mrinmaya Vajadatmakam Aham Buddhirna Tasyasyato Naham Tattadapeta Sukti Samaye Siddhatma Sadbhavataha Koham Bhavayuta Kuto Varadiya Trishtatmanishtatmanam Soham Spurtitaya Arunachala Shiva Puno Vibhati Svayam Soham Spurtitaya Arunachala Shiva Puno Vibhati Svayam Arunachala Shiva Puno Vibhati Svayam. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Swarupa. This comes to the end of Arunachala Ashram Group morning program. Now we will hand it over to Ottawa Group.
चिंताविहीनम् अपार सच्चित् सुखवारिराशे यस्यो निर्मात्रं भुवनं समस्तं गुहाहितं तं रमणं गभीरं चिंताविहीनं हृदि चिन्तयामि. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. To celebrate Bhagavan's 72nd Aradhana, the devotees from Nova Scotia Arunachala Ashrama, Ogdensburg Ramanachalam, and the Ottawa Satsang Group are very pleased to make the following offerings. Selected shlokas from Vibhu Gita, rendered by Dr. Anil Sharma and Vidya Sharma. This will be followed by readings on Spiritual Heart from Ramana Gita and Gems by Evelyn Safier and Darlene Karamanos. Bhajans will be rendered by Aparna Ramnath, Madhu Padmanabhan, and Ramya Krishnan, and flute recitation by Kashi Dilip. We will conclude with chanting of Pasuram, Ekasloki, and Mohamudgaram by Ananta Padmanabhan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Let us imagine ourselves sitting in front of Sri Bhagavan, either in Virupaksha cave or in Skandashramam, while we chant a soul-stirring text that describes Sri Bhagavan's state of abidance in the one reality. The sacred text referred to is none other than the Ribhu Gita, whose study Sri Bhagavan recommended to some devotees as a valuable aid in their spiritual growth. Here we offer some representative verses from chapter 26 of Ribhu Gita. Vegovidamai tondrayidum bhedam ellam vicharikilloru kalam illave illai akilam me anmavuk bhinnamana akanda para brahmamendrum adunanendrum tagamimi ghumti damana nichayattai tappamallepodum abhyasittai Sakalamumei handu para brahma tondrai santatamum tanmayamai sakitarupai.
When inquired into deeply, all the multitude of differences will be seen to be never existent. All is the undivided Supreme Brahman, which is not different from the Self, and that am I. By always correctly practicing in this exalted certitude and relinquishing all else, be in the bliss of being ever that itself.
Vidam vidamai vilangiyavattu vidam ellam vicharakil yadanadayalilada dagum tidumarova karya karanangal ellam Tilamalavum yadanadayalilada dagum Yadanadanil manadukalantirukkam kale Ittuvida bhayamanuvamilada dagum Adanmayamai dvittabayam manuvamindri Asanchalamaya navaradam sukittarupai.
That in which all these apparent differences of duality cease to exist when inquired into, in which all cause and effect, even a trace thereof, cease to exist, and in which not a trace of this sphere of duality exists when the mind is merged therein, being that itself, ever abide in unwavering bliss.
Yadanidayil sankalpam vikalpam illai Yadanidayil shantiyilai dantiyillai Yadanidayil manadumilai madiyum illai Yadanidayil mayalumilai tunimumillai Yadanidayil bhavamilai abhavam illai Yadanidayil ittuvida ariveyillai Adanmayamai vittabayam manuvumindri Asanchalamaya navaradam sukittarupai.
That in which there is neither a sankalpa nor a vikalpa, in which there is neither peace nor perturbance, in which there is neither mind nor intellect, in which there is no confusion or conviction, in which there is no bhava or absence of bhava, in which there is no cognition of duality at all, being as that itself, without the least fear of duality, ever abide in unwavering bliss.
Yadanidayil todamilai gunamum illai Yadanidayil dukkha sukam evayum illai Yadanidayil maunamilai vakum illai Yadanidayil vantavame tondram illai Yadanidayil deyam aham enalai illai Yadanidayil dirsi amor anuvum illai Adanidayil sankalpam manuvumindri ammayamayana varadan sukittarupai.
That in which there is nothing bad or good, in which there is neither sorrow nor pleasure, in which there is neither silence nor speech, in which there are no pairs of opposites, in which there is no distinction of I or body, and in which there is not the least thing to perceive, ever abide in bliss, without a trace of a concept, in that itself as that itself.
எதனிடையில் காய்கமாஞ்செயலும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் வாச்சிக்கமாஞ்செயலும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் மானதமாஞ்செயலும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் மற்றும் ஒரு செயலும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் பாவமரம் எவையும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் பற்று பலன் அணுவும் இல்லை, அதனிடையில் சங்கல்பம் அணுவுமின்றி அம்மயமாயன வரதன் சுகீதரூபாய்.
That in which there is no activity of body, in which there is no activity of speech, in which there is no activity of the mind, in which there is no activity of any other kind, in which there is nothing sinful or meritorious, and in which there is no trace of desire or its consequences, ever abide in bliss, without a trace of a concept, in that itself as that itself.
எதனிடையில் கல்பனையே என்றும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் கல்பிப்போன் தானும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் பிரபஞ்சம் உதிக்கவில்லை, எதனிடையில் பிரபஞ்சம் இருக்கவில்லை, எதனிடையில் பிரபஞ்சம் ஒடுங்கவில்லை, எதனிடையில் எவையும் ஒரு காலம் இல்லை, அதனிடையில் சங்கல்பம் அணுவுமின்றி அம்மயமாயன வரதன் சுகீதரூபாய்.
That in which there is never any imagination, in which there is no one who imagines, in which the universe has not arisen, in which the universe does not exist, in which the universe does not get dissolved, and in which nothing exists at any time, ever abide in bliss, without a trace of a concept, in that itself as that itself.
எதனதையில் மாயையுடை தோற்றம் இல்லை, எதனதையில் மாயை செய்யும் செயலும் இல்லை, எதனதையில் வித்தையில்லை அவித்தை இல்லை, எதனதையில் ஈசனிலை ஜீவர் இல்லை, எதனதையில் சத்துமில்லை சத்தும் இல்லை, எதனிடையில் ஜெகத்தோற்றம் இறையும் இல்லை, அதனிடையில் சங்கல்பம் அணுவமின்றி அம்மயமாயன வரதம் சுகீதரூபாய்.
That in which there is no appearance of Maya, in which there are no effects of Maya, in which there is neither knowledge nor ignorance, in which there is neither Lord Ishvara nor individual Jiva, in which there is neither reality nor unreality, and in which there is not the least appearance of the world, ever abide in bliss, without a trace of a concept, in that itself as that itself.
This is chapter 5 from Sri Ramana Gita, The Science of the Heart. In the aforesaid year, on the night of the 9th of August, Ramana Muni spoke exhaustively regarding the heart. That from which all thoughts of embodied beings issue forth is called the heart. All description of it are only mental concepts. The I thought is said to be the root of all thoughts. In brief, That from which the I thought springs forth is the heart. If the heart be located in Anahat chakra, how does the practice of yoga begin in Muladhara? Bhagavan replied, this heart is different from the blood circulating organ. Hridayam stands for Hrit, the center which sucks in everything, and Ayan, this, and it thus stands for the self. The location of this heart is on the right side of the chest, not at all on the left. The light of awareness flows from the heart through Sushumna to Sahasrara. From there it flows to the entire body, and then all experiences of the world arise. Viewing them as different from the light, one gets caught up in samsara. The Sahasrara of one who abides in the self is nothing but pure light. Any thought that approaches it cannot survive. Even when an object, owing to its nearness, is sensed by the mind, it is no hindrance to yoga, as the mind perceives no difference. The state in which awareness is firm and one-pointed, even when objects are sensed, is called Sahaj Sthiti. The state in which objects are absent is called Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The whole universe is in the body, and the whole body is in the heart. Hence, all the universe is contained in the heart. The universe is nothing but the mind, and the mind is nothing but the heart. Thus, the entire story of the universe culminates in the heart. The heart is to the body what the sun is to the world. The mind in Sahasrara is like the orb of the moon in the world. As the sun gives light to the moon, even so, this heart gives light to the mind. A mortal absent from the heart perceives only the mind, just as the light of the moon is perceived at night in the absence of the sun. Not perceiving that the true source of light is one's own self, and mentally perceiving objects as apart from oneself, the ignorant one is deluded. The jnani present in the heart sees the light of the mind merged in the light of the heart, like moonlight in daylight. The wise know that the superficial meaning of prajnana is mind, and its true meaning is the heart. The supreme is nothing but the heart. The notion that the seer is different from the seen is only in the mind. For those who abide in the heart, the seer and the seen are one. The thought process arrested by swooning, sleep, excessive joy or sorrow, fear, and so on, goes back to its source, the heart. The ignorant one does not know that at such times thought has entered the heart, but one in samadhi knows it. Hence arises the difference in names. This is the 5th chapter entitled The Science of the Heart. In Sri Ramana Gita, the science of Brahman and the scripture of yoga, composed by Ramana's disciple, Vasisht Ganapati. In the heart, Arunachala, we see Shiva, we see Shankara. In the heart, Arunachala, we see Shiva, we see Ramana. In the heart, Arunachala, we see Shiva, we see Shankara. In the heart, Arunachala, we see Shiva, we see Ramana. In the heart. A reading from Gems, Chapter 9, The Heart. In the center of the cavity of the heart, the soul Brahman shines by itself as the self. In the feeling of I. Reach the heart by diving within yourself, either with control of breath or with thought concentrated on the quest of the self. You will thus get fixed in the self. The self is the heart. The heart is self-luminous. Light arises from the heart and reaches the brain, which is the seat of the mind. The world is seen with the mind, that is, by the reflected light of the self. It is perceived with the aid of the mind. When the mind is illumined, it is aware of the world. When it is not itself so illumined, it is not aware of the world. If the mind is turned inward towards the source of light, objective knowledge ceases and the self alone shines forth as the heart. The moon shines by the reflected light of the sun. When the sun is set, the moon is useful for revealing objects. When the sun has risen, no one needs the moon, although the pale disk of the moon is still visible in the sky. So it is with the mind and the heart. Shariram surupam tathava kalatham yashascharuchitram dhanam nirutuyam manastina lagna gurur gripale tadakim Kaletram dhanam putra disarvam graham bandhava sarvamitahijatam Manascinatagna gururam gripadme tadakim Shaidangadivedo mukhe shastravedya Karitvadigabhyam supadyam karoti manascinatagna gurur gripadme tadakim Videshishu manya swadeshishu dhanya Sadachara vritishu manitona chanya Manastina क्षमामण्डले भूपालवृन्दे सदा सेवितं यस्य पादारविन्दं मनस्येन दत्त्वा गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे यशो मे गतं दीक्षु दानप्रपात जगद्वस्तु सर्वं करेयप्रसादात् मनश्चेन दत्त्वा गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे न भोगे न योगे न वाचिराजो न कान्तामुखे नैव वित्तेषु चेतम् मनस्तेन लग्ना गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे अरण्येन वा स्वस्य गेहेन कार्ये न देहे मनोवर्तते वनस्ये मनश्चेन लग्ना गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे तथा किं गुरोरष्टकं यः पठेत् पुण्यदेहि यत् भूपतिर्ब्रह्मचारी च देहे लभेत् वाञ्छितार्थं परं ब्रह्म सम्यक् गुरोरुत्तमाख्ये मनो यस्य लग्ना गुरोरुत्तमाख्ये मनो यस्य लग्ना गुरोरुत्तमाख्ये मनो यस्य लग्ना करुणा सिन्धो श्रीरमणा दया सागर गुरुदेवा करुणा सिन्धो श्रीरमणा दया सागर गुरुदेवा नमामि जपामि भजामि स्मरामि नमामि जपामि भजामि स्मरामि त्वमेव सर्वं हे प्रभो 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 करुणा सिन्धो श्रीरमणा दया सागर गुरुदेवा
करुणा सिन्धो श्रीरमणा दया सागर गुरुदेवा दया सागर गुरुदेवा दया सागर गुरुदेवा सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम स्वरूप आप है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम जीवन का मर्म है गुरुदेव 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 सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सत्य धर्म शांति प्रेम सबको दीजो सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामीनाथ सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामीनाथ शंभो कुमार पाहि मां शंभो कुमार पाहि मां शरवण भव गुह षण्मुखनाथ शरवण भव गुह षण्मुखनाथ शंकर बाला पाहि मां शंकर बाला पाहि मां अम्बुज संभव गर्भनिषूदन अम्बुज संभव गर्भनिषूदन अम्बुजलोचन पाहि मां अम्बुजलोचन पाहि मां आगम संस्तुत आश्रित वत्सल आगम संस्तुत आश्रित वत्सल आश्चर्य रूप पाहि मां आश्चर्य रूप पाहि मां उमानन्दन उपेन्द्र प्रिय उमानन्दन उपेन्द्र प्रिय उत्सवलालित पाहि मां उत्सवलालित पाहि मां ओंकाराधिप पोषधि पोषक ओंकाराधिप पोषधि पोषक ओं गुरुनायक पाहि मां ओं गुरुनायक पाहि मां सच्चिदानन्दन स्कन्दगिरीश सच्चिदानन्दन स्कन्दगिरीश सुन्दर रूप पाहि मां सुन्दर रूप पाहि मां शक्ति शिव प्रिय शात महेश शक्ति शिव प्रिय शांत महेश्वर शंभुपदेश पाहि मां शंभुपदेश पाहि मां सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामीनाथ सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामीनाथ शंभु कुमार पाहि मां शंभु कुमार पाहि मां शरवण भव गुह षण्मुखनादा शरवण भव गुह षण्मुखनादा शंकर बाला पाहि मां शंकर बाला पाहि मां।
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskar. We conclude our Aradhana offerings with a pasuram signifying non-dual Advaitam in duality, Sri Shankaracharya's Ekasloki, where a guru leads a disciple to Aham Brahmasmi step by step, and disciples' total surrender to Guru, as in the final sloka of Moga Mudgaram or Bhajagovindam by Sri Shankaracharya. Tal Shadayum Neemudiyum Unmalvum Chakaramu Churaravum Ponnanum Tondrum Churum Tirandaruvi Payum Tirumalai Mel Yandaik Tirumale Mel Yandaik Tirumale Mel Yandaik Iranduruum Ondrai Isaiந்து Iranduruum Ondrai Isaiந்து Kim Jodistava Bhanuman Aganime Ratro Pradipatikam Syadevam Ravidibhadarsanavido Kim Jyotir Atyahime Sakshuhu Tasya Nimilanadi Samaye Kim Dihi निमीलनादि समये धीः धियो दर्शने किम् तत्राहम् धियो दर्शने तत्र अहम् अथो भवान् परमकं ज्योतिः अहं परमकं ज्योतिः अहं परमकं ज्योतिः तदस्मि प्रभो तदस्मि प्रभो गुरुचरणाम्बुज निर्भरभक्त संसारात् अचिरात् भवमुक्त गुरुचरणाम्बुज निर्भरभक्त संसारात् अचिरात् भवमुक्तः क्षेत्रीय मानस नियमादेवो क्षेत्रीय मानस नियमादेवो द्रक्षसि निज हृदयस्थं देवं द्रक्षसि निज हृदयस्थं देवं भज गोविन्दं भज रमणं भज गोविन्दं भज रमणं ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम तत्सद
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I like to introduce Swami Chidananda. He was very gracious enough last year also when we approached for him to speak on Bhagavan or on his teachings. I will give a brief description of Swami Chidananda. He has been a speaker, a writer, and teacher of spiritual topics for nearly 3 decades. He is the founder of a non-government organization engaged in dialogues in human values, promotion of spiritual studies. At the age of 23, he was inspired by the eloquent discourses of the famous Vedanta teacher, Swami Chinmayananda. He put aside a career in electronics engineering and went on to study Upanishads. He studied at his Guru's ashram in Mumbai between 1984 and 86, and thereafter served the master institution Chinmaya Mission for 16 years between 1986 and 2002. He was the resident Acharya in San Jose, and I had the good fortune of hearing him sometime in the middle of 1990s. He was always very humble, gracious, and very, very open to all ideas of Vedanta. In 1984, he chanced upon Arthur Osborne's book, the teachings of Sri Ramana Maharshi in his own words. He never looked back and has remained a devotee of Bhagavan since then. He, however, went on to study the Upanishads in detail and got involved in J. Krishnamurti's teachings too. Between 1993 and 98, he was the resting teacher of Vedanta at Chinmaya Mission San Jose. In 2002, he left the mission and has since been, he has been an independent resource person. Born in the coastal Karnataka, he lives in Solan, Himachal Pradesh. He has written many books, at least 6 of them or 7 of them I know. And Equanimous Mind, Erase the Ego, Freedom in Action, Light on Right Living, Amrita Bindu Upanishad, Reflection of Self-Knowledge, and Mukundamala. With this introduction, I humbly request Swami Chidananda to speak. Hari Om.
Yes. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Tathaya Nijaya Kalusham Harata Karuna Nidhina Runa Shaila Jusha Kagavahana Bhashita Tattva Vida Vrishavahana Mauna Rahasya Bhrata Ramanena Sanathamidam Vanam. I salute all devotees of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi first. I salute Bhagavan Maharshi for all the light we have received and we will be receiving from this effulgent source that he is. May his grace be upon us to imbibe his teachings rightly, conduct the inquiry properly, and reach the true goal of our life, that is, knowing our own true nature. The Shastras, the Vedas have been unanimous in saying that the goal of human life is to know one's own true nature. What we today take ourselves to be is really not our real self. It's an intruder, it's a phantom figure, it's a bundle of self-judgments. We call it the ego. And erasing the ego is indeed the true spiritual goal and the true goal of human life. This self-realization may have been talked of in different ways in different schools of wisdom. Bhagavan Maharshi himself called it not only Atmanishta or Atma Sakshatkara, but as especially is relevant to this talk, he often referred to it as abiding in the heart. Heart, Ritstala. This mind of ours gets into so many fancies. When we are spiritually immature, we realize or we find that this mind goes after fancies of the world, sense objects, money, pleasure, and so on. When we get a little spiritually mature, we begin to understand that the fundamental or the primary illusion is what we think of ourselves. This mind conjures up a certain sense of who I am, and we fall in love with that sense of I so strongly, so badly, that our true I remains unnoticed. Maharshi and great seers tell us tirelessly that whether you recognize it or not, you are the pure self. This pure self is also called Hrit Sthala, the place of the heart. And there is an old English saying which was relevant, which was true probably in the good old days when the Roman Empire was at its helm. The statement goes, all roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Everybody was so fascinated with Rome, the Roman Empire, the Roman state, and they would go to Rome to learn, to grow, to make money, or whatever. In this lecture, I wish to share some thoughts around not the statement, all roads lead to Rome, but a modified statement, all roads lead to Om. What is this Om here? Om or Pranava, once more, has been given by the Vedas, the Upanishads, as the best name for the supreme truth. Therefore, mind, letting go of its fancies, its illusions, its delusions, and staying put in the pure self may be called a great journey on the part of every one of us, not towards Rome. Leave aside that old statement. It's a great journey towards Om, our own true nature. The thoughts that I will now share with you, which are inspired by the great teachings of Sri Ramana Maharshi, actually revolve around a particular shloka in the short but very significant work, Upadesha Sara. Upadesha Sara literally means the essence of the teachings. It is placed in one of the works in praise of Shiva by Muruganar, and over there in the story, it's the Upadesha, it's the instructions that Lord Shiva gives to certain householder spiritual practitioners. However, that Upadesha, that spiritual instruction put in the mouth of Lord Mahadeva, Lord Arunachala, is the summary of Bhagavan Maharshi's teachings too. And the verse I referred to is no other than the 10th verse in Upadesha Sara, which has totally 30 verses. Upadesha Sara is a work that can easily be recommended for lots of beginners on the spiritual path, but that doesn't mean that it's only for beginners. Even advanced students would derive great benefit from Upadesha Sara, for this work of 30 verses puts in a nutshell the very essentials of not only the Vichara Marga, the path of inquiry, but also of Karma Marga, which is Karma Yoga, Bhakti Marga or Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga or Patanjali's system of spiritual exercises, and of course the Vichara Marga we mentioned already. And the 10th verse is such a wonderful verse that at one place synthesizes all these paths. The four celebrated paths, which are much discussed in Sanatana Dharma, and 400 combinations, in a manner of saying, of those four are all put together here. A samanvaya is done. By samanvaya, I mean Maharshi claims here that all these spiritual paths are not divergent. They seem to be different from each other, but they come together and they bring us to one destination, which is Hritsthale Manaswastata. Manaha is this very unsteady mind of ours. If the mind is made pure through upasana, through bhakti, through good habits, through satsanga, and so on, the same mind becomes capable of freeing itself from the clutches of worldly attractions, bad habits, etc. And the same mind which was so fickle otherwise will be able to stay, not just stay very well, very firmly. The English word stay and the Sanskrit root stha mean the same. One stays means one remains. And in Sanskrit, stha, tishtati, one stays, remains in the pure self, never to be pulled away to one of the countless forms of the ego. I am good, I am bad, I am a loser, I am a winner, I am better than this right side neighbor, but not as good as the left side neighbor. I am handsome, I am old, I am young. Thousands of self-descriptions. I am this, I am that. Some good, some bad, some making us happy, some making us depressed. Thousands of ideas of who I am rise and practically hijack us. That is what Maharshi calls aham vritti. Aham vritti is a thought which describes us in a certain way. Physically, financially, health-wise, wealth-wise, emotionally, whatever. When we describe ourselves in a certain way, we become the limited self. Bhagavan advises us to conduct inquiry. When thought proposes, when thought brings and erects an idea of who I am, which is not the truth, we are not to embrace that aham vritti and go wherever it takes us. Self-inquiry involves our questioning that. If a thought says, oh, my life is a waste, we are asked to inquire, whose life is a waste? And the thought says, my life, who am I? What? Who am I? I am the one whose life has gone a waste. Hold on. Who are you really? So, rather than going to details of how exactly my life has gone a waste, which is adding fuel to the fire, which is promoting and propagating the illusion far and wide, we question the basic presumption. Then, to explain this expression, Hritsthale Manaswastata, Manaha, the mind, subjected to incessant and persistent self-inquiry, lets go of its extrovert pursuits, lets go of its notions, its conclusions, and swastha. Elsewhere, swastha can mean healthy, swasthya is health, but here swastha. Stha means tishtati, stays, swa means in one's own true nature. And that true nature is also called Hritsthale. So, bhakti or yoga, jnana or karma All of them facilitate a certain journey. All roads lead to Om. Om is that Hritsthala. Om is that pure self. What does the 10th verse say? Upadesha Sara, we said, has 30 verses, and I have not come across any other work in Sanskrit literature which has a shorter meter than Upadesha Sara's verses. Upadesha Sara's verses, each quarter is so short, like the very first verse, which most of you know. Karturajnaya prapyate phalam karma kim param karma tajjadam. Karturajnaya, 5 syllables. Karma tajjadam, 5 syllables. Otherwise, very easy are the Anushtup shlokas in Gita, in Vishnu Sahasranama, and so on. Dharma kshetre, Kurukshetre, 8. So, Karturajnaya, 5 only. Like that, this 10th verse, Ritstale manaha swastata kriya bhakti yoga bo dascha nishchitam. 4 quarters of just 5 syllables. What under the sun does the shloka mean? Rastale manasvastata, what we already talked about, the abiding in the pure self, which is called our own heart, not the blood pumping organ, of course, not heart as in some other science, but the spiritual heart, from where the limited I arises and then takes us for a ride. Where the limited I, the false I, the ego, has its origin, and upon conducting inquiry, where it subsides, where it goes back and becomes quiet, that source is Hritsthala. Hritstale manasvastata, the abiding of the mind in the pure self, rather than any of the thousands of possibilities of self-description, is the end or the destination of all the paths. Yatstale mana swastata kriya. First kriya is mentioned, then bhakti is mentioned, then yoga is mentioned, and bodha is mentioned. Then it is said, kriya bhakti yoga bodhascha nishchitam. Putting a stamp of total endorsement or final approval, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi says, look, whatever spiritual practice you are doing with love, with devotion, with faith, with increased clarity as you go along, will take you to the same goal. All roads lead to Om. In this shloka, we see one magnanimous aspect of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi's avatar, personality, his incarnation. As it is said, Nrunam Nidarshanamayam Bhagavan Rishihi. Bhagavan Rishihi, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshihi, Nrunam, that is Naranam, Nidarshanam. He is the best example for all humanity, if only they have patient ears to listen, eyes to see, and so on. All the more in modern times when, in spite of all kinds of technological developments, humanity again is so divided, they are fighting with each other for economic gains, for religious superiority, for some political dominance, etc., etc. If they were to get the essence of Maharshi's teachings, they would realize that the differences among all is very superficial. We, below the surface, are all striving to arrive at that unalloyed happiness within us, which is the nature of the pure heart, the pure self. Therefore, Maharshi Ramana had no problems, not only with the different paths within the Sanatana Dharma, called Hinduism these days, but also with Christianity or Islam or Sufism or Jainism or Buddhism or Baha'i or Judaism. People of different faiths came to him and they felt so light. They felt that it was time so well spent. They felt elevated in the mere presence of Maharshi Ramana. They did not feel any kind of confrontation. They did not feel intimidated. They did not feel out of place. On the contrary, people adhering to so many different faiths in this world were at home in the presence of Maharshi, whether he spoke or not. There are accounts of many who had come with many questions in their mind. They neither asked the questions and nor was there any need to answer. They went home with no doubt in their mind, or they saw the doubts were so silly, so useless. Therefore, in this shloka, before I say a few words on how Kriya, that is Karma Yoga, Bhakti, the path of devotion, Yoga, the path of Raja Yoga, and Bodha, which is Jnana Yoga, of which self-inquiry is an excellent variation that Maharshi had promoted. Before I go into a little details of those four, I must once more say that in this verse, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi's all-accommodative outlook can be seen. If a villager was worshipping some Grama Devata, some deity in his village, and he has no idea of all the mighty scriptures, Maharshi was not going to settle that villager, or unsettle, I should say. He was not going to unsettle. Na buddhi vedam janayet, says Bhagavad Gita. Maharshi would not unsettle the villager, not create some buddhi veda. On the contrary, with loving eyes, he would look at the villager and say, "Oh, you are worshipping the Brahma Devata, your village deity. Go ahead, do it with more and more of pure love. The rest of it will happen." So, the four paths, the four celebrated margas of Hinduism, and so many other spiritual traditions of the world look different, but all of them are taking us closer and closer to self-realization. You may wonder, it is nice to hear this, but how do these four paths take us to one goal? How do all roads lead to Om? Let us explain it briefly. In Kriya, which is Karma Yoga, which incidentally Maharshi explains in 3 verses, which are the first 3 verses of Upadeshasara, what happens is there takes place a tremendous attitudinal shift. In Sakama Karma, desire prompted action, you and I do everything and anything, or anything and everything to gratify the ego. What is in it for me? Everything should bring something to me, and money or pleasure comes and goes. But what is sadder is in this acquiring for oneself, the me, the false self, goes on getting strengthened. This beautiful program, 72nd Aradhana Day, is put together by the Arunachala Ashram in New York. Long back I heard a joke about the busy streets of New York. Somebody was going, and in America you have an expression that is, if you get something really free, it's called free lunch. It may not really be lunch, but in a manner of saying, it's called free lunch. And in this world, when everybody is so selfish, nobody gives anything free. Everything has a price tag. So on the busy street of New York, Manhattan probably, not in Queens, where Arunachala Ashrama is located, probably on one of those busy streets, a man was so frustrated with how the whole world was so selfish, and using that expression free lunch, he raised his hands and said, it seems, "Oh my God, is there a place in this world where we may get free lunch?" And to his surprise, he felt a hand on his shoulder. And there was a tall man who said, "Brother, I can show you where you will get free lunch." And this man said, "Really? Where is that place where I can get free lunch?" And that tall man said, "First give me my fees, $10. So that is a description of our mind. That tall man is in you, in me, in everyone. We are always looking for, what do I get? That little I wants gratification. Karma Yoga, which Sri Krishna gives in great detail in Bhagavad Gita, is all about the attitudinal shift. Where Arunachala Ashrama is located, not far from where there is the John F. Kennedy Airport, as most of you know the geography. And John F. Kennedy expressed Karma Yoga in this way. Ask not, he said to Americans, ask not what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for the country. That is the spirit of Karma Yoga. Without there being any need for more elaboration, when we assume, when we take the healthier outlook of serving people and not insisting on getting something, right away the ego in us becomes attenuated. It becomes smaller, it becomes lighter. And at the right time, a sage, a guru, a luminous figure would smile and tell us, you know, when you have no desire, the way you feel about yourself, when there is no desire, no regret, no anxiety, that is your true nature. When you are smitten by desire, troubled by anxiety, etc., that was a false vision, false experience. Let go of those false states of mind. Be the pure self. So Karma Yoga brings us to the very threshold of enlightenment, and rest of it just happens. Oh, so Karma Yoga takes us to self-realization, if not directly facilitating the journey. That's interesting. Tell us how bhakti, devotion, takes us to the same self-realization. You would say, what is bhakti after all? We respect all the paraphernalia, all the ways it is packaged, bhajan, kirtan, dance, nama japa, tirtha yatra, and so many. Fine. But essentially, what is inside this bhakti? Sri Krishna says in the Gita, what matters is your love for me, your bhakti for me, not what you offer, but how you offer. A rich man may offer something in gold, very precious. Somebody else who may not be able to buy such a big thing and bring to the Lord may offer, as the famous expression in the 9th chapter of the Gita goes, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam Yo me Bhaktya Prayachati Tadaham Bhaktyupahritam Ashnami Prayatatmanaha. Patram, a leaf, Pushpam, a flower, Phalam, a fruit, Toyam, a spoonful of water. It's fine. What you offer is not so important. But the second half of that shloka says, Bhaktya upahritam. How you offer? So Rukmini put a tulasi leaf on one of the pans of the balance, where on the other pan Sri Krishna was sitting. That tulasi leaf made Sri Krishna's pan go up, its own pan go down. Before that, Satyabhama had put so much of jewelry, so much of gold and silver and pearls and rubies and diamonds or whatever. None of them was heavy enough to make Krishna's side go up, right? So that's a story illustration. So bhakti is love of God. More we love God, more we accept God's ways. Of course, with true education in the name of God. How sad there is so much fanaticism in this world. My God is true and your God is false, etc. Rama Rama. What to say about it? That is not religion. That kind of we know God and you don't know, etc., is ego speaking. It is the dirty and dark ego that is talking as though it knows religion. So, more we love God, guided by proper spiritual teachers, what happens is thoughts that construct the ego become less in number and better in quality. Reduction in quantity, improvement in quality, as they say. What is reduction in quantity? In a single day, you and I might feel hurt or insulted. You may grind our teeth to teach somebody a lesson. These are egoistic thoughts. Imagine we get such thoughts 200 times in a day. Reduction in quantity means as there is increased spiritual practice, the number of thoughts, from 200 such egoistic thoughts, we may come to have on an average 20 thoughts a day and 5 thoughts a day. What is improvement in quality? Earlier, when we had hatred or anger with somebody, we looked at that person as Sakshat Ravana, Sakshat Duryodhana. We labeled him as bad. As there is an improvement in the quality of our thoughts, we may even now feel a bit angry, bit sore with the person. But right then, even as we criticize her or him, a part of our mind says, well, I cannot forget all the help she has done to me over the years, and I know she is so, she or he is so generous at times. In fact, my wife and children are so grateful to him, but I have a problem with him. So, along with the criticism that is rising, when our antakarana is purified, there is also appreciation and praise. That dilutes our jealousy or hatred, revenge, or any other negative emotion. Therefore, bhakti is a great sadhana. Bhakti is a nauka, it's a boat on which we can travel across the river of samsara. The greatest boat is bhakti. Mystics have said to us, it's because bhakti works on our thoughts. It debugs our software. It eliminates evil thoughts. It makes us so pure. I would once more say that Bhakti Marga also brings us to the very threshold of self-realization. Then one wafting breeze pushes us inside the hall of self-realization, which is Hrutstale Manasvastata. Kriya, Bhakti, third one is Yoga. I'm sure many listening to this talk are into Yogasana. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Traditionally it is called Ashtanga Yoga. It has these 8 steps, 8 limbs. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi is known for grasping the essence and putting it in such crisp and concise way without doing injustice to the spirit of this particular part. Incidentally, I said something about bhakti. Verses 4 through 9, that is 6 verses in Upadesha Sara, are about bhakti yoga. 1 to 3 are karma yoga, 4 to 9 are bhakti yoga. 10 is a shloka that throws light on 9 verses that are already covered and another 20 verses that are yet to come. So in Sanskrit there is an expression, Dehali Deepa Nyaya. Dehali in Sanskrit means threshold. There's a room and there's a threshold, and beyond the threshold is what you call outside. Outside the room and inside the room are both illumined by a lamp placed on the threshold. Dehali Deepa, a lamp placed on Dehali, the threshold, Deepa, it illumines both sides. Likewise, this 10th verse is an amazing shloka. It throws light on the previous 9 verses and connects very well with the coming 20 verses. So, yoga 11 to 16, or some say 11 to 15, are about Raja Yoga. But Maharshi, I already said, is a master of precision. Precision means accuracy. Precision also means putting something very concisely. Einstein must have thought so much about all the intricacies of what he finally gave out in a simple equation. E equals mc squared is such a crisp equation. Energy and mass are equated with speed of light c coming into the equation. Likewise, Yoga Shastra goes into volumes and volumes. But Maharshi says in the 5 or 6 verses, says that essentially in Yoga Shastra, the emphasis is on quietening the mind. And while there are many exercises to do so, one of the best is breathing exercise. Vayurodhana liyate manaha jala pakshivad rodha sadhanam. And says, if through yoga exercises, asana, pranayama and others, and quite importantly, the way of living and so on, you bring your mind to great amount of calmness, which is like what we said before, reduction in number and elevation in quality. Then, prana bandhanat lina manasam ekachintanat nashametyadaha. 2 steps towards enlightenment. Step 1 is do some chosen yogic exercises, make your mind calmer, quieter. Prana rodhanat lina manasam. It's called laya. Laya means the mind has not vanished. Mind here by context refers to the ego. The ego has not vanished, but the ego has become quiet, lina, laya. Whereas eka chintanat, that is when a Sadguru will appear in your life. A critical input will take place. As your mind has become calm, which is not self-realization, because the mind that is calm can rise, can come back with revenge. So there is second step to be taken. The calmed mind, the quietened mind has to be exposed to the truth of the Upanishads, the great science of self-knowledge, Tattvamasi, that is Eka Chintana. Then the ego is destroyed. So they talk about Mano Laya and then Mano Nasha, which is no other than Ahankara Laya. Laya means becoming quiet. Ahankara Nasha. Ahankara is once for all eliminated. So in a scintillating manner, Maharshi gives, like I already compared Einstein giving a whole lot of wisdom in one little equation. Here, Pranarodhanat Lina Manasam Ekachintanat Nashametyadaha. Therefore, Raja Yoga, call it Hatha Yoga, call it Patanjali Yoga. At the beginning, it may have hardly any semblance with Atma Bodha, self-knowledge. But have patience, get going. As you progress, you yourself will realize that the physical postures or particular breathing movements are not the ultimate. What happens on a deeper level, you begin to doubt the ego. When next time you say, I am hurt, and a question rises in you, oh, wait a minute, am I hurt? Or is it a mischievous thought? Is it just a false propaganda? You know, nowadays with this WhatsApp spreading far and wide, so many videos come to us. Some are true, some are just propaganda. WhatsApp is coming to rule human life. Someone said to me, till recently we were Homo sapiens. Now we have become Homo what sapiens. Shiva Shiva. That should not happen. Instead of going again and again to WhatsApp, friends, you and I should go again and again. Whenever we get 2 minutes free here, 2 minutes free there, we must go into who am I? Our present vasana tendency is, I got 2 minutes free. Let me see whether some WhatsApp message has come. Instead, we may spend a couple of minutes saying, I'm feeling a bit low at this time, but Bhagavan Maharshi asked me to question who is feeling low. And when the answer comes I, he further asks us to ask, who is this I? Who am I? So you shake the very foundation of the structure that thought builds, then see what happens. So, pranayama is just a sample. Calm the mind, then get to inquiry. Now, last but not the least, we have Vichara Marga. Classical Vedanta goes into great amount of details of, who is God, Ishvara, Tat. The pronoun Tat refers to Ishvara. Who the seeker, the student, the inquirer is. The pronoun Tvam refers to the Jiva. Jivaha kaha, Ishvaraha kaha, idam jagat kim. So Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, all of these are here to perplex us. But Maharshi Ramana once more makes matters simple. Of course, those of us who have developed enough of Vairagya, who have a high degree of single-pointedness, will be able to really go with Maharshi's crisp advice. Otherwise, though the advice is 100% true, our mind runs here and there. Then we have to first work on the quality improvement program. So next time somebody asks you, are you doing who am I inquiry daily? Suppose you are not, you may give a very diplomatic answer. I am right now doing QIP. QIP means quality improvement program. I am making my mind purer with bhakti, with some studies, with some social service, whatever. Once my mind has enough of Vivek and Vairagya, I am going to primarily be in who am I. Now I do a little, not to get out of touch, but I am not capable. Maharshi has admitted at some place that a lot of Vairagya is needed. for the practice of who am I inquiry. So if today we don't have that Vairagya, we must work towards developing Vairagya by various exercises. Lots of exercises, help us. The way they help us is, for example, somebody every few hours does some 1 or 2 malas of japa. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. How does that help in developing Vairagya? Well, you are swimming against the current. Generally, every 2 or 3 hours, we tend to go for an enjoyment. Have a drink, have something, gratify the senses, watch the TV, take a look at the internet. Instead, if every 2 or 3 hours, you do some loving japa of Panchakshara mantra as an example, then, number one, of course, you have calmed your mind. Number two, your mind will get the capacity to see how money cannot give you true happiness, how sense pleasure cannot take you far, how power, position, fame, name, etc. will not help much. So all this becomes clear to you when you do these practices. Yogasana, pranayama, ekanta, some mauna here and there, and letting go of bad habits, letting go of eating wrong things at wrong time. Didn't Maharshi say when they asked, what is the best discipline? He said, sattvic food in moderate quantity is the best discipline. Then they wanted a little elaboration. He said, moderation in food, sleep, and speech is wonderful discipline. So these are the things that pave the way towards enhanced and intense self-inquiry. Coming to this fourth path, in the 10th shloka, which I took as the basis for this whole presentation or sharing, it is mentioned as Bodha. Because Bodha, Jnana Marga. Bodha and Jnana are synonyms. And in this Bodha Marga or Jnana Marga, the path of knowledge, a variation, like in chemistry, organic chemistry could be a variation. Biochemistry could be a variation. Somebody goes to study electronics and communication and then specializes in microwaves. God bless him. That's a variation. Likewise, in the vast body of what goes by the name Jnana Yoga, this Vichara Marga. Who am I? And Maharshi briefly puts it all in 4 verses, or some say 5, 17 to 20 or 16 to 20. Manasam tu kim margane krite naiva manasam marga arjavat. If we inquire, what are these thoughts? Are they real or something else? What is the substance of these thoughts? If we inquire what the mind is, manasa kim, mind vanishes. And it is in the 18th verse that the pranali, the way to go about it, crisply given in Upadesha Sara. Ahamayam kuto bhavati chinvataha aipatatyaham nija vicharanam. Nija vicharanam, self-inquiry. Self-inquiry consists in asking, where from this limited I, with its demands, with its disappointments, with its hurt, with its pride, with its hope, all that, where from this limited I, this ego, this little self arises? Ahamayam kuto bhavati chinvataha. For somebody who inquires like that, Ai, an exclamation, whoa, you know what? Patati aham. This ego, this ahankara collapses. Vicharam na sahate ahankaraha. There's a saying. Ahankara, the ill-conceived I, does not tolerate, cannot bear the heat of inquiry. Therefore, calling it Bodha, Tatstale Manasvastata Kriya Bhakti Yoga Bodhaha. It's a Dhyana Marga, Vichara Marga, Nishchitam. Definitely have no doubt about it. Maharshi is encouraging us to go on with our sadhana. Have patience. Do not think of something miracle that will happen instantly. That very thought, oh, nothing has happened, can be an obstacle. Inquire with no expectation. That's once more the spirit of karma yoga. You are serving people, not expecting anything in return. In who am I inquiry also, be intensely into inquiry. Don't ask a question. Half an hour I have been trying to inquire, but enlightenment doesn't seem to have come anywhere near. Shiva Shiva, Arunachala. Don't say that. Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that if we let go of that impatience, that anxiety for fruit of action, that letting go of the anxiety for reward, letting go, called Tyaga, gives instant peace. 12th chapter, 12th verse. Tyagat Shanti Anantaram. Anantaram means no antara, without any delay. But we are so used to always look for some quick result. I believe somebody used to sit for meditation with a mirror by his side. After 5 minutes, he would look at the mirror and look, do I look brighter now? Does my face have Brahma Varchas? Shiva Shiva. Such impatience, silly, so childish. Love God, pray to God, and repeat His name, expecting nothing. Let the so-called self-realization take place like a side product. You are inquiring with all intensity. Therefore, friends, not only this 10th verse, the whole Upadesha Sara is a feast, is a treat, is a handbook with so much guidance to you and me to get going with our spiritual practice. Kriya, Karma Yoga, Bhakti, Bhakti Yoga, Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Bodha, Jnana Yoga or Vichara Marga. All of them lead to one goal, Hritstale Manasvastata, our mind staying put in deep and steady, unobstructed, unshakable contemplation upon the pure self. Even as problems of the world try to toss us about, if we practice this with proper guidance, that goes without saying, because whenever there is no understanding or guidance, the so-called practice can turn into something mechanical or we may get sleep. Therefore, some satsanga, some modest amount, if not get lost with words and words. In the name of satsanga, go on studying all kinds of subjects, all kinds of terminology, then your English will improve, your Sanskrit will improve, your Tamil will improve, some language will improve if whatever book is written, if it's written in a particular sub-language, just a good bookish study will improve your language. Once one seeker confessed before me, Swamiji, I have been doing sadhana for 10 years, but I don't think I have improved. What sadhana are you doing? I asked. I'm reading a lot of books, attending a lot of classes. Oh, so after 10 years, what is the change you discover in yourself? He said with a little mischievous smile on his face. 10 years ago, I used to be very, very sad, but I did not know how to describe it. Now, after 10 years of attending all these classes, I am as sad as ever before, but I can describe that sorrow using philosophical language. What will you say about it? So mere bookish study will take us nowhere. It will get us caught in the quagmire of words, Shabdajalam, as Viveka Chudamani says. So, without going wrong, let me say, we must conduct self-inquiry, but periodically we must ensure that we are well informed, we have a right understanding of what we are doing, how we are doing, what is the rationale, and whether we are doing it rightly, etc. What is actually its swarupa. We begin in a certain way, but self-inquiry, really speaking, is a search. It's not a japa. It's a search. It's a quest. It can even go on silently without even the words, who am I? Words are secondary. Words are no words. There is a certain search within us. Who am I? So for that right understanding to dawn upon us, a little bit study, exchanging thoughts with sincere seekers or teachers would definitely be helpful. So I conclude this presentation saying, in his broad outlook, very accommodative stance, Bhagavan Maharshi blesses all of us and says, no matter what your temperament is, and accordingly what sadhana you took and are getting going, don't worry. All of them will bring you to the same great goal of abidance in the truth. Hritstale Manasvastata, which we call Om. All roads lead to Om. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana.
Can we ask a couple of questions, Swamiji?
Yes. Welcome.
The first question was, you have mentioned how the mind can be weaned away from the worldly attractions and be made to stay in the heart. And this is the essence of all yogas.
Right.
For beginners like us, Swamiji, how do we continue with our worldly responsibilities and at the same time concentrating on the heart center? Will not the outer works be adversely affected due to lack of concentration?
Actually, there is work, our responsibilities, professional work or work at home and so on. Then there is sadhana. Now the question seems to say, if we get more into sadhana, we may lose the momentum in work, discharging our responsibilities. I would like to point out that in life there are not two, there are three things. One is sadhana, second is various responsibilities. There is a third entity. That third entity is whole lot of useless activities, whole lots of ways in which we waste time, a whole lot of unintelligent ways of living, where something that could have been done in 10 minutes we drag on, or something that somebody is ready to do is asking us to give to him or her, we ourselves want to do. So there are various ways in which there's a third entity where we waste time. All that sadhana needs is, use that time and energy which was getting wasted to be invested in sadhana. Then, rather than our work getting neglected, sadhana will give to us a certain cheerfulness, certain lightheartedness, certain sense of self-acceptance, certain feeling of, my day began well. I was able to sit 20 minutes before rushing to work. I sat 20 minutes in doing some japa or inquiry. So nice. So with that cheered up disposition, we go to work or we take up some domestic responsibility. I think we will do it more effective, man.
Question number 2. Swamiji, you mentioned the quality improvement program. How to increase viveka and vairagya in our lives, despite seeing that everything is transitory, our mind still is attached to money, etc. Can you please again summarize the methods for the increase of viveka and vairagya for an ordinary bhakta in our lives?
Yeah. Perhaps one of the errors that all of us commit is we hear about so many sadhanas and then we get quite confounded which one to do. We try to do too many, then end up not doing anything. Therefore, I would advise that, like in the United States, they talk about a 21 days, program. Take just one practice. For example, Nadi Shuddhi. For 10 minutes a day, you do, there's a pranayama called Nadi Shuddhi. Inhale through right nostril, exhale through the left. Inhale through left, exhale through right. There are YouTube videos about Nadi Shuddhi. If you try to do, and preferably at the same time, suppose you fix 6 p.m. or morning 7 a.m. Try to do at the same time for 21 days. Just say, if I don't do any other sadhana, it's okay, I'll do this. Then a certain quality improvement takes place. Breathing exercises, or you take something else, no problem. It could be study. But one practice, 21 days, to the exclusion of everything else. I strongly would say that it's not by wishing to become Viveki that we become Vivekis. Some exercises are needed. Some concrete exercises. That's called Anushtana in olden days. Anushtana. It could be japa, it could be sandhyavandana, it could be pranayama, it could be morning walk, but improve the quality of the walk. Do not listen to some distracting stuff on the headphone. Rather, try to make that half an hour walk one of a certain quietude, certain contact with nature, not to think about problems of life at that time. Therefore, take a practice, keep it up for 21 days. Take a second practice, keep it up for 21 days. It is through certain practices on the ground, that's the ground reality, that our mind gets an ability to select, avoid too many things, take things in an orderly way. Viveka and Vairagya will be over. But lastly, I would say sometimes no Viveka, no Vairagya may show up for a long time. Have patience. What you have done is never a waste. Suddenly there is a tapering off at a different point of time. Sometimes it is, time and getting aged. When we get older, some of our strong urges or anger, emotions, they get come down. But whatever sadhana we have done, it did not go a waste. Maybe as we cross 60 or 70, if we feel now I am a little bit, detached, that is the result of lot of japa tapa you had done and felt frustrated about them. Okay.
Thank you, Swamiji. We have run out of time, and thank you very much. You have been always very kind whenever we have approached, for your eloquence and also for the guidance always. And hope to see you soon. And I hope you will visit the ashram here during your September stay. Pranams to you, Swamiji. Hari Om. Hari Om.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shranaya. Welcome to all Bhagavan's devotees from all over to Washington, D.C. for this part of our Bhagavan's 72nd Aradhana celebrations. My name is Uma Santosh. Let's start the celebration with an invocation, Neela Ravinda, composed by Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni by Nitya Ramanan.
नीलारविन्द सुकृता सदृशं प्रसादे तुल्यं तथा महसि तोयज बान्धवेन नीलारविन्द सुकृदा सदृशो प्रसाते तुल्यं तथा महसि तोयज बान्धवेन ब्राह्म्यां स्थितौ तु पितरौ वटमूलवासौ संस्मारयन्तम् अचलौ त्वं अनुस्मरामः ब्राह्म्यां स्थितौ तु पितरौ वटमूलवासौ संस्मारयन्तम् अचलौ तं अनुस्मरामः
Next, a reading from Paul Brunton's book, A Search in Secret India by Santosh.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Friends, today my reading is from Paul Brunton's A Search in Secret India. Born in 1898, Paul Brunton traveled extensively in the East and published 13 books between 1935 and 1952. He is generally recognized as having introduced yoga and meditation to the West. I skip to the chapter In a Jungle Hermitage that describes Bhagavan's death experience. How has the Maharshi arrived at the strange power and stranger outlook which he possesses? Bit by bit, from his own reluctant lips and from those of his disciples, I piece together a fragmentary pattern of his life story. He was born in 1879 in a village about 30 miles distant from Madurai, which is a noted South Indian town possessing one of the largest temples in the country. His father followed some avocation connected with the law and came of good Brahmin stock. His father appears to have been an extremely charitable man who fed and clothed many poor persons. The boy eventually passed to Madurai to carry on his education, and it was here that he picked up the rudiments of English from some American missionaries who were conducting a school. At first, young Ramana was fond of play and sport. He wrestled, boxed, and swam dangerous rivers. He betrayed no special interest in religious or philosophical concerns. The only exceptional thing in his life at the time was a tendency to somnambulism or sleepwalking, and to a condition of sleep so profound that the most disturbing interruptions could not awaken him. His schoolmates eventually discovered this and took advantage of it to sport with him. During the daytime, they were afraid of his quick punch, but at night, they would come to his bedroom, take him to the playground, beat his body, box his ears, and then lead him back to bed. He was quite unconscious of these experiences and had no remembrances of them in the morning. The psychologist who correctly understood the nature of sleep will find in his account of the boy's abnormal depth of attention sufficient indication of the mystical nature which he possessed. One day, a relative came to Madurai and in answer to Ramana's question mentioned that he had just returned from a pilgrimage to the temple of Arunachala. The name stirred some slumbering depths in the boy's mind, thrilling him with peculiar expectations which he could not understand. He inquired as to the whereabouts of this temple and even after found himself haunted by the thoughts of it. It seemed to be of paramount importance to him, yet he could not even explain to himself why Arunachala should mean anything more to him than the dozens of other great temples which are scattered over India. He continued his studies at the mission school without showing any special aptitude for them, although he always evinced a fair degree of intelligence in his work. But when he was 17, destiny was swift and sudden stroke got into action and thrust its hands through the even tenor of his days. He suddenly left the school and completely abandoned all his studies. He gave no notice to his teachers or his relatives and told no one before the event actually occurred. What was the reason of this unpromising change which cast a cloud upon his future worldly prospects? The reason was satisfying enough to himself, though it might have seemed mind-perplexing to others, for life, which in the ultimate is the teacher of man, set the young student on another course than that which his school teacher had assigned him. And the change came in a curious way about 6 weeks before he dropped his studies and disappeared from Madurai forever. He was sitting alone one day in his room when a sudden and inexplicable fear of death took hold of him. He became acutely aware that he was going to die, although outwardly he was in good health. The thing was a psychological phenomenon because there was no apparent reason why he should die. Yet he became obsessed with this notion and immediately began to prepare for the upcoming event. He stretched his body prone upon the floor, fixed his limbs in the rigidity of a corpse, closed his eyes and mouth, and finally held his breath. Well then, said I to myself, this body is dead. It will be carried stiff to the burning ground and then reduced to ashes. But with the death of the body, am I dead? Is the body I? This body is now silent and stiff, but I continue to feel the full force of myself apart from its conditions. Those are the words which the Maharshi used in describing the weird experience through which he passed. What happened next is difficult to understand, though easy to describe. He seemed to fall into a profound conscious trance wherein he became merged into the very source of selfhood, the very essence of being. He understood quite clearly that the body was a thing apart and that the I remained untouched by death. The true self was very real, but was so deep down in man's nature that hitherto he had ignored it. Ramana emerged from this amazing experience an utterly changed youth. He lost most of his interest in studies, sports, friends, and so on, because his chief interest was now centered in the sublime consciousness of the true self, which he had found so unexpectedly. Fear of death vanished as mysteriously as it had come. He enjoyed an inwardly serenity and a spiritual strength which have never since left him. Formerly, he had been quick to retaliate at the other boys when they had chafed at him or attempted to take liberties, but now he put up with everything quite meekly. He suffered unjust acts with indifference and bore himself among others with complete humility. For then he would sink into meditation and surrender himself to the absorbing current of divine consciousness, which constantly drew his attention inwards. These profound changes in his character were, of course, noticed by others. One day his elder brother came into the room where the boy was supposed to be doing his homework and found him sunk in meditation with closed eyes. The school books and papers had been tossed across the room in disgust. The brother was so annoyed at this neglect of studies that he jeered at him and with sharp words. "What business has a fellow like you here? If you want to behave like a yogi, why are you studying for a career?" Young Ramana was deeply stung by these words. He immediately realized their truth and silently decided to act upon them. His father was dead, and he knew that his uncle and his other brothers would take care of his mother. Truly, he had no business there. And back into his mind there flashed the name which had haunted him for nearly a year, the name whose very syllables fascinated him, the name of the temple of Arunachala. Thither he would go, although why he should select that place he was quite unable to say. But an impelling urgency arose within him and formed that decision for him in its own accord, and it was entirely unpremeditated. I was clearly charmed here, said Maharshi to me. The same force which drew you to this place from Bombay drew me to it from Madurai. And so young Ramana, feeling this inner pull within his heart, left friends, family, school, and studies, and took the road which eventually brought him to Arunachala and to a still profounder spiritual attainment. He left behind a brief farewell letter, which is still preserved in the hermitage. Its flourishing Tamil characters read as follows: "I have, in search of my father and in obedience to his command, started from here. This is only embarking on a virtuous enterprise. Therefore, none need grieve over this affair. To trace this out, no money need be spent." With 3 rupees in his pocket and utter ignorance of the world, he set out on the journey to the interior of the South. The amazing incidents which marked that journey proved conclusively that some mysterious power was protecting and guiding him. When at last he arrived at his destination, he was utterly destitute and among total strangers. But the emotion of total renunciation was burning strong within him. Such was the youth scorn for all earthly possessions at the time, that he flung his robe aside, took his meditative posture in the temple precinct, quite nude. A priest observed this and remonstrated with him, but to no purpose. Other shocked priests came along and after vehement efforts forced a concession from the youth. He consented to wear a semi-loin cloth, and that's all he has worn to this day. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi's Upadesa Saram, the essence of instruction to attain liberation in this life, presented by Skanda, Bhaskar and Malati.
Read.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Katturajnaya prapyade balam karma kim param karma tajadam kridi mahodadau padana karanam balam shashvatam kadinirodagam ishwararpitam nechaya kritam chitta sodagam mukta मुक्तिसाधकम् कायवान्मना कार्यमुत्तमम् पूजनं जपः चिन्तनं क्रमात् जगदीशदि युक्तसेवनम् अष्टमूर्तिप्रेतेव पूजनम् उत्तमस्तवा उच्चमन्दग चित्तजं जप ध्यानमुत्तमम् आजदारया श्रोतसासमम् सरलचिन्तनम् विरलतत्परम् भेदभावना सोऽहमित्यसौ भावनाविदा भावनीमता भावशून्यस भावसुष्टिः भावनाबलात् भक्तिरुत्तमा हृत्स्थले मनः स्वस्थता क्रिया भक्तियोगभो दाक्षिणिष्ठितम् वायुरोदनात् लीयते मनः जालपक्षिवान् रोदसाधनम् चित्तवायव चित्क्रियायुधा शादयोद्वयी शक्तिमूलका लयविनाशने उभयरोदने लयगतम् पुनर्भवति नो मृतम् प्राणबन्धनात् लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तनान् नाशं यत्यद नस्तमानसो कृष्णयोगिना कृतमस्ति किम् स्वस्तिदिं यत् दृश्यवारिदम् चित्तमात्मनः चित्वदर्शनम् तत्त्वदर्शनम् मानसं तु किम् मार्गणे कृते नैव मानसम् मार्ग आर्जवात् वृत्तयस्त्वहम् वृत्तमाश्रिता वृत्तयो मनो विद्यहं मनः अहमयं कुतो भवति चिन्वत ऐपतत्यहम् निजविचारणम् अहविनाशवा जयमहं तया स्फुरति हृत्स्वयं परमपूर्णसत् इदमहं पदा बीकमन्वहम् अहमिलीनके पिलय सत्तया विग्रहेन्द्रिय प्राणदीतमा नाहमेदसत् तच्चरं हसत् सत्त्वभाषिका चित्त्ववेदरा सत्तया हि चेत् चित्तया ह्यहम् ईशजीवयो वेषदीपिदा सत्त्वभावतो वस्तु केवलम् वेषहानता स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनम् स्वात्मरूपता आत्मसंस्थिति स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्भया आत्मनिष्ठता ज्ञानवर्जिता अज्ञानहीन चेत् ज्ञानमस्ति किम् ज्ञातुमन्तरम् किं स्वरूपम् इत्यात्मदर्शने अव्यया भवा पूर्णसित्सुखम् बन्धमुक्त्यदि तं परं सुखम् विन्दतीहजी वस्तुदैविक अहमवेदकम् निजविभानकम् महदिदं तपो रमणवागियम् Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Just one thought of Arunachala bestows liberation. Girija Arakoni will sing Arunachala Pancharatnam.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Arunachala Pancharatnam. Karuna Purna Sudabde Kabalidagana Vishwarupa Kirana Valya Arunachala Paramatman Aruno Bhavachitta Kanja Suvikasaya Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Stitva Pralinamedachitram Hrityahamityatmadaya Nrityasi Boste Vadandi Hridayam Nama Ahamidi Kudayadi Tyangvishyanda Pravishtayatyamaladiya Avagamyam Swam Rupam Samyatarunachala-tvayi nadivabdau Dhyaktva Vishayam Bahyam Rutta Pranena Rutta Manasandastvam Dhyayan Pasyadi Yogi Dididam Arunachala-tvayi mahiyande Yarpida manasatvam Pasyan sarvam tavat krididaya satatam Bhajade ananya pritya Sajayat Arunachala-tvayi sukhe magnaha Srimat Ramana Maharshir Darshanam Arunachalasya Devagira Panjagamarya Gido Ratnam Dwadidamau Upanishadam Hi. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
In praise of Ramana, the one who bestows boons and removes fears. Om Ramana, a bhajan by our youngest Satsang devotee, Ashit.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana, Udara Leela, Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta, Om Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta, Om Ramana, Vararamana, Vararamana, Varada Bayakara Vararamana, Vanchitta Varada Vararamana, Vachamaku Chara Vararamana, Sri Rama Chitta Vararamana, Sri Rama Chitta Vararamana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nischala Tattva Nidhi Ramana, Nityama Osava Nidhi Ramana, Nirupama Rupa Guna Nidhi Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta Nidhi Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta Nidhi Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Varaprada, Jaya Ramana, Jagadoja Dara, Jaya Ramana, Jivan Mukta, Jaya Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta Jaya Ramana, Sri Rama Chitta Jaya Ramana. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Next, salutations to Ramana, a devotional rendering of Sadhu Om's Unakke Namaskaram by Neha.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Unake namaskaram, unake namaskaram, உண்மை பரம்பொருளே ரமணா மனக்கண் விளக்கிடும் அகக்கண்மணியே உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். பார்க்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள்ளிருந்தவை பார்ப்பதோடு என்னையும் பார்ப்பவனே ஊக்கம் எனக்களித்து துய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். கேட்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள்ளிருந்தவை கேட்பதோடு என் குரல் கேட்பவனே உத்தமளித்தனை உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். முகரும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள்ளிருந்தவை முகர்வதோடு என்னை முகர்பவனே உகந்த பேரன்பினால் உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். சுவைக்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள்ளிருந்தவை சுவைப்பதோடு என்னை சுவைப்பவனே உவக்கும் கருணையால் உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தொட்டிடும் போதெல்லாம் என்னுள்ளிருந்தவை தொட்டறிந்து என்னை தொடுபவனே உட்பல மீன் தன்னை உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எண்ணுவதெல்லாம் அறிந்தனுள் என்னவுள் எண்ணமிலாதனை எண்ணுவனே உண்ணுவதன்னை உகந்த ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். அறிபவையாவும் அறிந்த அகத்தனை அறிந்தவர் என்றும் அமர்பவனே உருந்துயரின்றியே உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். தூங்கும் பொழுதனுள் தூக்கம் காணவுமே தோற்றமுன் கண்டு துளங்குவனே ஓங்கும் அறிவொளி உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். மாயும் உடல் ஆக மாயம் அழித்தனை வாழ்வித்து நான் என வாழ்பவனே ஓயும் படிக்கனை உண்ணும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். எல்லா பொழுதிலும் எல்லா இடத்திலும் எல்லாமே என்னுள்ளிருப்பவனே உல்லாசமாய் உள்ளாவும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம். Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you.
Grace is ever present. All that is necessary is that you surrender to it. Skanda will sing a bhajan from Bhaje Ramana Namam, Ananda Swarupa.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ananda Swarupa Abhat Pandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Abhat Pandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Vidhi Madhava Vandita Charana, Vidhi Madhava Vandita Charana, Pratyaksha Parama Arunachala, Pratyaksha Parama Arunachala, Jagadita Karana Virajada Chalarupa, Jagadita Karana Virajada Chalarupa, Vimala Shri Arunachala, Vimala Shri Arunachala, 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 Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Abhat Bandhava Ashita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Samsarnavataraka Murte, Samsarnavataraka Murte, Smarane Sakshat Mokshakara, Smarane Sakshat Mokshakara, Apita Kujamba Sameta Murte, Apita Kujamba Sameta Murte, Tejo Maya Shri Arunachala, Tejo Maya Shri Arunachala, 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 Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Abhat Bandhava Ashita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Arunachala, 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 Arunachala. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Jagadisha Shastri wrote Prapati Ashtakam. He was on his deathbed and appealed to Bhagavan, sure that his grace could liberate him. Bhagavan took compassion on him and pulled him out of the jaws of death. We now present Prapati Ashtakam by Devika and Gopika.
आवर्तपुर्यां जनितं प्रपद्ये पाण्डेषु देशे विगतं पबत्ये सोनाचलप्रसचरं प्रपद्ये भिक्षं तपक्लेशसहं पबत्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये ब्रह्मकीर्तान्तसमं प्रपद्ये चितादिसत्त्वगमहं पबत्ये सर्वज्ञतासारभृतं प्रपद्ये निसीमकारुण्यनिधिं पबत्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये अस्मात् प्रपञ्चादधिकं प्रपद्ये विश्वादिकोक्ते विषयं पबत्ये कालग्रहग्राहभयापनोत्यै कृतान्तशिक्षा कृतिनं पबत्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये रमणं प्रपद्ये विनेतुमातिं विषयात्वजन्यां विज्ञानमूर्तिं ददतं पबत्ये कन्तर्पदर्पज्वरवारणाय कामालिलीलावतरं पबत्ये रमणं पबत्ये रमणं पबत्ये आजन्मवर्णी व्रतिनं प्रबत्ये कुन्दीपिदं दन्ददं पबत्ये ब्रह्मासनध्यानरतं प्रबत्ये ब्रह्मात्मभूयं यतिनं पबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं पबत्ये हरं पबत्ये विजदं पबत्ये स्वतन्त्रताय सदनं प्रबत्ये अमेयसामर्थ्यवहं प्रबत्ये विश्वतद्विज्ञानिवरं पबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये दौर्भाग्यतापत्रयकर्ममोह सन्तापहन्तारमहं पबत्ये यथार्थसङ्कल्पमपेतपापम् अवाप्तकामं विशुचं पबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये मनःप्रसादं भजतां तदाणं मुक्तास्मितोलासि मुखं पबत्ये व्यतामशेषां यपनीयमोद तेन नाम्ना रमणं पबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये शिवं प्रबत्ये शिवतं प्रबत्ये कुरं पबत्ये गुणिनं पबत्ये मदीयहृत्पद्मजुषं प्रबत्ये शरण्यमीशं शरणं पबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये प्रपतिं रमणश्वेतां तन्वतं तत्त्वदर्शिन तत्कृतपुण्यायरसिका तत्तदृश्यफलाप्तये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये रमणं प्रबत्ये ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय.
An instrumental rendering from Bhaje Ramana Namam, Jyoti Swarupa, by Vishnu on violin and Sri Hari on flute.
Thank you.
Desire constitutes Maya and desireless is God. Sadhu Om's Enna Vendum, Enna Vendam by Amrit Yog.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya. Enna Vendum, Enna Vendam என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடனங் அறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே. என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடனங் அறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே. தன்னை வேண்டும் அன்பர் தந்தை தாயுமானானே, பின்னையார் பின் வேக வேண்டும் பிள்ளையாம் நானே. என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடனங் அறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே. நான் நினைத்த தீவதென்றால் நியாயமாகுமா? ஸ்ரீரமணன் ஏச்சை அன்றி ஏதும் நல்லதாகுமா, நல்லதாகுமா? தானி நெய்த்த தீவன் கேட்பான் தாசனாகுமா? சர்வமும் அறிந்தோன் செய்கை தப்புமாகுமா? எனக்கென்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடனங் அறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே. இச்சையற்ற வாழ்வில் உள்ள இன்பம் இன்பமே, இன்பம் இன்பமே. எண்ணமற்ற ஞானம் ஒன்றே இன்பம் இன்பமே, இன்பம் இன்பமே. அச்சமற்ற வாழ்வழிப்பான் அப்பன் என்பமே, அன்றி மாந்தரால் விளைவு யாவும் துன்பமே. எனக்கென்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடனங் அறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே, என் பெருமானே. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya.
The consciousness associated with the aspect am is called Shakti, a beautiful praise of the mother, Shri Maye, by Sadhana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. He Maye Mam Pahitum 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 Yahi Yahi Kamakshi Kanchi Puri Nayaki Rakshi ahi ahi. Kamakshi Kanchipuri Nayaki Rakshitum Yehi Yehi. Kamakotishwari Kami Kanta Prate Kamranadeshwari Pahi Pahi. Kamakotishwari Kami Kanta Prate Kamranadeshwari Pahi Pahi. Kama Sanjivini Sevita Shri Guru Kaulini me mutam dehi dehi. Kama sanjivini sevita Shri Guru Kaulini me mutam dehi dehi. Kaulini me mutam dehi dehi. Kaulini me mutam dehi dehi. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
I came to feed on thee, but thou hast fed on me. Now there is peace, O Arunachala. Achala Aruna, Arunachala, Vaisahana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Ta-na-na. Arunachala Shiva Achara Chara Jagachalaka Achala Arunachala Shiva Achara Chara Jagachalaka Mama Vachala Arunachala Shiva Achara Chara Jagachalaka Analalinga Adhyanta Rahita Hita Kanadha Trotsava Kalita Vaibhava Analalinga Adhyanta Rahita Hita Kanadha Trotsava Kalita Vaibhava Vinata Deva Vidhi Vinata Deva Vidhi Vishvachita Pada Pranava Jyoti Swarupa Shankara Achala Arunachala Shiva Achara Chara Jagachalaka Mama Vachala Arunachala Shiva Achara Chara Jagachalaka Anagapita Kuchamba Radhita Anupamayogi Janashraya Tata Anagapita Kuchamba Radhita Anupamayogi Janashraya Tata Vinamita Moni Jana Vidya Ramaniya Ghana Shanmukhava Kamala Maranda Vinamita जगच्चालका ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय.
Parvati Nayakane, a great composition by Papanasam Sivan by Geeta Atreya.
பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பரமசிவ கருணாகர சம்போ பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பரமசிவ கருணாகர சம்போ பார்வதி நாயகனே சார்வபௌமனே சங்கரனே சார்வபௌமனே சங்கரனே சார்வபௌமனே சங்கரனே சார்வபௌமனே சங்கரனே கைலாசவாசனே சந்திரசேகரனே சார்வபௌமனே சங்கரனே கைலாசவாசனே சந்திரசேகரனே பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பரமசிவ கருணாகர சம்போ பார்வதி நாயகனே நீ மரபாதனையாள் ஜெகதீஷனே மரபாதனையாள் ஜெகதீஷ நின் திருநாமமென் நான் மரபாதே நீ மரபாதனையாள் ஜெகதீஷ நின் திருநாமமென் நான் மரபாதே தாய் மரபாயிலம் செய் மறந்தாலும் தாய் மரபாயிலம் செய் மறந்தாலும் தாரகம் வேறவ தீன சரண்யனே தாய் மரபாயிலம் செய் மறந்தாலும் தாரக வேறவ தீன சரண்யனே பார்வதி நாயகனே சரணம் பரமசிவ கருணாகர சம்போ பார்வதி நாயகனே
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Surrender to the Guru should not be verbal or conditional. Sharanagati by Ramya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Sharanagati Sharanagati
பரலாய் இனி புகத்துடைதான் ஏது நீ புகழாய் இனி புகத்துடைதான் ஏது நீ புகழாய் சரணாகதி ஸ்மரணாகதி பல அருணாச்சல நீரே ஸ்மரணாகதி பல அருணாச்சல நீரே ஸ்மரணா கருணா வருணா ஸ்ரீ ரமணா கருணா வருணா சரணா தருணம் இது அன்றோ கருணை நோக்கவே கால ஹரணமாகிடில் கால ஹரணமாகிடு சிவே துன்பை நீக்கி இன்பை அளிக்க எனன்பா உலக துன்பை நீக்கி இன்பை அளிக்க எனன்பா இன்னும் பராமுகம் என்ன தாழாதேயா ஸ்ரீவேத்யா இன்னும் பராமுகம் என்ன தாழாதேயா ஸ்ரீரமணா சரணா
கும்மி பாட்டு composed by Satyamangalam Venkatarama Iyer, a group song by Nitya Ramanan, Vidya and Venkat, Uma and P.S, Anu, Uma and Santosh.
குருபதம் பாடுங்கடி அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி பெண்கார் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி அங்கும் ஜீவலோகம் தன்னை விட்டு தயவாக திருச்சுழி தன்னில் வந்து அங்கும் இருக்க மனம் சகியாமலே அருணகிரி தன்னை நாடி வந்தான். ரமண குரு பாதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்கால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. விரும்பி வந்திடும் அன்பர்களை விருப்பாட்ச குகையினில் தானிருந்து கரும்பு போன்றூச்சி காட்டி கழித்திட காட்சி தந்தான் அருள் பார்வையுடன். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. சோழகிரி தன்னில் ஜோதி வடிவதாய் தோன்றிடும் ஈசனருளாலே ஆனவ காமிய மாயை அறுத்தேன் காண சுகத்தில் கழித்திடுவான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. எங்கும் நிறைந்த பராபரமாயொலி தங்கும் இடம் அதுன்றில்லாமலே தங்குள் பகலற நின்ற இடம் அதை கண்டு கழித்தனந்தானாயி. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பஞ்சபூதங்களில் தானிருந்தான் அவன் பஞ்ச கோஷங்களை தானறுத்தான். பஞ்ச தன்மாத்திரை தான் குடித்தான் அவன் பஞ்ச இந்திரியத்தை தான் ஜெயித்தான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. மூன்று சரீரமும் தான் மறந்தான் அவன் மூன்றவஸ்தைகளும் தான் ஒழித்தான். மூன்று குணங்களும் தாண்டி விட்டான் அவன் மூன்று பதங்களும் தேறிவிட்டான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. விண்ணும் வினையதும் தானாண்டி திரையோங்கில் தனி சிவமானாண்டி. இன்னும் சிவ உயிரானாண்டி பாகப்பர உயிரானாண்டி. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. ஜீவ துயிரையும் பர துயிரையும் சேர்த்திருக்கப்படி கொன்றாகி பாவத்தில் நின்று தன்னை மறந்தே பரமாகி பழுத்து தனித்து விட்டான். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. இனிதில் வாழி வளர்ப்பதனால் என்ன வெங்கடரமண வேதியனே காணினி காட்சியை நோதி அறைந்தானே கண்விழியார் எந்தன் கண்ணத்திலே. ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. பெண்டால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி. ரமணன் சத்குரு ரமணன் போதகன் ரமணன் நாயகன் ஆகிவிட்டான். நான் என்ற என்றார். ரமண குரு பதம் பாடுங்கடி, அதை தேடி நின்று ரமித்தாடுங்கடி, என்றால் கூடி நின்றே ரமித்தாடுங்கடி.
This concludes the celebration from Washington DC Satsang Group. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Namaskaram to everyone. When jnanis like Bhagavan leave their physical form, people commonly say that they attained the state of nirvana or samadhi. However, as Bhagavan has repeatedly emphasized, there is no attaining of the nirvana or samadhi state, since it's our own real nature. Bhagavan's devotees are well aware of this. Our purpose in celebrating Bhagavan's Aradhana day is to give us an additional impetus to continue with our practice of self-inquiry with Shraddha and devotion. The end result of self-inquiry is the enjoyment of our natural state of Sat Chid Ananda, that is, being consciousness, bliss. This is mentioned in the beginning section of Bhagavan's answers to Sri Shivaprakasham Pillai given in 1902 in the form of the Non-Yar Upadesha. Now the simple expression Chumma Iru describes the Satchidananda state so admirably. As such, it was given to Saint Arunagirinatha in the form of an Upadesha, or more as a command or injunction, by Lord Muruga or Subramanya. The saint lived in the 15th century in Tiruvannamalai and composed a large collection of hymns known as Tirupugar, which extol the glory of Lord Muruga. In the oft-quoted verse number 12 in the Kandar Anubhuti section of Tirupugar, Saint Arunagirinatha tells us what the Lord's Upadesha was and what happened to him afterwards. He says, Chummayiru chol ara enralume amma porul ondrum arindilane. Chummayiru chol ara enralume amma porul ondrum arindilane. The word meaning of this verse is, when the Lord said, be still and keep quiet, I did not comprehend anything else. Each of these words, Chumma and Iru, in the above expression, has more than one meaning. Therefore, the expression Chumma Iru can be interpreted in at least two different ways. A, be still, with emphasis on the word Chumma, or B, just be, with the emphasis on the word Iru. Thus, Chumma Iru constitutes an extraordinarily profound and powerful Upadesha for a sadhaka of self-inquiry or Atma Vichara. Like Chumma Iru, the expression Chol Ara in the above verse of Arunagirinatha and has been used by Bhagavan in verse 36 of his Arunachala Aksharamanamala. Chol Ara has also several connotations attached to it. The word meaning of that word Chol Ara is not to speak, do not speak. However, in the broader context, Chol refers not only to the spoken form, but also to all forms of communication. The Chol Ara state is also the definition of the state of Mauna, or absolute silence. As we all know, Bhagavan remained in that state of Mauna for most part of his life, and his Upadesha to deserving devotees was given by him in that state. Bhagavan also points out that Mauna is the most direct means of communications, since the original message in that state gets only diluted systematically as it goes through the channels of the mind, the channels of the ego first, the mind, and the senses. It is interesting to note that the Upadesha given in silence by Bhagavan to his mother when she saw him in the Pavala Kundru hill ends with the statement, Maunamai irukkai nandru, which may be translated as, it is good to be silent, or mauna, with emphasis on the word mauna, or with the emphasis on the word irukkai, which indicates a state of being. It is thus essentially identical to what the expression chumma iru implies. It is also worth noting that the holy Arunachala hill displays both silence, indicated by the word chumma, and iru, and the state of being, indicated by the word iru. I'll repeat that. Arunachala displays both the state of silence, indicated by the word chumma, and also the state of being, indicated by the word iru. Bhagavan Ramana has used the Summa Iru expression in 3 of his verses, the 108 verses in the Arunachala Aksharamana Malai. I will read out these 3 verses in Tamil first, followed by their English translation. Verse 31. Sugakkadal ponga, chol unarvu adanga, chumma porundidu anga Arunachala. Sugakkadal ponga, chol unarvu adanga, chumma porundidu anga Arunachala. Translates to, O Arunachala, there in the heart rest quiet. Let the sea of joy surge. Speech and feeling cease. Verse 36. Cholladu cholli ni chol ara nil endru chumma irundai Arunachala. Cholladu cholli ni chollara endru chollara nil endru chumma irundai Arunachala. O Arunachala, in silence thou said, stay silent, and thyself stood silent. Verse 36, Chombiyai chumma sukamundu urangidil, chol veren gati Arunachala. Chombiyai chumma sukamundu urangidil, chol veren gati Arunachala. O Arunachala, if I lazily sleep in pleasure, tell me what other way to get away is there for me. Detailed explanations of the import of these verses can be found in the incisive commentaries of Sri Muruganar, Sri Sadhuvam Swamigal, and Sri Kanakammal. As pointed out by David Godman in his website, Muruganar himself has been enlightened by Bhagavan Ramana with the words Chumma Iru. In one of his Padamalai verses, Muruganar says, the sovereign grace of Padam, that is Bhagavan's holy feet, completed my sadhana with the words, be still. What a wonder is this! Godman also mentions that Bhagavan enlightened Thirunnai Swami by telling him iru, that is stay or be. Saint Thayumanavar, who lived in the 17th century, has also used the expression Chumma Iru in several places in his large collection of poetic hymns on Lord Shiva. In his Vedantic poetry, Kannudai Vallal, who also lived in the 17th century, has used Chumma Iru to point out that the act of being quiet is the main message of all Vedantic Shastras. Those interested, may look up the detailed accounts on these saints and their verses in David Godman's website and in the Mountain Path Journal. Bhagavan Ramana has often referred to the poems of these saints fondly in his conversations with his devotees. At times he used to shed tears reading out some of these, some portions of these verses to his devotees. In the chapter entitled Udal Poi Uravu, Saint Thayumanavar says, Chumma irukka sukam udayamagume. Chumma irukka sukam udayamagume, which translates as bliss will arise if you remain still. In the chapter Payapuli, Saint Thayumanavar exclaims, Chumma irukka sukam sukam endru surudiyallam amma nirandaram sollavum. Chumma irukka sukam sukam endru surudiyallam amma nirandaram sollavum. It translates as follows: the scriptures that one and all declare to be still is bliss is very bliss. I lack, alas, true understanding. I'll read that again. The scriptures that one and all declare to be still is bliss, is very bliss. I lack, alas, true understanding. There are many more such beautiful poetic expressions of the Chumma Iru state in Thayumanavar's magnanimous poetic work, which we do not at present have the time to enjoy. I could not resist, however, adding one of them, which I had memorized from my school days. It is found in the Sukhavari section of Thayumanavar's collection of verses addressed to Lord Nataraja in Chidambaram. It goes like this. Chollal murakkilo sukamillai mauniyai chumma irukka arulvai. Suddha nirgunamana paradevame param jyotiye sukhavariye. Chollal murakkilo sukamillai mauniyai chumma irukka arulvai. Suddha nirgunamana paradevame param jyotiye sukhavariye. It means, O Supreme Lord, there is no sukham or joy in my trumpeting with many words. Please grant me silence, the state of being silent, as a moni. I'll read it again. It means, O Supreme Lord, there is no sukham or joy in my trumpeting with many words. Please grant me the state of being silent as a moni. Finally, in his Vedantic text, which I mentioned before, Orivil Odukkam, Kannudai Vallal says, Chumma adu irukka veitha suthiramam sathirathai vimma kadaruvadum velegalum pariyasakam. Chumma adu irukka veitha sutirathai. Chumma adu irukka veitha sutirathai. No, I'll have to read it all over again. Chumma adu irukka veitha suthiramam sathirathai vimma kadaruvadum velegalum pariyasakam. The English translation is, the core message of all Shastras is to be still. All the rituals and methods are nothing but a mockery. To sum up, the simple expression Chumma Iru is an upadesha in the form of an injunction that jnanis have given to the sadhakas of Atmavichara or self-inquiry. It is at once the goal, the method, and the fruit of self-inquiry. In his great compassion, Bhagavan has given us this upadesha and the who am I method of self-inquiry for our realizing our ever-present self. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Namaskarams to one and all. Feeling very blessed to be part of this whole event. Today, I am going to sing a song on Bhagavan by Sri Janaki Mata. Janaki Mata is one of the greatest devotees of Bhagavan. By her Guru Bhakti alone, she attained the state of Atmajnana and became a Guru herself, to the extent there is a running ashram for her in Tanjore in the state of Tamil Nadu in India. In this song, Janaki Mata is talking to her tongue. She is saying in Sanskrit, tongue is called jih. She is asking her tongue to chant the praise of Bhagavan, and she is asking her heart, Nenje, to ponder on it. Uraithiduvai jihve, Sri Ramanar Mahime Idannai, Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Please ponder on his praise. In the very first stanza, she beautifully says that Bhagavan will come to his devotees in the way they want him to see. Because Bhagavan is in all the rupam of all the deities which we worship. If you want him to see as Ganapati, he is going to come to you as Ganapati. If you want to see him as Subramanya, he will come to you as Subramanya. In Tamil, there is a beautiful face, Than Endrum. So she beautifully sings like this, Ganapati Than Endrum, which means Ramana is nothing but Ganapati. Subramanya Than Endrum. Like you can see Bhagavan as Subramanya. Madhavan Than Endrum. Sadashivan Than Endrum. The song goes like this. Now I am going to sing the song for all of you. Thank you. Uraithiduvai jihve Shri Ramanar Mahimai Dannai Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Uraithiduvai jihve Shri Ramanar Mahimai Dannai Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Bhaktargal ishtapadi Palavidha Rubhamaga Darishanamalitidum Sarvashaktanendrum. Uraithiduvai jihve Shri Ramanar Mahimai Dannai Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Agra Bhujarendra Adishaya Namamulla Aganita Gana Yukta Ganapati Than Endrum. Aganita Guna Yukta Ganapati Than Endrum. Uraithiduvai jihve Shri Ramanar Mahimai Dannai Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Sura Samharam Shaida Subramanya Rupan Endrum. Kshadadara Nilai Vendra Shanmuga Devan Endrum. Uraithiduvai jihve Shri Ramanar Mahimai Dannai Ninaithiduvai Nenje. Mayayudan Koodinum மாயாதீதன் என்றும் மறைகளூரை தேடும் மாதவன் தான் என்றும் உரை தேடுவாய் ஜிஹ்வே ஸ்ரீரமணர் மகிமை தன்னை நினைத்திடுவாய் நெஞ்சே யோகிகள் ஹிருதயம் தன்னில் ரமித்திடும் ராமன் என்றும் வெங்கடாச்சலம் தன்னில் ரமித்திடும் ரமணன் என்றும் உரைத்திடுவாய் ஜிஹ்வே ஸ்ரீரமணர் மகிமை தன்னை நினைத்திடுவாய் நெஞ்சே சதுர்மறை மூரையிடும் சதாசிவன் தான் என்றும் ஜன்மரகிதம் செய்யும் சிவசக்தி ரூபன் என்றும் புக்தி முக்தி அளித்திடும் சிவசக்தி ரூபன் என்றும் உரைத்திடுவாய் ஜிஹ்வே ஸ்ரீரமணர் மகிமை தன்னை நினைத்திடுவாய் நெஞ்சே அகம் பிரம்மாஸ்மி என்ற அத்வைத பாவன் என்றும் அடிமை ஜானகி நெஞ்சே சந்ததமும் நினைத்திடுவாய் அடிமை ஸ்ரீ ஜானகி ஜிஹ்வே சந்ததமும் உரைத்திடுவாய் உரைத்திடுவாய் ஜிஹ்வே ஸ்ரீரமணர் மகிமை தன்னை நினைத்திடுவாய் நெஞ்சே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
ఓంకారరూపుడై ఓంకారవాచ్యుడై ఓంకారభావంబు నుడువువాని తత్వార్థవేదియై తత్వస్వరూపుడై తత్వార్థమును చెప్పదనరువాని నిత్యుడై శుద్ధుడై నిర్మలజ్ఞానుడై సత్యస్వరూపుడై సాక్షియగుచు బ్రహ్మమై బ్రహ్మకు బ్రహ్మంబు తెలుపు సుబ్రహ్మణ్య దేవుడై ప్రబలువాని అరుణగిరియందు వాసమై యమరువాని శరణమనియడి భక్తుల సాకువాని రమణ మునినాథు మ్రొక్కుదున విమల చరితు నిత్యుడాతడు నామదిని నిలుచుగాక. Namo Ramana to all from Bhagavan devotees of Ohio Satsang Group. I am Abhilash Mungamuru, coordinating from Ohio Ramana Center. We are all happy to be part of this online celebration of 72nd Aradhana of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. To start, kids from our Ramana Center are presenting a small skit.
Namo Ramana. One day, a gentleman entered the ashram grounds with a large cluster of hill bananas to offer to Bhagavan. Not noticing the young cow planting her salt nearby, he was suddenly ambushed from the rear of the cow Lakshmi. With dashing speed, a huge bunch of bananas was snatched from his hands and a half gulped down before he knew what had hit him. Let us see what happened next.
Hey, you, somebody! This cow has stolen Bhagavan's bananas! Help! Somebody! It's chasing after me!
Hey, what's happening?
The cow has stolen Bhagavan's bananas! Drive it away! Drive it away? Do you know who that cow is? That's Bhagavan's beloved cow, Lakshmi.
Yes, indeed. This is Lakshmi, who is cut by Bhagavan's own hands. I've seen Bhagavan keep her leaves, paisam and vade, all in banana leaf as she were a human devotee.
Yes, Lakshmi is always fed first. After that, we eat.
Even if you offer food to Bhagavan, he'll just feed to Lakshmi.
It's alright, I'm sorry. Oh, dear sir, today you are very lucky. Gomata has gotten your offering. Luckily, the monkeys didn't take the offerings first. Yes, if you're bringing offerings to Bhagavan Tata, you should always guard them with your life. Even sometimes that's not enough.
Here in the Ashrama, you learn to be very vigilant. You don't know what might come on your front, back, above or below, or even on your rear. You don't know what might land on your head for God's sake. Am I not right, Swami? Yes. Come on, let us pray to Bhagavan.
यस्योर्निमात्रं भवनं समस्तं कुहाहितं तं रमणं गभीरं चिन्ताविहीनं हृदि चिन्तयामि.
We will now hear a song on Bhagavan rendered by Srimati Lakshmi Kanuri and Sri Nageswar Rao Kanuri.
Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru na Swami. 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 Na హృదయములో నిండుగా నివసించు నా తండ్రి నా తల్లి నా ప్రభువు రమణ అత్యద్భుతంబైన సత్యస్వరూపుడు నిత్యానుగ్రహదాత నా గురువు రమణ నా హృదయములో నిండుగా నివసించు నా తండ్రి నా తల్లి నా ప్రభువు రమణ అత్యద్భుతంబైన సత్యస్వరూపుడు నిత్యానుగ్రహదాత నా గురువు రమణ రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు నా స్వామి రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు నా స్వామి నిత్య సత్యం బతడు ఆద్యంతరహితుడు దివ్య జ్ఞాన ప్రదాత భవ్య ప్రేమ జ్యోతి పరమ పవనమూర్తి మానవతీతుడు శాంత సుందర కీర్తి బ్రహ్మమున రమణ నిత్య సత్యం బతడు ఆద్యంతరహితుడు దివ్య జ్ఞాన ప్రదాత భవ్య ప్రేమ జ్యోతి పరమ పవనమూర్తి మానవతీతుడు శాంత సుందర కీర్తి బ్రహ్మమున రమణ రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు నా స్వామి 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 రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు రమణ సద్గురు నా స్వామి.
The Uma Chatvarimshat is a compilation of 44 verses from the Uma Sahasram, a magnum opus composition of Nayana, Kavyakanta Sri Vasishta Ganapati Muni. By the divine blessings of Bhagavan and Nayana, Few devotees chose and compiled one verse from each of the 40 stabakams of the Uma Sahasram, appending with the first 2 slokams as the Prarthana and the last 2 slokams as the Mangala slokas for this Uma Chatvarimshat, making it to a total of 44 verses. The Uma Chatvarimshat was compiled with an intent to perform daily Parayanam, so one can be benefited with the complete Parayana of 1,000 verses of the Uma Sahasram. Sri Arunachala Ramana Ganapati Ashramam, with the consent of Sri Ramanashramam and few other gurus, has published this Uma Chatvarimshat verses scripted in 5 languages: Telugu, Devanagari, English, Tamil, and Kannada, for the benefit of devotees of Bhagavan and Nayana across the world. We hope everyone will get benefited by the daily recitation of the Uma Chatvarimshat. Srimati Vasanta Malavika Damarla and Sri Abhilash Mungamuru will now recite the Uma Chatvarimshat.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Shri Ganapati Munaye Namaha. Om Shri Umaye Namaha. Uma Chatvarimshat. Akhila Jagannatho Ma Samasata Pena Chakulanasman Anugrinhatvanukampa Sudhatraya Tisachandrikaya Nikhileshu Pravahantim Nirupadhi Vimatsayoga Drishyormim Ajaram Ajam Amliyam Kam Apivande Mahashakti Bhartuyahema Bharanam Bahushobhamishwara Pramodakalam Murtim Pavana Kirtim Tam Haimavatim Umam Ahu Prabho Pramaditah Satah Pramavati Swayam Prithat Vihaya Sashavirini Prabhau Tato Hiranmaye Hiranmayangana Kritihi Nabhontare Bhaskare Tathantareshu Devinam Maheshwari Jayatyuma Mata Pitarau Yattaveka Sharirau Chitra Prathanarta Sakachana Lila Sankalpe Sankalpe Chityattim Manasi Vipuram Tim Swam Yaupaste Sajanaste Grinhati Mahesha Vallabhi Charanam
दातुं प्रभुः सान्त्वयितुं समर्थः कर्तुं क्षमस्तर्जयितुं च शक्तः संरक्षतान्मां तव सर्ववन्द्ये करस्तुषारां सुभृता गृहीतः देवी व्यापकतेजः शक्तिस्तत्त्वविचारे अत्यन्तं सुकुमारी नारीमूर्तिविचारे त्वं भूतकर्तरि भवस्यनुभूतिनिद्रा सोमस्य पातरिबिडौजसि मोदनिद्रा सप्तास्वबिम्बपुरुषात्मनियोगनिद्रा संसारमग्नहृदयेष्वसि मोहनिद्रा महिषं तं महावीर्यं या सर्वसुरदेहजा अवधिदानवं तस्यै चण्डिकायै नमो नमः
यद्धीभूते चूते गतवति परिभूतिमसितजलजाते अनिते सिद्धिमशोके कमलेऽपि गलज्जयशीते श्रीकर्णये शतवलोचनाञ्चले भान्त्यादयादयितया प्रबोधितः एतं सवित्रि मम कञ्चनस्तवम् श्रुत्वा तनोतु भरतावने प्रियम् गणपतये स्तनगतयोः पदकमले सप्तलोकभक्तेभ्यः अधरपुटे त्रिपुरजिते दधाति पीयूषमम्बत्वम् चक्षुषः सुदतिते सगोत्रता कैरवैर्निशिदिने कुशेशयैः कश्यपैरपि वसिष्ठबान्धवैः भूसु पर्वणैव द्विगोत्रिणः
सक्तः सदा चन्द्रकलाकलापे सर्वेषु भूतेषु दयां दधानः गौरीकटाक्षो रमणो मुनिर्वा मदीयमज्ञानमपाकरोतु मूलाधारादग्निः ज्वलति शिरस्तहस्य शीद्रवती कुण्डलिनी मयि मन्ये वीणाशयनात् प्रबुद्धेयम् स्वागतं सकललोकनुतायै स्वागतं भुवनराजमहिष्यै स्वागतं मयि भृशंसदयायै स्वागतं दशसतारमितायै अदुष्टचरितेभ्यः शुभान्यभिदधाना कुलानि मलिनानां हतानि विदधाना
शिष्टकुलानां सम्मदयित्री दुष्टजनानां संशमयित्री कष्टमपारं पादयुषो मे विष्टपराग्नि सा विधुनोतु योराकाशधरकान्तिसारशुद्धां विद्धानां करकमलेन पुस्तकं त्वां भूतेशं प्रभुमसकृत् प्रबोधयन्ती ध्यायेद्वाग्भवति वसेस्य नाकदूती भ्रमाकुलेन दुःसरा भवालसेन दुर्गमा अमन्त्रकेण दुर्भरा जगत्त्रयेण दुर्जया दुर्जनमूलोच्छेदकरी दीनजनार्तिध्वंसकरी धीवललक्ष्मीनाशकृशं पुण्यकुलं नः पातु शिवा
खिद्यन्ति योषितः कुक्षौ वहन्त्योर्भकमेककम् अर्धकुक्षौ दधासि त्वं त्रिलोकीमम्बलीलया जयति त्रिपुरारिभामिनी गणपत्यादिमरुत्प्रसूरुमा तमसूतसुरारिधूतये त्रिदशानामपि याचमूपतिम् गणपतेः शिरः कमलचुम्बिनी भवतु गोपतिध्वजकुटुम्बिनी हृद्गुहान्तरे यद्विशोदनं तत्सवित्रिते स्यादुपासनम्
आलोकते पीतकुचामयि त्वाम् आलोलचित्तामरुणाचलेयः निर्वेदवान् पर्वसुधांशुवक्त्रे सर्वे वशेतस्य भवन्ति कामाः शोणनगार्थतनो अनिशमङ्के धारयते निपुहं रमणाख्यम् आगतमप्ययिहामुहुरम्ब उच्चाटयसे गणपं ननु कस्मात् सहस्रं भानूनां भवति दिवसानामधिपतेः सहस्रं शीर्षाणां भवति भुजगानामधिपतेः सहस्रं नेत्राणां भवति विबुधानामधिपतेः सहस्रं बाहूनां भवति समये हैमवतिते अम्बैव सासुरभिरर्जुन भूपतिर्यां वीर्याजहार स च भार्गवाजहार तस्याः तेः परगृहस्थितिरेव हेतुः गन्धर्वदर्शनकथारिपुकल्पितैव
संसोद्यः आगमजालं सारांशं प्रवदामः स्कन्दाम्बापदभक्तिः भुक्त्यै चाथ विमुक्त्यै इमामयी प्रियात् प्रियां महारसाम् अहङ्कृतिं निवेदयामि बुध्यताम् इयं त्वया निरामये। नमः शिवायै बणतद्विपादो युष्माकमग्र्यां धिषणां ददत्यै आधारचक्रे शितुरम्बिकायै ब्रह्माण्डचक्रस्य विधायिकायै सर्वेषां मन्त्राणां स्तोत्राणां चेसचित्तनाथे प्रकृतौ गूढं सदा स्वरं त्यां प्राणं त्यां त्वयि जुहोति मौनी वाचम्।
सवित्रि साक्षात् चरणस्य ते प्रभां विधारयं तज्जनिमूलमार्गणे मुहुर्मुहुः सोऽहम् अचेधृतोद्यमः पथा महर्षि रमणो बभानयम्। अदयमरिभिः क्रान्ते राष्ट्रे त्वमीश्वरि रक्षिका सुमशरमुखैः धूते चित्ते त्वमीश्वरि रक्षिका प्रबलदुरितैः ग्रस्ते वंशे त्वमीश्वरि रक्षिका व्यसृजति जलं मेघे मोघे त्वमीश्वरि रक्षिका अस्तु तव पादकमले स्थितिरजस्रम् नास्ति परदुःखविवशे हृदि तु शान्तिः अस्तु करुणेयमयमस्तु मतिलोपः कष्टमिदमम्ब मम भूरि परिशिष्टम् कुक्षराजवाहनस्य जीवितात् करीयसी पक्षिराजवाहनादिवन्यमानवैभवा केति लोकचक्रवर्ति वाहनेन पुत्रिणी वारनारि सार्वभौम वाहनागतिर्मम।
पूर्णं प्रज्ञातृः सद्ब्रह्म तस्य ज्ञानं महेश्वरी महिमा तेज आहोस्वे शक्तिर्वा प्राण एव वा दृष्टौ दृष्टौ द्रष्टुः शक्तिं लोचनमण्डलमध्ये भान्तिम् अभिमुञ्चन्यः पश्यति धीरो यत्किञ्चिद्वा तमवैच्चैन्द्री भासां विनेत्रा महताग्रहैश्च भूरि प्रमाणैर्युतमीसकान्ते एकैकमण्डं तमलोमवच्चेत् कस्तेद्महद्भाग्यमिह ब्रवीतु स्तुवतां वाचो विददद्दैवं स्मरतां चेतस्फुटयद्दैवं जपतां शक्तिं प्रथयद्दैवं नमतां दुरितं दमयद्दैवम् रमण महर्षे रमते वासी मध्यमपुत्रो नरसिंहस्य वासिष्ठोऽयं मरुतां मातुः गणपतिरङ्घ्रिं शरणमुपैति त्रिभुवनभर्तुः परमाशक्तिः सकलसवित्री गौरी जयति तन्नुतिरेषा गणपतिरचिता पादाकुलकप्रान्ता जयति इति श्रीवासिष्ठगणपतिमुनिप्रोक्तम् उमाचत्वारिंशत् सम्पूर्णम्। सर्वं श्री उमादेवी चरणारविन्दार्पितमस्तु। श्री रमण गणपति चरणारविन्दार्पितमस्तु। On May 19th, 1922, Mother Alagamal attained moksha in the hands of Sri Bhagavan. The very next morning, her body was buried and a linga was installed by Sri Bhagavan, for which Nayana Kavyakanta Sri Vasishtha Ganapati Muni named as Sri Matrubhuteshwara, Mother in the form of Lord Shiva. Immediately Nayana offered Sri Saundaryamba Shatkam, 6 verses in praise of Sri Saundaryamba. As this year happens to mark the 100th year of Sri Matrubhuteshwara We will hear this Shatkam recited by Chiranjeevi Ramana Sanat Kumar Mangamuru.
दुन्दुभिवर्षे वृषषष्ठदिने माधवकृष्णदळीयनवम्या भार्गववासरनिशिशततारा संयुक्तायां प्रथमीयामि भारद्वाजी पाराशर्या श्रेष्ठकुलोद्भवसुन्दरपत्नी गुरुगुहभागजरमणमहर्षि माता पूता चारित्रेण त्याजितमानससङ्गहंसि शिवपदभक्तिक्षालितपङ्का कुहकरशक्त्या रुद्धप्राणा तक्षणधूतसमस्तविकल्पा निगमां तव चोवेद्यं ज्योतिः सर्वजगत्सुव्याप्तं ज्योतिः सुतगुहदृष्ट्या व्यक्तं ज्योतिः सौन्दर्याम्बा समभूज्योतिः रमणमहर्षेः करसरसीज द्वयमकरन्दस्फुटधारेव अत्र समाधौ सौन्दर्याम्बा देव्यास्तीर्थं नवमघशमनम् जयतु महर्षेर्माता पूता जयतु समाधिः कोऽपि तदीयः जयतु महर्षिस्थापितलिङ्गम् जयतु च तीर्थं नवमघशमनम् जयतु च तीर्थं नवमघशमनम् जयतु च तीर्थं नवमघशमनम्.
Naina used to write letters in Sanskrit to Sri Bhagavan from Anand Ashram, Sirisi, Karnataka. On Mother Alagamma's Aradhana day, which fell on June 1st, 1931, Sri Naina wrote a letter in Sanskrit to Sri Bhagavan offering his prostrations to Sri Matrabhuteshwara and praising Matrabhuteshwara and Bhagavan. Srimati Sulochana Natarajan of Ramana Maharshi Center for Learning, Bengaluru, has tuned this letter. We will hear this praise of Naina from Chiranjeevi Ramana Vasni Mungamuru and Srimati Madhavi Mungamuru.
यामुनीनां त्रातारं श्रीरामं कौसल्येव
श्रीरामं कौसल्येव
योगविद्योपदेशकं श्रीकृष्णं देवकीव
श्रीकृष्णं देवकीव
कुमारब्रह्मचारिणं देशिकं परशुधारिणं रेणुकेव
परशुधारिणं रेणुकेव
सर्वभूता अभयप्रदं शाक्यमुनिं मायादेवीव
शाक्यमुनिं मायादेवीव
भक्तपापभारभृतं मनुष्यकुमारमेरीव
मनुष्यकुमारमेरीव
सर्वैतै गुणैर्विशिष्टं भगवन्तं भवन्तं लोकस्य हिताय अविद्यान्धकारापनोधनाय कुवादानां दूरीकरणाय सत्यस्य वेदनाय च शुशुवे तस्य सुन्दरप्रियायै सौन्दर्याम्बायै नमः
सौन्दर्याम्बायै नमः
नमस्तदधिष्ठानाय च मातृभूतेश्वराय भगवते नमस्तत्पूजकेभ्यश्च रमण भागवतेभ्यः रमण भागवतेभ्यः.
With this offering to Sri Bhagavan, now we request the devotees of Michigan to continue their offering in the 72nd Aradhana celebration of Sri Bhagavan. Jai Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya. Thank you, Ohio Satsang Group. This is the Michigan Satsang Group. Happy Mother's Day. Today we have a reading from Book 7, The Guiding Presence, The Tigers Pray by Saroja, and a reading from Ramana Maharshi, The Path of Self-Knowledge by Arthur Osborne on devotee F.H. Humphreys, and finally a chanting Annamalai Venba by Kalpana Murli Kumar.
Arunachala Ramana, The Guiding Presence, Book 7, Chapter 82, The Tigers Pray. Why does Ramana enter a person's life and how? No one but he knows the answer. The experience of many is a testimony for his silent, dew-like entry into a life to redeem it, to make it whole. Things would be made easy for the life-giving contact. A friend would provide the fare, money would come from unexpected quarters, bosses would not only permit but even strongly suggest visiting the Maharshi and Sri Ramanashramam. In far-off Spain, a book, to spark the interest, would be placed in one's hand, though the way of it would not be known to the receiver of grace. Years in India would have been wasted with no knowledge of Master's life or teachings, and then suddenly, without notice, every worthwhile book would come to a person's notice, making them the breakfast, lunch, tea, and dinner of the fortunate one. Be it a small village in Netherlands or a forest hermitage, Ramana would step in quietly and claim his flock. Often he would literally give his shoulder, strong enough to hold the burden of the universe, to a devotee in need of help and solace. Not a single word may be exchanged in months, but wonderful grace would be poured in, through the incomparable grace of his steady and shining eyes. Drug addiction would end just by the penetrating look. Looking at the mysterious ways of Ramana's advent into the life of his marked people, one is reminded of the story of Saint Sundaramamurti, narrated by Ramana to Surinagamma. Sundaramamurti was seated before the sacred fire, all set for marriage, awaiting his bride. At this 12th hour, the great Lord Shiva appeared in the guise of an old Brahmin to stop the marriage and claim him as his own. Shiva produced the necessary document to prove that the bridegroom was pledged forever to serve him. Sundaramurti reviled Shiva as a madman, only to fall headlong into devoted service when the truth of the relationship was revealed as a relationship which was not bound by time. Hasn't Ramana himself hinted to Chadwick that the Guru and the disciple are bound together, always cutting through time barriers? Once Ramana enters a life, the burning sand of the worldly life would be carpeted, laden thick with fragrant flowers, and a strange gladness would fill the journey homeward to the heart. Not that one would be freed from Maya's sway straight away, but it is certain that his grip would be tight and firm, never letting one stray away altogether from the quest. One becomes Ramana's food, no matter however vile, however sinful one may be. Can a prey which has fallen into a spider's web or a tiger's jaw escape. But when? How long should one toss between the profane and the divine? To be drawn to the great force and yet to be denied the feel of its presence, as it often happens, it's a torture. Ramana's magnetic body did not go the way of all flesh in April 1950. The vivid, tangible, even physical impact continues to be felt sometimes through dreams and visions, but always felt by those whom Ramana has chosen to make his for some unaccountable reason. True, Ramana's entry into one's life cannot be in vain. But for those who are content to remain in the sidelines, for those the good and bad fruits of karma are still tasty, the full impact of the great presence is not yet. Their contact with eternity is all too brief. The time has not come for them to taste, in full measure, the entry of the Sadguru in their lives. It is a different story for those of whom Ramana charms totally, who are taken over body and soul in a no-holds-barren union. Such ones have no eyes except for that indescribable wonder, the Master's eyes. They cannot escape the bewitchment of his smile. Nothing matters to them, save to be his and let his presence seep through every pore of their body. The joy of self-forgetfulness, of oneness, fills their being. This mood, however, is not for keeps, nor even till death do us part. Imperceptibly, the body hunger, the demands of the flesh, stage a virulent comeback to the point of negating the joy of being Ramana's. It is certain that Ramana will not leave anyone by the roadside and that his succor would be there to strengthen and sustain. But in the intermediate stage, when one is not steadfast in love for Ramana, many ego traps of attachments seem to be there, ready to lure one away. For when the Sadguru's tiger-like fangs begin to chew up one's ego, the job is never done at one stroke. It is often left incomplete to be finished at a time which he alone knows to be the best. In this halfway house, when one is tossed between the sensate and the spiritual, when one is neither his nor the world's, one is inclined to pray sometimes, please stop being a magnet, do not take me at all, or take all. It appears as if Ramana is aloof, withdrawn, unconcerned. Not that he is really, but the dryness, the slipping away makes one forlorn. Sometimes when one cries out in anguish, "Where have you gone, my God, forsaking me?" one yearns and prays, "Put out this fire, sweet, cool ocean of boundless grace, put out this fire of separation." One finds Ramana's Arunachala Padigam, replete with pleadings to the Sadguru not to stop midway and leave the task unfinished. How truly reflective of the longing, the pinning of the impersonal beloved who walked on earth as Ramana. Occasionally the mood of rebellion too sets in. What else can one do except to chaff at Master's indifference, except to fret and fume at his hide and seek? Must we be a plaything for our Master if we escape being fate's plaything? Why should we leave one to be lost in the company of the worldly? Why should we have to keep company with those who know nothing of his endless beauty? Why does he not enchant by revealing himself in all his radiant splendor? Why does he, like poison, loathe the love that was once honey sweet? One may question thus, one may feel that he is not doing enough to take over quickly. One may curse the apparently snail-paced working of his grace. But all said and done, for those who care for him only, there is no question of going back. Their boats have been burnt. Inscrutable are his ways. There may be no holiday from the unfoldment of fate's merry-go-round. Fate's whiplashes may or may not be blunted. Loneliness may be one's lot. then one has to remember that having surrendered, the right to question why has also gone. When the dark cloud of doubt and despondency grips one, then suddenly the Sadguru is there, giving his firm hand for the heartward journey. Having bartered his glorious state for our paltry self, he steps in almost at the very last second when one is ready to throw up one's hands in despair. Out of the blue, the mighty primal power of Ramana courses through one's vein. His tiger-like grip tightens and one becomes fully his prey. Once and for all, the sorrow of a divisive life centered on the ego ends, as one remains firmly rooted in the natural state which he restores. Happiness brims over, within, without, and everywhere.
A reading from Ramana Maharshi and the Path of Self-Knowledge by Arthur Osborne, page 111, Some Early Devotees. F.H. Humphreys. The first Western devotee of Sri Bhagavan was already grounded in occultism when he came to India in 1911. He was only 21 and had come to take up a post in the police service at Vellore. He engaged a tutor, one Narasimhaiah, to teach him Telugu, and in the very first lesson asked him whether he could procure a book in English on Hindu astrology. It was a strange request from a white Sahib, but Narasimhaiah assented and got him one from a library. The next day, Humphreys asked an even more astonishing question. Do you know any Mahatma here? Narasimhaiah answered briefly that he did not. This did not save him from embarrassment for long, for the next day Humphreys said, Did you tell me yesterday that you don't know any Mahatma? Well, I saw your Guru this morning just before I woke up from sleep. He sat by my side and said something which, however, I did not understand. As Narasimhaiah still seemed unconvinced, Humphreys continued, The first man from Vellore whom I met at Bombay was you. Narasimhaiah began to protest that he had never been to Bombay, but Humphreys explained that as soon as he arrived there, he had been taken to hospital in a high fever. In order to gain some relief from pain, he had directed his mind to Vellore, where he should have proceeded immediately on landing, but for his illness. He travelled to Vellore in his astral body and saw Narasimhaiah there. Narasimhaiah replied simply that he did not know what an astral body was, or any body but a physical one. However, in order to test the truth of the dream, he next day left a bundle of photographs on Humphreys' table before going to give a lesson to another police officer. Humphreys looked through them and immediately picked out of Ganapati Shastri. There, he exclaimed when his teacher returned, This is your Guru. Narasimhaiah admitted that it was. After this, Humphreys again fell sick and he had to leave for Ooty to recuperate. It was several months before he returned to Vellore. When he did, he again surprised Narasimhaiah, this time by sketching a mountain cave he had seen in a dream, with a stream running in front of it and a sage standing in the entrance. It could only be Virupaksha. Narasimhaiah now told him about Sri Bhagavan. Humphreys was introduced to Ganapati Shastri and conceived great respect for him. And at the same month, all three of them set out on a visit to Tiruvannamalai. Humphreys' first impression of Bhagavan. On reaching the cave, we sat before him at his feet and said nothing. We sat thus for a long time and I felt lifted out of myself. For half an hour I looked into Maharshi's eyes, which never changed their expression of deep contemplation. I began to realize somewhat that the body is the temple of the Holy Ghost. I could feel only that his body was not the man. It was the instrument of God, merely a sitting motionless corpse from which God was radiating terrifically. My own feelings were indescribable. This is from a letter written to a friend in London by F.H. Humphreys and published by her in the International Psychic Gazette, London. In the same letter from which it is taken, he also wrote, "The most touching sight was the number of tiny children up to about 7 years of age who climbed the hill on their own to come and sit near the Maharshi, even though he may not speak a word nor even look at them for days together. They do not play, but just sit there quietly in perfect contentment." Like Ganapati Shastri, Humphreys was eager to help the world. Humphreys, "Master, can I help the world?" Bhagavan, "Help yourself and you will help the world." Humphreys, "I wish to help the world. Shall I not be helpful?" Bhagavan, "Yes, helping yourself, you help the world. You are in the world, you are the world. You are not different from the world, nor is the world different from you." Humphreys, after a pause, "Master, can I perform miracles as Sri Krishna and Jesus did before?" Bhagavan, "Did any of them, when he performed them, feel that it was he who was performing a miracle?" Humphreys, "No, Master." It was not long before Humphreys repeated his visit. I went by a motorcycle and climbed up the cave. The sage smiled when he saw me, but was not in the least surprised. We went in, and before we sat down, and he asked me a question private to myself, of which he knew. Evidently, he recognized me the moment he had seen me. Everyone who came to him is an open book, and a single glance suffices to reveal to him its contents. "You have not had any food," Bhagavan said, "and are hungry?" I admitted that it was so, and he immediately called in a disciple to bring me food, rice, ghee, fruits, etc., eaten with fingers, as Indians do not use spoons. Though I have practiced eating this way, I lacked dexterity. So he gave me a coconut spoon to eat with, smiling and talking between whiles. You can imagine nothing more beautiful than a smile. I had coconut milk to drink, whitish like cow's milk and delicious, to which he had himself added a few grains of sugar. When I had finished, I was still hungry, and he knew it and ordered more. He knows everything, and when others pressed me to eat fruit when I had enough, he stopped them at once. I had to apologize for my way of drinking. He only said, "Never mind." The Hindus are particular about this. They never sip nor touch the vessel with their lips, but pour the liquid straight in. Thus many can drink from the same cup without fear of infection. While I was eating, he was relating my past history to others, and accurately too. Yet he had seen me but once before and many hundreds in between. He simply turned on, as it were, clairvoyance, even as we would refer to an encyclopedia. I sat for about 3 hours listening to his teaching. Later on, I was thirsty, for it had been a hot ride, but I would not have shown it for worlds. Yet he knew and told a disciple to bring me some lemonade. At last I had to go, so bowed, as we do, and went outside the cave to put on my boots. He came outside too, and said I might come to see him again. It is strange what a change it makes in one to have been in his presence. Although Humphreys never stayed with Sri Bhagavan and only visited him a few times, he imbibed his teaching and received his grace. A synopsis that he sent to a friend in English was published later in the International Psychic Gazette and remains an excellent presentation of the teaching. A master is one who has meditated solely on God, has flung his whole personality into the sea of God and drowned and forgotten it there, till he becomes only the instrument of God. And when his mouth opens, it speaks God's words without effort or forethought. And when he raises a hand, God flows again through that to work a miracle. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I will be reciting the first 30 verses of Annamalai Venba. Annamalai Venba was composed by Guru Namachivayar. Of the many saints and sages of Tiruvannamalai, Guru Namachivayar and his Guru Guhai Namachivayar are widely known in the Tamil land. Annamalai Venba was one among the traditional works referred to by Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. மண்ணு திரு அண்ணாமலை மாலை நாயடியேன் பண்ணு தமிழ் வெண்பாவில் பாடவே துண்ணு மலர் பாதனே மூடிகத்தின் பாலேறும் தேவகண நாதனே நீ முன்னட ஆதி நடம் ஆடுமலை அன்றிருவர் தேடுமலை சோதிமதி ஆடரவம் சூடுமலை நீதி தழைக்குமலை ஞானத்த போதனரை வாயென்றழைக்குமலை அண்ணாமலை அன்பர் பிறப்பை அகற்றுமலை அன்பரெல்லாம் அன்பர் பிறப்பை வளர்க்குமலை அன்பை வடிக்குமலை சிங்கத்தை வந்து சிம்புல் ஆகி அடிக்குமலை அண்ணாமலை கூற்றை உதைத்தமலை கோமாரன் கூடல் வைகை ஆற்றை அடைத்தமலை ஆரூரன் போற்ற சிறந்தமலை தீவினையேன் செய்த குறை எல்லாம் மறந்தமலை அண்ணாமலை ஏழைக்கிறங்குமலை ஏதேது கேட்டாலும் கோழைப்படாமல் கொடுக்குமலை வேழம் முறித்தமலை அம்மைக்கு ஒரு பாகம் ஈந்த மருத்துமலை அண்ணாமலை கண்டம் கரியமலை கண்மூன்று உடையமலை அண்டரெல்லாம் போற்றற்கு அரியமலை தொண்டருக்கு தோற்றுமலை நாளும் தொழுவோர் எழுபிறப்பை மாற்றுமலை அண்ணாமலை அன்னமுடன் சொன்னம் அளிக்குமலை ஆதரிப்போர் உண்ணுவரம் எல்லாம் உதவுமலை துண்ணு புகழ் கொண்டமலை அங்கி கொழுந்தாகி அண்டமுற மண்டுமலை அண்ணாமலை மாமா தவ நமச்சிவாயன் தினமுருவென் பாமாலை சாத்தி பணியுமலை காமாதி என்னுமலை தான் கடந்தோர் இன்பத் திருகுலத்தே மண்ணுமலை அண்ணாமலை அஞ்சு அக்கழமாய் அமர்ந்தமலை ஆதரிப்போர் வஞ்ச கருவினையை மாற்றுமலை நெஞ்சை திருத்துமலை மெஞ்ஞான சித்தி தரும் தெய்வ மருத்துமலை அண்ணாமலை தொண்டர் வலமாகச் சூழுமலை சூழும் அவர் பண்டை வினை எல்லாம் பறிக்குமலை அண்டம் உருவுமலை எந்தை குரு ஓம் நமச்சிவாயன் மருவுமலை அண்ணாமலை கொம்பு அணைய பேதை குரமகளிர் வானில் உறும் அம்புலியினோடு விளையாடுமலை செம்பவளம் ஒத்தமலை சர்க்குருவாய் உன் கடல் என் சென்னியின் மேல் வைத்தமலை அண்ணாமலை ஞான குருநாதன் நமச்சிவாயன் கருணை ஆனபரன் ஆகியனை ஆண்டமலை வானவர்கள் போற்றுமலை தீவினையேன் புந்தி கவலையெல்லாம் மாற்றுமலை அண்ணாமலை சரண கமலம் தனி புகழும் தொண்டர் மரண பவத்துயரம் மாற கருணை பொழியுமலை தண்டு புழுகு பணி நீரே வழியுமலை அண்ணாமலை அன்பர் கருத்தில் அனவரதம் மேவுமலை துன்பம் அகல துரத்துமலை இன்பம் விளைக்குமலை செம்பொன்மக மேருவினை வில்லா வளைக்குமலை அண்ணாமலை நண்பா குகையின் நமச்சிவாயன் கருத்தில் வெண்பா பயிராய் விளையுமலை தின்பார் அலர்ந்த மலை செஞ்சுடராய் அன்றிருவர் தேட வளர்ந்த மலை அண்ணாமலை சீதமலரோன் நெடுமால் தேடுமலை அன்பருக்கு பாதமலர் வீடாய் பலிக்குமலை மாதவர்கள் மொய்த்தமலை உண்ணாமுலை உமையை பாகத்தில் வைத்தமலை அண்ணாமலை வைத்த நிதி ஓம் நமச்சிவாய குரு நாள்தோறும் மெய்த்தமிழினால் புகழ்ந்து மேவுமலை எத்திசையும் மின்னுமலை மாதுடனே வெள்ளிமலை வீடாக மண்ணுமலை அண்ணாமலை முக்கோணமாக முளைத்தமலை முண்டகன்மால் அக்கோடு நாகம் அணிந்தமலை திக்கோடு துண்ணுமலை தன்னை துதிக்கும்படி யார் உளத்தில் மண்ணுமலை அண்ணாமலை வன் தமிழாலே நமச்சிவாய குரு ஏத்துமலை கண்டு தொழுவார்க்கினிய காட்சிமலை அண்ட முதல் நீளுமலை போற்றி நினைக்குமடி யார் உளத்தே வாழுமலை அண்ணாமலை அஞ்செழுத்தாய் வேதமாய் ஆகமமாய் நின்றமலை விஞ்செழுத்தாய் ஒன்றாய் விளங்குமலை நெஞ்சகத்தை தைத்தமலை நாயேனை தன்னடியார் கூட்டத்தில் வைத்தமலை அண்ணாமலை மன்னாளும் ஓம் நமச்சிவாய குரு செந்தமிழால் பன்னாளும் ஏத்தி பணியுமலை என்னாலும் மெய்க்குமலை பொல்லா வினையேனை தன்னடி கீழ் வைக்குமலை அண்ணாமலை எந்தை குருநாதன் இருக்குமலை என் பாச பந்தமர நோக்கி பறித்தமலை சந்திரனை தேய்த்தமலை நாயடியேன் சிந்திக்கும் சிந்தனைக்கே வாய்த்தமலை அண்ணாமலை அஞ்ஞான கங்குள் அகற்றுமலை அன்பருக்கு மெஞ்ஞான சோதி விளக்குமலை துஞ்ஞான சந்தமலை நாயேற்கு தந்தை தாய் சற்குருவாய் வந்தமலை அண்ணாமலை நீற்றை அணிந்தமலை நீல் சுடராய் நின்றமலை ஏற்றை பரியாக ஏறுமலை கூற்றை உதைத்தமலை அன்று அரியை ஓர் சிம்புல் ஆக்கி வதைத்தமலை அண்ணாமலை ஓலமிடும் தேவர் குழாம் உய்ய திருமிடற்றில் ஆலவிடம் தன்னை அடக்குமலை நாலுமறை அந்த மலை நாயேனை ஆள குருவாகி வந்தமலை அண்ணாமலை ஆதி நெடுமாலயன் காண அன்று பரன் சோதி செழுஞ்சுடராய் தோன்றுமலை வேதம் முழங்குமலை சிந்திப்பார் முன்னின்று முத்தி வழங்குமலை அண்ணாமலை வந்துலகில் ஓம் நமச்சிவாய குருவாயடியேன் சிந்தை குடி கொண்டிருக்கும் தெய்வமலை முந்தை வினை நீக்குமலை சொல்லறிய நீல் பிறவி துன்பமெல்லாம் மாய்க்குமலை அண்ணாமலை சக்திக்கு ஒரு பாகம் தான் கொடுத்து நின்றமலை முக்திக்கு வித்தாய் முளைத்தமலை எத்திசையும் போற்றுமலை போற்றி புகழ்வார் எழுபிறப்பை மாற்றுமலை அண்ணாமலை பாலமதியை மௌலியின் மேல் வைத்த மலை சீலமுனிவோர்கள் செரியுமலை காலம் கடந்த மலை சீறி வரும் காலனை காலாலே அடர்ந்த மலை அண்ணாமலை சிட்டர் இடரும் சிவநீதி இல்லாத துட்டர் சுகமும் துடைக்குமலை நட்டம் பயிலுமலை எவ்வுலகும் பாழ்படும் என்று ஆலம் அயிலுமலை அண்ணாமலை கண்டம் இருள கடுவிடத்தை வானவர்க்கா உண்டு பிறன்னாகி உதவுமலை தொண்டர் இணங்குமலை வானோரும் ஏனோரும் போற்றி வணங்குமலை அண்ணாமலை.
Over to Austin Satsang Group.
நமஸ்காரம். We are from Austin, Texas. Are you able to hear us clearly? Namaskar. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So what we are going to do is we will be starting with the kids, the Dakshinamurti Stotram, followed by Subramanya Bhajangam. The kids will be presenting that at the feet of Bhagavan. After that, we are planning to do, the adults will be doing Uma Sahasram till the time we are permitted. Hope you are able to hear us clearly. If there is any issue, I will follow it on the separately.
गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् श्री गजाननाय नमः श्री महासरस्वत्यै नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः गुरवे सर्वलोकानां भिषजे भवरोगिणां निधये सर्वविद्यानां दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पाद शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् अपार करुणा सिन्धुं ज्ञानदं शान्तरूपिणं श्रीचन्द्रशेखर गुरुं प्रणमामि मुदान्वहम् ॐ यो ब्रह्माणं विदधाति पूर्वं यो वै वेदांश्च प्रहिणोति तस्मै तं हदेवमात्मबुद्धिप्रकाशं मुमुक्षुर्वै शरणमहं प्रपद्ये भिद्यते हृदयग्रन्थिश्चिद्यन्ते सर्वसंशयाः क्षीयन्ते चास्य कर्माणि तस्मिन् दृष्टे परावरे सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां नारायणं पद्मभुवं वसिष्ठं शक्तिं च तत्पुत्रपराशरं च व्यासं शुकं गौडपदं महान्तं गोविन्दयोगीन्द्रमथास्य शिष्यं श्रीशङ्कराचार्यमथास्य पद्मपादं च हस्तामलकं च शिष्यं तं तोटकं वार्तिककारमण्यान् अस्मद्गुरून् सन्ततमानतोऽस्मि मौनव्याख्या प्रकटितपरब्रह्मतत्त्वं वरिष्ठां देवसदृशिगणे आवृतं ब्रह्मनिष्ठैः आचार्येन्द्रं करकलितचिन्मुद्र आनन्दमूर्तिं स्वात्मा रामं मुदितवदनं दक्षिणामूर्तिमीडे वटविदपि समीपे भूमिभागे निषन्नं सकलमुनिजनानां ज्ञानदातारमारात्ते त्रिभुवनगुरुमीशं दक्षिणामूर्तिदेवं जननमरणदुःखच्छेददक्षं नमामि चित्रं वटतरोर्मूले वृद्धा शिष्या गुरुर्युवा पुरोस्तु मौनव्याख्यानं शिष्यास्तु छिन्न संशयाः गुरवे सर्वलोकानां भिषजे भवरोगिणां निधये सर्वविद्यानां दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः ॐ नमः प्रणवार्थाय शुद्धज्ञानैकमूर्तये निर्मलाय प्रशान्ताय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः शुद्धघनाय महेशाय वटमूलनिवासिने सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः विश्वं दर्पण दृश्यमान नगरी तुल्यं निजान्तर्गतम् पन्नात्मनि मायया बहिरिवोद्भूतं यथा निद्रया यः साक्षात् कुरुते प्रबोध समये स्वात्मानमेवाद्वयम् तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदम् श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये बीजस्यान्तरिवाङ्गुरो जगदिदं प्राणिर्विकल्पं पुनः माया कल्पितदेशकालकलना वैचित्र्यचित्रीकृतम् मायावीव विजृम्भयत्यपि महा योगी वयस्वेच्छया तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये यस्यैव स्फुरणं सदात्मकमसत्कल्पार्थकं भासते साक्षात्तत्त्वमसीति वेदवचसा यो बोधयत्याश्रितान् यत् साक्षात्करणाद्भवेन्न पुनरावृत्तिर्भवाम्भोनिधौ तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये नानाछिद्रगठोदरस्थितमहा दीपप्रभाभास्वरम् ज्ञानं यस्य तु चक्षुरादिकरणद्वारा बहिस्पन्दते जानामीति तमेव भान्तमनुभात् एतत् समस्तं जगत् तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये देहं प्राणमपीन्द्रियाण्यपि चलां बुद्धिं च शून्यं विदुः स्त्रीबालान्धजडोपमास्त्वहमिति भ्रान्ता भृशं वादिनः मायाशक्तिविलासकल्पितमहाव्यामोहसंहारिणे तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये राहुग्रस्तदिवाकरेन्दु सदृशो माया समाच्छादनात् सन्मात्रः करणोपसंहरणतो यो भूत्सुषुप्तः पुमान् रागस्वाप्समिति प्रबोध समये यः प्रत्यभिज्ञायते तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये बाल्यादिष्वपि जाग्रदादिषु तथा सर्वास्वस्थास्वपि व्यावृत्तास्वनुवर्तमानमहमित्यन्तः स्फुरन्तं सदा स्वात्मानं प्रकटीकरोति भजतां यो मुद्रया भद्रया तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये विश्वं पश्यति कार्यकारण स्वामी संबंधतः शिष्याचार्यतया तथैव पितृपुत्राद्यात्मनामेततः स्वप्ने जागृति वाय एष पुरुषो माया परिभ्रामितः तस्मै श्री गुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री दक्षिणामूर्तये भूरम्भांस्य ननोनि लोम्बरमहर्णाचरात्मकमिदं यस्यैव मूर्त्यष्टकम् नान्यत् किञ्चन विद्यते विमशतां यस्मात् परस्माद् विभोः तस्मै श्री स्फुटीकृतमिदं यस्मादमुष्मिन् स्तवे तेनास्य श्रवणात् तदर्थमननात् ध्यानात् च संकीर्तनात् सर्वात्मत्वमहाविभूतिसहितं स्यादीश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्धेतत् पुनरष्टधा परिणतं चैश्वर्यमव्याहतम्
மைக் வாங்கிக்கோ தங்கம் அதித்தி மைக் வாங்கிக்கோ வச்சுக்கோ கிட்டக்கா அக்காட்ட மைக் வாங்கிக்கோ இப்படி பிடிச்சிக்கோ அவளுக்கு பிடிச்சிக்கோ அண்ணா இல்லாட்டி பக்கத்துல வந்து அப்படி பிடிச்சிக்கோ
सदा बालरूपापि विघ्नाद्रिहन्ति महादन्ति वक्त्रापि पञ्चास्यमा सामान्य विधिकापि कल्याणमूर्तिः न जानामि शब्दं न जानामि चार्थं न जानामि पद्यं न जानामि गद्यं चिदेका षडास्या हृदिद्योतते मे मुखान्निस्सरन्ते गिरश्चापि चित्रं मयूराधिरूढं महावाक्यगूढं मनोहारिदेहं महच्चित्तगेहं महीदेवदेवं महावेदभावं महादेवबालं भजे लोकपालं मानवाने भवां बोधिपारं गतास्ते तदैव इति व्यञ्जयन् सिन्धुतीरे य आस्ते तमीडे पवित्रं पराशक्तिपुत्रं यथाभ्यस्तरङ्गालयै यान्ति तुङ्ग सनायिकापदः सन्निधौ सेवता मे इति वोर्मि पङ्क्तिर्नृणां दर्शयन्तं सदा भावयेकस्य रोजे गुहन्तं गिरौ मन्निवासेन रायेधिरूढा तदा पर्वते राजते तेधिरूढः इति ब्रुवन् गन्धशैलाधिरूढः स देवो मुदे मे सदा षण्मुखोऽस्तु महाम्भोधितीरे महापाप चोरे मुनीनां वसन्तं स्वभासालसन्तं जनार्तिं हरन्तं शयामो गुहन्तं लसत्स्वर्णगेहे नृणां कामदोहे सुमस्तोमसञ्छन्नमाणिक्यमञ्चे समुद्यत्सहस्रार्कतुल्यप्रकाशम् सदा भावये कार्तिकेयं सुरेशं रणध्वंसके मञ्जुलेत्यन्तशोणे मनोहारि लावण्यपीयूषपूर्णे मनःषट्पदो मे भवक्लेशतप्तः सदा मोदतां स्कन्दते पादपद्मे सुवर्णा शोभमाना कन्याघना भोगतुङ्ग सदा लिङ्गनासक्त काश्मीररागं नमस्याम्यहं तारकारेतहोरः स्वभक्तावने सर्वदासानुरागं विधौ क्लृप्तदण्डान् स्वलीलाधृताण्डान् निरस्ते भशुण्डान् दृषत्कालदण्डान् हतेन्द्राणि षण्डान् जगत्राणशौण्डान् सदा ते प्रचण्डान् श्रये बाहुदण्डान् सदा शारदाशन् मृगाङ्काय दिस्युः समुद्यन्त एव स्थिताश्चेत् समन्तात् सदा पूर्णबिम्बाः कलङ्कैश्च हीनाः तदा त्वन्मुखानां भ्रुवे स्कन्दसाम्यम् स्फुरन्मन्दहासैः सहंसानि चञ्चत् कटाक्षावळी भृङ्गशङ्खोज्ज्वलानि सुदास्यन्ति बिम्बादराणि शसूनो तवालोकये षण्मुखाम्भोरुहाणि विशालेषु कर्णान्तदीर्घेष्वजस्रं दयास्यन्ति द्वादशस्वीक्षणे मयीश सर्वपातितश्चेत् भवेते दयाशीलकानामहानिः सुताङ्गोद्भवनेसि जीवेसि षड्भा जपन्मन्त्रमीशो मुता जिघ्रते यान् जगद्भारभृद्भ्यो जगन्नाथतेभ्यः किरीटोज्ज्वलेभ्यो नमो मस्तकेभ्यः स्फुरन्नगेयूरहाराभिरामः चलत्कुण्डलश्रीलसद्गण्डभागः कटौ पीतवासाः करे चारुशक्तिः पुरस्तान् पुरारेस्तनुज इहायाच्छङ्करे मातुरङ्गात् समुद्भत कलमूर्तिम् कुमारेश सूनो गुहस्कन्द सेनापते शक्तिपाणे मयूराधिरूढ पुलिन्दात्मजा कान्त भक्तार्तिहारिन् नमोतारकारे सदा रक्ष मां त्वम् प्रशान्तेन्द्रियेण संज्ञे विचेष्टे कभोद्गारि वक्त्रे भयोत्कम्पि गात्रे प्रयाणो मुखे मय्यनाथे तदानीं द्रुतं मे दयालो भव मान्तर्जयत्सु मयूरं समारुह्य माथैरिति त्वं पुरः शक्तिपाणिर्ममाया हि शीघ्रम् प्रणम्येदेकवारं नवन्तुं समोहं तदानीं नृपाभ्ये न कार्यान्तकाले मनागप्युपेक्षा सहस्राण भोक्ता त्वया शूरनामा हतः सारकसिंहवक्त्रश्च दैत्यः ममान्तर्हृदिस्थं मनः प्रदृढमेष्मगम् अहं विप्रभोगिं करोमि त्वयामि अहं सर्वदा दुःखभारावसन्नो भवादीनबन्धुस्त्वदन्यन्न याचे भवद्भक्तिरोधं तदा क्लिप्तबाधं ममाधिनृतं नाशयो मासु तत्त्वम् अपस्मारकः संशयार्षः प्रमेह ज्वरोन्मादगुल्मादिरोगा महान्तः पिशाचाश्च सर्वे भवत्पत्रभूतिं विलोक्य क्षणात् तारकारे द्रवन्ते स्कन्दमूर्तिश्रुतौ स्कन्दकीर्तिर्मुखे मे पवित्रं सदा तच्चरित्रम् कालेनस्य कृत्यं वपुस्तस्य भृत्यं गुहे सन्तु लीना ममाशेषभावाः मुनीनामुताहो नृणां भक्तिभाजाम् अभीष्टप्रदाः सन्ति सर्वत्र देवाः नृणां मन्त्यजानामपि स्वार्थदाने गुहादेव मन्यन्न जाने न जाने कातरुणः सुता बन्धुवर्गः पशुर्वा नरो वाथ नारी गृहे मदीया यद्वदो नमन्तस्तुवन्तो भवन्तं स्मरन्तश्च ते सन्तु सर्वे कुमार मृगाः पक्षिणो तं शकाये च दुष्टाः तथा यानयो वाथ काये मदङ्गे भवशक्तिदीक्ष्णाग्रभिन्नासु दूरे विनश्यन्तु ते चूर्णितक्रोञ्चशैल जन्मीडिता च स्वपुत्रापराधं सहेतेन किं देवसेनाधिनाथ अहं चाति बालो भवान् लोकतातः क्षमस्वापराधं समस्तं महेश नमः केकिनेशक्तये चापि तुभ्यं नमश्चागतुभ्यं नमः कुक्कुटाय नमः सिन्धवे सिन्धुदेशाय तुभ्यं पुनस्कन्दमूर्ते नमस्ते नमोऽस्तु जयानन्दभूमञ्जयापारदामञ्जया योगकीर्ते जयानन्दमूर्ते जयानन्द सिन्धो जयाशेषबन्धो जय त्वं सदा मुक्तिदायेश सूनो भुजङ्गाज्ञ भुटेन क्लिप्तं संरम्य सपुत्राकलत्रं धनं दीर्घमायुः लभेत् स्कन्दसायुज्यमन्तेन रसः
Sorry for the, I heard that there are some jarring sound and, some connectivity issue. So it is too late for the live program. We'll continue. So what we are going to do, the adults, we will be, we will do our Samarpanam, which is from Umasagastram, from the first few Stabakams. So this was composed by Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, which was about 1,000. It is last 300 of them was composed in the presence of Bhagavan. So when Bhagavan asked after the last 300 was finished, did you write all I asked, all I said? Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni said yes. So even though he revised the first 700 multiple times, he did not touch the last 300. So we are going to do the first few stabakams. Each stabakam consists of 25 verses at various meters in Sanskrit. So we will do the first few till the time permits. Om Prathamam Shatakam Prathamastabhakaha Akhila Jaganmato Ma Tamasa Tapena Chakulanasman Anugrunhat Vanukampa Sudhardraya Hasita Chandrikaya Nikhileshu Pravahanti Nirupadhi Nivarsha Yoga Drishyormim Ajara Majama Yeyam Kamapi Vande Mahashaktim Satatva Samatsat Satyasya Vibhostata Tapashaktihi Leela Mahila Vapusha Haimavati Tanushu Kundalini Paramah Purusho Nabhirlokanam Uchyate Lokaha Saranti Sukshma Shaktistapo Lokaha Antargudharthanam Purushogner Dhumakalpa Udgaraha Shakti Jwala Paritah Panteshva Bhavajano Lokaha Ati Sukshma Dhumakalpam Lokam Tatamakhyam Nyayanakam Yetam Tatopi Sukshma Vyaptantaratah Parashaktihi Dhumantaroshmakalpa Shuddhajwalopamachaya Shaktihi Tam Divamahuh Kechana Paravam Vyoma Pare Prahuhu Udgirna Dhumakalpo Yoyamaparo Mahanjano Lokaha Vyomantariksha Gagana Prabhutirabhidhabhirahustam Pranteshu Kopi Shakte Prithagatma Viyud Sangena Paramatmano Vibhakta Swayamabhimanta Vinishpete Dakshah Pakshamudidah Pantha Eshat Vishanjano Lokaha Tadgarbhe Labdhatma Kathita Dakshayani Shaktihi Satya Pradabhishakte Pradurbhavasya Kirtyate Pratamaha Ishabhimanamaya Prithagabhimanitva Nishpatya Akashasya Sutaivam Lakshanaya Vastutah Prasushaktihi Daksho Daksha Daditiriti Shrutirabadhaivam Jagata Mata Pitarau Sati Bhavo Kepi Pandita Prahuhu Aditi Prajapati Tava Paresham Bhashaya Vidusham दिव्यपुमाकृतिमीशे बिभ्रति लीलार्थमस्य रमणाय दिव्यवनिताकृतिं सा बभार माता च भुवनानां भासुरहेमाभरणां बहुशोभामीश्वरप्रमोदकलां मूर्तिं पावनकीर्तिं तां हैमवतीमुमामाहुः तस्य प्रथमः साक्षी भुवनजुषा नयनशालिनां मध्ये वपुषः कीलादिसुदृशो निरुपमपुण्यो निलिम्पपतिः पल्लवमृदुवेदिगतज्वलनपवित्रम् महार्घमणिकान्तं नवचन्द्रखण्डसौम्यम् शिवसुदृ शीतार्द्रेर्देवतात्मनो जातां कथयन्ति स्त्रियमुत्तमलावण्या स्वादितो गण्याम् सत्यैव भवतु सेयं कथा तथापि प्रभाषितां भक्तैः तां मूर्तिमादिसुदृशो जानीयात् कमपि तेजोंशम् मन्यन्ते केऽपि घनं पर्वतमुक्तं निगूढया वाचा प्रातुर्भवति गभीरध्वनिरविषह्या यतः शक्तिः आकाशो गोलेभ्यो यद्वितरति निजरजश्च यादन्नम् नेशाय कीर्तयेसा संसारे दक्षयागकथा व्याप्तापि यन्निगूढा बहिरीक्षकबुद्ध्यपेक्षया नष्टा शक्तिर्यागे तस्मिन्नवसानं यतितं सत्याः तनाम्नो वैदिकभाषायां यदीयमतिबला शक्तिः घनतो भवति व्यक्ता ददभिहितं पार्वती जननम् तेजोंशः शिवाविह हिमाचलेऽनुग्रहाय भूमिजुषां दत्तो यत्सान्निध्यं लीलाचारित्रमन्यदिदम् एतासामार्याणां जानन्तः शास्त्रसम्मतं भावं जानीयुर्भवमहिषीं भुवनानामम्बिकां देवी द्वितीयस्तबकः नरेण योऽवलक्षपारिजातमालया गलस्थली विभूषया ध्वनिं विनैव भाषते महेश पुण्ययोषितो मनोज्ञः स एष मे विभूतये प्रकल्पतां विभूतये च पाप्मनाम् निरन्तरश्रुते सदा कृपारसप्रवाहिनी विलासिनी तनुर्विभोः पुमाकृतेर्विमोहिनी सुधातरङ्गकल्पहासभासुरानना शिवा पदाब्जलं विनोधुनोतु पाप्मनः फलं मम करोति या बिभर्ति या निहन्ति या जगत्त्रयम् समन्ततो विभाति या न दृश्यते क्वचिच्च या अतीव गुप्तरूपिणी गुरुपदेशमन्तरा
बीजधाम्नि मौनमुद्रिते समन्ततो विजृम्भणाय भासनाय चाभवन् महद्विधाय चेष्टितं ममेयमिष्टदेवता महेशगर्भतः समस्तभूतबीजकोशतः किरत्यशेष विश्वमप्यपारदिव्यवैभवा विचित्रचेष्टयाद्यया विधूतनाथ निद्रया जगन्नुता जयत्यसावनादिशक्तिरद्भुता भवं भनन्ति तान्तिकास्त्वदाश्रयं तमव्ययम् समामन च तर्थभेद एतदाख्ययोर्द्वयोर्भवेत् सकम् स चेद्भवोऽभिधानतो भवान्यसि त्वमव्यये समीर्यते स सद्यति त्वमम्ब भन्यसे सती न तेस्ति भावता न शक्तिरूपिणी हि विद्यसे न वेद्मि कालिके कथं सदोषतश्च भिद्यसे जगद्विधानका यतः पुरा सुरस्तुते त्वमम्ब जीवितं भवस्य भावमूलवादिना निकल्पवर्जिता मतिः प्रबोधमूलवादिना रसोऽनपेक्ष उत्तमः प्रमोदमूलवादिना भवत्यसावतो भवान्यनादिन्तिमाति नित्यमोरसौ तदभ्युधाम्युता रसात्मिकोशये रसौ ततश्चिवोच्यते परैव मीशितुश्चितिस्त्रिधा बुधैरुदीर्यते चितिः परैव कामनारसेन केनचिद्युता चितिः परैव सर्वदाप्यनस्त्यजस्य तु क्रिया चितिः परैव गोचरावभासि कामति स्मृता धृतैव मन्यथा चितेश्चिरन्तनैरुदीर्यते चिकीर्षति प्रभौ ज्वलत्वदीय कील सन्ततेर्विकीर्ण धूमजालमे तम्बरस्थलन्ततम् विसृष्टितः पुरासि या शिव प्रभुत्वरूपिणी पृथक् प्रभुश्च लक्षितासि सा सवित्रिपुष्करे पुनर्विपाकतो घनि भवद्भिरक्षि गोचरै ततः समुज्ज्वलैः सूक्ष्मरेणुगोलकैः अजाण्ड वृक्षकोटिकन्द बृन्दवन्द्यदाः पुरा महेश दृष्टिमप्युमेम्ब मण्डलानि भास्वताम् तपोग्निधूमजालके भवन्ति तैजसा नवो भवन्ति जीववा भवन्ति पार्थिवानवः क्रमेण तद्विसृष्टिरीश शक्तिपाकवैभव सहस्रभानुमण्डलं तु गोचरादिगुह्यताम् मयूखमालिमण्डले निधाय पादमुग्रया मयूखशक्तिरूपया त्वयाम्ब चेष्टमानया शतः समाहृतैः पुनस्त्रिरूपरेणुभिर्व्यधायि मङ्गलादिभिः सह ग्रहैरियं मही विसर्जनेन भूयसापि देव्यतृप्तयेतया विचेष्टितं विलक्षणं पुनर्व्यधीयत त्वया रेव सुन्दरायुखमालिबिम्बयोरमुष्य कर्मणः सवित्रिचन्द्रमण्डलं फलम् ततो बभूवथुर्युवा शिवे त्वमीश्वरश्च लीलया विहर्तुमत्र विष्टपे
अहो प्रभुं नभस्तनुं
त्वदीयगर्भसम्भवात् भवन्ति कालि तत्र चित्रभाषणास्त्वदात्मजम् पुमानथोऽस बिम्बतो हिरण्मयो दिवाकरे धियापि नैव केवलं हिरण्मयेन वर्ष्मणा इदं तु कार्यरूपमन्यदुच्यते हृदैः प्रभोरिहान्तरे नृणां पुनर्वपुस्तदम्बबिम्बितम्
स्वयं च काञ्चन प्रकाशवर्ष्मणा प्रभाकरे तथान्तरे नृणां च तस्य
बिम्बितासि सन्निधौ रसस्य देवतासि देवि पुष्करे दिवाकरे मयूखदेवतासि भोगदेवतासि देहिषु विसर्जनेन भूयसा नभस्य मुत्र भास्करे महीषु चाम्बिके युवां विधाय देहि नो बहून् क्षिते सुधाकरं गतान् पितॄन्निदेतुमव्यये तनु च तत्र बभ्रतुः प्रपञ्चराज्ञिमायया नभोऽन्तरे हिरण्मयं विभुं प्रचक्षते हरम् दिनेश बिम्बबिम्बितं भनन्ति पङ्कजासनम् इहास्यमन्तरालयं वदन्ति विष्णुमच्युतम् सवित्रिजन्मिनामियं त्रिमूर्तिवादिधोरणि नभोऽन्तरे प्रचक्षते हिरण्मयाङ्गमीश्वरम्
दिनेश
बिम्बपूरुषं हिरण्यगर्भमाख्यया विराजमानमक्षरं विराजमन्तरे नृणां सवित्रि तत्त्ववेदिनामियं तु नाम कल्पना हिरण्यपाङ्गमम्बरे वदन्ति सोममम्बिके दिवाकरस्य मण्डले तु बिम्बितं पुरन्दरम् शरीरिणामिहान्तरेऽग्निमालयन्ति भासुरम् चिरन्तनोक्तिदर्शिनामियं शिवे प्रणालिका सरोरुहाक्षवाग्वधूमनोहरौ तु पूर्ववत् सुधांशु बिम्बपुरुषस्तु रुद्रसंज्ञकः शिवे हिरण्मयोऽन्तरिक्षजात ईश्वरः सदाशिवः सदेव वस्तु काञ्चनाङ्गि पञ्चमूर्तिवादिना प्रभोः प्रमादितस्ततः प्रमावती स्वयं पृथक् विहाय सा शरीरिणि प्रभो ततो हिरण्मये हिरण्यवाङ्गनाकृतिर्नभोऽन्तरे च भास्करे तथान्तरेषु देहिनां महेश्वरी जयत्युमा मदीयमम्बिका काखिलस्य विष्टङ्गजाधुनोतु कष्टजालकम् इमे च कोमलैः पदैरमूल्यदल्पशालिनस्तदीयमञ्च रूपतां भजन्तु पञ्चचामराः तृतीयस्तबकः शुभ्रस्मितलेशो मातुर्मरुतान्नः अन्तस्तिमिराणामन्तं विदधातु आद्यौ भुवनानां माता पितरौ तौ देवासुरमर्त्यै वन्द्यावविनिन्द्यौ ब्रूते पृथक्वेकस्तौ विग्रहवन्तौ आहैकशरीरं द्वन्द्वं कविरन्यः शक्तिं तनुशून्यामीशं च पुमांसं भक्ति प्रमदायां संदेहयुतोऽन्यः ईशं च तमेके सन्मात्रमुशन्ति ब्रह्मैकमथान्ये गायन्ति न शक्तिम् केचित्तनुहीनं प्रज्ञायुतमीशम् शक्तिं विदुरस्य प्रज्ञामविकुण्ठाम् उक्तं दधतस्तैः केचित् पुनराहुः मायादनुबन्धं नाथस्य न शक्तेः नित्यं सशरीरौ येषां पितरौ तौ एकोऽप्यथवा तान् प्रत्याह निसर्गः माता पितरौ यत्तावे शरीरौ चित्रप्रथनार्था सा काचन लीला सन्मात्रकथानां कार्ये मनुजादौ धीस्वान्तविकासस्याकारणहीनः अद्वैतिभिरन्या मायाश्रयणीया शक्तेरतिरिक्ता सा किङ्किमुवादैः न स्यात् पृथगात्मा शक्तेः किमुपाधेः चक्षुश्रुतचित्तेर्विश्वाकृतिता वा एकान्तविदेहौ तौ चेदति सूक्ष्मौ लीलातनुबन्धा शक्तावभिधेयौ भक्ताननुगृह्णन् दिव्याद्भुतलीलः तद्विग्रहबन्धुबोध्योलसदर्थः स्त्रीत्वं यदि नेष्टं पुष्पं कुत इष्टम् नावाकिमुनारी न स्यादनुमेया तस्मात् पितरौ तौ वाच्यौ मदिमन्तौ सूक्ष्मावपि भूयो लीलातनुमन्तौ नास्मत्तनुवत्ते शक्तीश्वरमूर्ति एकामृतरूपा त्वन्या प्रणवात्मा दिव्यं घनतेजः कुर्वध्वनिमन्तः सम्पश्यदशेषं मूर्तिः प्रणवात्मा दिव्यो घनसोमस्यन्दन् रसमन्तः भुञ्जन् भुवनौघं पीयूषशरीरम् बोधो नवलम्बो दिव्यं खलु तेजः मोदः परिशुद्धो दिव्यः खलु सोमः सोमांशमहोंशौ यातो घनभावम् पित्रोर्भुवनानां सङ्कल्पमहिम्ना आराधयसीशं तं चिन्मयकायम् आनन्दमयाङ्गी त्वं देवि किलेयम् दिव्यं तव कायं दिव्ये तव वस्त्रे दिव्यानि तवाम्बस्वर्णाभरणानि यद्देवि विलोक्यास्य प्राकृतकाया युक्तिः समतीता सेयं तव माया नव्यास्तनुमध्याः प्रज्ञान्तनुमध्यां विद्वः सदसि चतुर्थस्तबकः अमृतांशुबिम्बसारात् भूयोऽपि निर्गतो भृशं सूक्ष्मः सारो गौरीव दुःखजालन्नः कुलकुण्डे प्राणुवन्ती चेतन्ती हृदि समस्तजन्तूनां मूर्धनि विचिन्तयन्ती मृत्युञ्जय महिषि विजयते भवति तेजोजलान्नसारैस्त्रयो नवो मूलहृदयमस्तेषु पाकोत्ते निष्पन्नास्त्रैलोक्यव्यापिकेऽम्बा देहवताम् पूर्णे शरीरशिल्पे द्वारेण ब्रह्मरन्ध्र संज्ञेन नाडीपथेन गत्वा तैजसमनुमाविशस्य मेयमले अंशेनाविश्यादौ यासि पुनस्तन्ततश्च निर्यासि मार्गाभ्यां त्वं नाड्याः पश्चात् पुरश्च सिद्धाभ्याम् यातायातविहारे मातस्तस्मिन् भवत्युपाधिस्ते आरभ्य मस्तकस्थलमामूलाधारमस्थि पञ्चरिका नृतनुषु
विहरन्तीं त्वाम् उपाधिवीनाकृतेर्जगन्मातः
सादृश्यात् कुण्डलिनीं परोक्षवादप्रियाः प्रभाषन्ते नभसः शीर्षद्वारा प्रवहन्तीं य इह विग्रहे शक्तिम् अनुसन्दधाति नित्यं कृतिनस्तस्येतरैरलं योगैः सर्वेषु विशसि तुल्यं निर्गच्छसि तुल्यमम्ब भुवनानां ज्ञाता चेदसि शक्यै न ज्ञाता चेद्भवस्य हङ्कृत्यै अवतरणं ध्यातं चेत् आरोहणमद्भुतं भवेच्छक्तेः यस्मिन्निदं शरीरं भवति महद्वैद्युताग्नियन्त्रमिव आरोहणमध्यात्रिषु हृदये हङ्कारमात्रनिष्पत्यै तदनु शरीरमिदं स्यात् सुखाय दुःखाय वा यथा भोगम् या व्यक्तिता जनिमतामहङ्कृतिः सकलभेदधी भूमिः पृथगिव तवाम्बिके सा सत्तैवोपाधि संश्रयाद्भान्ति एतामाहुरविद्यां बीजं संसारवृक्षराजस्य सर्वरसफलयुतस्य प्रारब्धजलेन देवि दोहदिनः व्यक्तित्वापरकलेः निम्ने कुल्येव जनिमताम् मातः अरतन्ते शक्तिश्चित्राणि देवि तन्वानाम् सारसमवामभूतं हृदयस्थं सूरयो विदुश्चित्तम् श्रेष्ठं प्राणं केचन पञ्चानिलभूतमाहुरिमम् मन एव चित्तसंज्ञं व्यवहरतां विभजनानभिज्ञानाम् कविलोकव्यवहारस्तदधीनस्तत्त्वधीर्भवत्यन्या तदनाहतस्य विलसद्दक्षिणतो दहरनामकगुहायाम् चित्तं कुलकुण्डात्ते काप्यनुगृह्णाति देवि रश्मिकला चित्तमनुश्लिष्टं ते कलयाङ्गुष्ठप्रमाणमिव भासा दर्पणममलब्रह्म प्रतिबिम्बाकर्षकं शिवे भवति अन्तरमावर्ताभं प्रतिबिम्बमकायमेतदीशस्य अङ्गुष्ठाभं प्रागु मानेनोपाधि चैत्यभासस्ते रूप प्रतिबिम्बौ चक्षुषो शिवे भवतः कुलकुण्डे हृदये चाप्य रूपयोरिव कश्चिदुल्लासः चित्तमणीयो वित्तं य इदं मूल्ये प्रपञ्चतोऽप्यधिकम् हृदय गुहायां विहितं जानीते स विजयहाति अप्राप्ता मूर्धानां सम्प्रस्थिता धृतानाड्या त्वद्रुचिरुक्ता बुद्धिस्त्वयि निष्ठा भवति अन्नमयानुं प्राप्तं धीज्योतिश्चन्द्रमार्कमिव तेजः परिभाष्यते महेश्वरि मन इति संकल्पसंभवस्थानम् संकल्पे संकल्पे चिच्छक्तिं मनसि विस्फुरन्तीं त्वां य उपास्ते स जनस्ते गृह्णाति महेश वल्लभे चरणम् आधारचक्रशयने ममेह निद्रां विहाय विचलन्तीं गीतय एताः परमामुपतिष्ठन्तां जगद्विभोः कान्ताम्. So, can we conclude here, or you have some more time? Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, we are. I was hoping that Mohanji would respond. Yeah, we are running late, already 7 minutes. So yeah, I think 12:25 is what Mohanji had mentioned.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have 3 more minutes.
Okay. So do you want to say?
गीताखिलविषयेच्छं जातानन्दाश्रपुलकमत्यच्छं सीतापतिदूताद्यं वातात्मज भावये हृद्यं करुणारुणमुखकमलं करुणारसपूरपूरितापाङ्गं सञ्जीवनमाशासे मञ्जुलमहिमानमञ्जनाभाग्यम् शरातिगम् अम्बुजदल विपुललोचनोदारम् कम्बुगलमनिलदिष्टं बिम्बज्वलितोष्ठमेकमवलम्बे दूरीकृतसीतार्तिः प्रकटीकृतवैभवस्फूर्तिः दारितदशमुखकीर्तिः पुरतो मम भातु हनमतो मूर्तिः वानरनिकराध्यक्षं दानवकुलकुमुदरविकरसदृशं दीनजनावनदीक्षं पवनपाकपुञ्जमद्राक्षम् एतत्पवसुतस्य स्तोत्रं यः पठति पञ्चरत्नाख्यं चिरमिह निखिलान् भोगान् भुङ्क्त्वा श्रीराम भक्तिभाग् भवति.
हरि ओम यथो ममात्मा भवसि त्वमेव ततो न वाच्यं मम किञ्चिदस्ति यथा दवेष्टं कुरु मां तथैव त्वाम् आत्मनाथं रमणं भजामि. Handing over back to you. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Estemos en silencio por unos momentos. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Bhagavan Ramana es el ser único, ilimitable, indivisible, sin principio ni fin, de la naturaleza de el ser, la conciencia, la bienaventuranza. Sat Chit Ananda. Bhagavan Ramana es tu propio ser. Lleno de gracia y de una manera perpetua, Bhagavan revela su propia existencia. En los últimos días, Bhagavan solía decir, dicen que me voy a morir, dicen que me voy a ir, pero ¿a dónde puedo ir? Yo estoy aquí. Claramente el yo no se refiere al cuerpo o al nombre de Bhagavan Ramana. Claramente el aquí no se refiere a un lugar físico como el Ramana Ashrama o un lugar metafísico o celestial, sino que se refiere al ser único. Es un misterio bellísimo el atestiguar qué es lo que sucede en esta fenomenalidad ilusoria cuando uno es expuesto a la verdad absoluta, que uno es la realidad última, sin nacimiento ni muerte, más allá de lo perceptivo o conceptivo. Esa resonancia que surge es la gracia de Bhagavan, esa resonancia con la verdad que está más atrás de las palabras. Y también es la gracia de Bhagavan la inspiración de comprobarse a sí mismo de una manera directa que la verdad es verdad. ¿Cómo comprobarlo? Bhagavan nos indica el camino a través de el inquirir. ¿Quién soy yo? Empieza y termina con tu propia existencia. ¿Quién soy yo? Sin identificarte con la forma y con el nombre, ¿quién eres tú? Puedes considerar la forma como todo lo que pueda ser perceptible y considera el nombre como todo lo que pueda ser concebible. Y así, ¿quién soy yo? Una vez y otra vez, pregúntate a ti mismo, ¿de dónde surge este yo? sin seguir ningún pensamiento, ni ninguna experiencia, ninguna emoción, sino el preguntarse a quiénes surgen estos pensamientos o estas emociones o estas experiencias, a mí, y regresar una vez y otra vez. ¿Quién es este mí? ¿Quién soy yo? En el silencio que surge cuando uno hace esa pregunta de la cual no hay respuesta más que el silencio, cuando uno permanece en este silencio, uno realiza que Bhagavan revela su existencia en este silencio. Pero ¿a quién revela su existencia? Si el ser es único e indivisible, no puede haber dos. No puede haber alguien al que se revele el ser. No hay otro ser, no hay dos, no hay otredad. El ser es único e indivisible. Así, con la gracia de Bhagavan, uno descubre que es el ser mismo el que inquiere en su propia naturaleza, y es el ser mismo el que se revela a sí mismo. Así, la ilusión de ser una entidad independiente, de ser una forma y un nombre con una historia particular, todo eso desaparece instantáneamente, como desaparece un espejismo cuando se descubre que es un espejismo. Y así todo lo que no es el ser desaparece en este silencio. Y en este sendero sin sendero que Bhagavan ilumina, la perseverancia es esencial. Si uno verdaderamente busca la felicidad, si uno ha comprobado que la felicidad que puede ofrecer el mundo de una manera externa, la felicidad que puede haber en el estado de salud o las relaciones o la riqueza, es siempre cambiante, es efímera, ilusoria. La verdadera felicidad nada más puede encontrarse en esta búsqueda de lo que es real. Y uno tiene que perseverar si uno tiene este completo compromiso de descubrir, no mentalmente, sino experiencialmente, qué es la verdad, quién soy yo. Esto es la razón misma de la vida. Uno siente una resonancia cuando uno escucha la verdad de que tú no eres el cuerpo, que tus pensamientos, tus emociones y toda la realidad interna que surgen de esto no tienen nada que ver contigo, no están relacionados contigo, no existen. Los pensamientos, la mente, cuando se cuestiona qué es la mente, de dónde surge la mente misma desaparece como un espejismo. El ego muere, la mente muere. Esto quizás es lo que indica la muerte de Bhagavan. Obviamente que no es muerte, porque no hay nacimiento ni hay muerte, pero lo que muere es el ego. En este camino espiritual, los que verdaderamente buscan la verdad atesoran dos cosas: el silencio y la soledad. Al sumergirse en este silencio sagrado del corazón, que es la quinta esencia del ser, uno descubre que el silencio no es meramente la ausencia de sonido, sino que el silencio es todo lo que es. Que este universo que parece manifestarse es simplemente como un eco de este silencio. Y uno descubre que la soledad no es el aislamiento, no es el estar solo, sino que es el estado natural, que es el ser, que es todo lo que es. Uno no puede estar solo cuando no hay alguien más. El ser es todo lo que es. Este es el sentido más profundo de la soledad, que se refiere a que el ser es todo lo que es. Es bellísimo el atestiguar lo que sucede cuando uno se expone a la verdad que no se puede expresar con palabras. Las palabras mismas se descubren que están llenas de silencio. Que las palabras son más bien como semillas de silencio, que en su infinita compasión y en su infinito amor, Bhagavan, Ramana, nuestro propio ser, planta con infinita ternura estas semillas de verdad en el jardín secreto y sagrado del corazón. Ten una confianza absoluta en ti mismo. Deja que estas semillas germinen en su propio ritmo. Vive de una manera natural, sabiendo que tus acciones, tus responsabilidades como madre, como esposo, como hijo, etc., no son tuyas, que tú no eres el hacedor, que Bhagavan, Ramana, es el único hacedor, que tu vida en realidad no es tu vida, sino que es la vida de Bhagavan. Y tu respiración no es tu respiración, sino la respiración de Bhagavan. Esta realización transforma la vida día a día de una manera natural, como si uno estuviera habitando el paraíso, como si uno estuviera nadando en un océano de amor infinito, porque esa es la verdad. Al seguir el camino que indica Bhagavan Ramana, inevitablemente surge desde lo más profundo una paz que es verdaderamente inquebrantable, que todo lo transciende. Con humildad y de una manera natural, ofrece esta paz al mundo, esta quietud interna, invencible, inquebrantable, es la mejor medicina para el mundo donde hay tanto sufrimiento. Esta es la gracia de Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Madhi Ratnasamy from Tampa Satsang Group. Our offering today starts with Rosa Maldonado reading from Day by Day with Sri Ramana Maharshi, date 1/6/1946. Then I'll be singing Sri Chidananda Bharati's Arumayum Niye Perumayum Niye song, followed by Walter L. Young reading from True Happiness, Teachings of Sri Ramana Maharshi, edited by Arthur Osborne. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you.
This reading is from Day by Day with Bhagavan, and this is January 6, 1946. Mr. L. Sarma came and sat next to me. This morning he could not recognize me, though I was only about 3 feet from him. So I was advising him to undergo an operation for his cataract. He said that he had been able to retard the development of this disease, and that if he could do so in the future also, he would rather manage for the rest of his life with partial eyesight than risk an operation. Then I told him it all depended on what further lease of life he had, and in this connection I asked what the reading of his horoscope in this matter was. Thus we talked about astrology, and I asked Bhagavan for his view on astrology. He said, "It is all right. Why not? If one accepts the theory of karma, one will have to accept the theory of astrology and horoscope also." After this, Sarma, Dr. Sayed, G. Subbarao, and myself talked about the science of astrology and whether there was any use or sense in knowing our future and so on. And then Mr. Subbarao told us that in the books on astrology, it is clearly laid down that what is destined to happen according to the horoscope may be modified to some extent by propitiatory pujas, etc. Mr. S. Rao went on to say how the mere dust of the feet of men like Bhagavan, how a look from them can burn away all our sins, etc. At this I ask, I have also come across some of these writings which extol the virtues of satsang. I should like to know whether these writings are to be understood as literally true and whether there is not some exaggeration in them. Mr. S. Rao said they were literally true, but that one must have faith. And I asked him why, if that were so, those who were responsible for those texts about satsang did not add the provision themselves, but left it to the commentators like Mr. S. Rao to add it. Thus a number of us wrangled for a few minutes, but Bhagavan kept silent, studiously as usual on such occasions. Then we too became silent. Once before I had put the question to Bhagavan himself with reference to the 5 stanzas on satsang in the supplement to the reality in 40 verses, and Bhagavan only said then, I have translated the verses as I found them in Sanskrit. Don't ask me. And now, January 11th, 1946. A young man from Colombo asked Bhagavan, J. Krishnamurti teaches the method of effortless and choiceless awareness as distinct from that of deliberate concentration. Would Sri Bhagavan be pleased to explain how best to practice meditation and what form the object of meditation should take? Bhagavan answered, effortless and choiceless awareness is our real nature. If we can attain it or be in that state, it is all right. But one cannot reach it without effort, the effort of deliberate meditation. All the age-long vasanas carry the mind outward and turn it to external objects. All such thoughts have to be given up and the mind turned inward. For that, effort is necessary for most people. Of course, every book says, be quiet or still, but it is not easy. That is why all this effort is necessary. Even if we find one who has at once achieved the mauna or supreme state indicated, you may take it that the effort necessary has already been finished in a previous life, so that effortless and choiceless awareness is reached only after deliberate meditation. That meditation can take any form which appeals to you best. See what helps you to keep away all other thoughts and adopt that method for your meditation. In this connection, Bhagavan quoted verses 5 and 52 from Saint Tayumanavar. Their gist is as follows. Bliss will follow if you are still. But however much you may tell your mind about this truth, the mind will not keep quiet. It is the mind that won't keep quiet. It is the mind which tells the mind, be quiet and you will attain bliss. Though all the scriptures have said it, though we hear about it every day from the great ones, and though even our Guru says it, we never are quiet, but stray into the world of Maya and sense objects. That is why conscious, deliberate effort or meditation is required to attain that mauna state or the state of being quiet. Another young man from Colombo asked Bhagavan, how are the 3 states of consciousness inferior in degree on reality to the 4th? What is the actual relation between these 3 states and the 4th? Then Bhagavan answered, there is only one state, that of conscious or awareness or existence. The 3 states of waking, dream, and sleep cannot be real. They simply come and go. The real will always exist. The I or existence that alone persists in all the 3 states is real. The other 3 are not real and so it is not possible to say they have such and such a degree of reality. We may roughly put it like this. Existence or consciousness is the only reality. Consciousness plus waking, we call waking. Consciousness plus sleep, we call sleep. Consciousness plus dream, we call dream. Consciousness is the screen on which all the pictures come and go. The screen is real. The pictures are mere shadows on it. Because by long habit we have been regarding these three states as real, we call the state of mere awareness or consciousness as the fourth. There is, however, no fourth state, but only one state. In this connection, Bhagavan quoted verse 386 from Tayumanavar and said this so-called fourth state is described as waking sleep or sleep in waking, meaning asleep to the world and awake in the self. Mr. O.P. Ramaswamy Reddyar asked Bhagavan, but why should these three states come and go on the real state or the screen of the self? And Bhagavan answered, who put this question? Does the self say these states come and go? It is the seer who says these states come and go. The seer and the seen together constitute the mind. See if there is such a thing as the mind. Then the mind merges in the self, and there is neither the seer nor the seen. So the real answer to your question is, do they come and go? They neither come nor go. The self alone remains as it ever is. These three states owe their existence to non-inquiry, and inquiry puts an end to them. However much one may explain, the fact will not become clear till oneself attains self-realization and wonders how he was blind to this self-evident and only existence so long. Another visitor asked Bhagavan, what is the difference between the mind and the self? And Bhagavan answered, there is no difference. The mind turned inwards is the self. Turned outwards, it becomes the ego and all the world. The cotton made into various cloths we call by various names. The gold made into various ornaments we call by various names. But all the cloths are cotton and all the ornaments gold. The one is real, the many are mere names and forms. But the mind does not exist apart from the self. It has no independent existence. The self exists without the mind, never the mind without the self. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Namo Ramana. This is a song by Chidananda Bharati. Arumayum Niye Perumayum Niye. Arumayum Niye Perumayum Niye. Uyirukkuye Niye Ramana. Arumayum Niye Perumayum Niye. Uyirukkuye Niye Ramana. ஓடும் உயிரின் ஓட்டத்துள்ளே ஒருமையும் நீயே பன்மையும் நீயே. ஓடும் உயிரின் ஓட்டத்துள்ளே ஒருமையும் நீயே பன்மையும் நீயே. அருமையும் நீயே பெருமையும் நீயே. உயிருக்குய நீயே ரமணா. பெண்ணீர் பெண்ணும் நீயே ஆணில் ஆணும் நீயே. பெண்ணீர் பெண்ணும் நீயே ஆணில் ஆணும் நீயே. மண்ணீர் காணும் மகிமைக்குள்ளே மண்ணீர் காணும் மகிமைக்குள்ளே மங்களமே ரமணா நீ. அருமையும் நீயே பெருமையும் நீயே. உயிருக்குயிர் நீயே ரமணா. சீரும் புகழும் நீயே செல்வ திருவும் நீயே. சீரும் புகழும் நீ
செல்வ திருவும் நீயே கருதுவதும் உணருவதும் கருதுவதும் உணருவதும் பூரண ரமணா நீ அருமையும் நீயே பெருமையும் நீயே உயிருக்குயிர் நீயே ரமணா அருமையும் நீயே பெருமையும் நீயே உயிருக்குயிர் நீயே ரமணா உயிருக்குயிர் நீயே ரமணா உயிருக்குயிர் நீயே ரமணா.
I'm reading excerpts from the book True Happiness, The Teachings of Ramana Maharshi, edited by Arthur Osborne. The book contains discourses of Bhagavan and commentaries by Arthur Osborne, who group Bhagavan's teachings and talks together under certain themes or topics. So, for instance, under the first heading, entitled The World, Real or Illusion, we read the following. Major Chadwick was copying out the English translation of the Tamil Kaivalya Navanita when he came across some technical terms that he found difficult to understand. He accordingly asked Bhagavan about them, and Bhagavan replied. Vedanta says that the cosmos springs into view simultaneously with him who sees it, and there is no detailed process of creation. It is similar to a dream, where he who experiences the dream arises simultaneously with the dream he experiences. However, some people cling so fast to objective knowledge that they are not satisfied when told this. They want to know how sudden creation can be possible and argue that an effect must be preceded by a cause. Therefore, the scriptures try to satisfy their curiosity by creation stories. This method of dealing with the subject is called the theory of gradual creation, but the true spiritual seeker should be satisfied with instantaneous creation or Drishti-Shrishtivada. Under the next grouping in True Happiness, called The Nature of Man, Arthur Osborne states, we come now to the very essence of the theory, the nature of man or woman themselves. For whatever they may think of the reality of the world or of God, they know that they themselves exist. The themes of existence are expounded in the following talk. Bhagavan speaking. The individual being which identifies its existence with that of the life in the physical body is called the ego I. The self, which is pure consciousness, has no ego sense about it. Neither can the physical body, which is inert in itself, have this ego sense. Between the two, that is, between the self or pure consciousness and the inert physical body, there arises mysteriously the ego sense or I notion. It's a hybrid which is neither body nor self, and it begins to flourish as an individual being. That ego concept is at the root of all that is futile and undesirable in life. Yet, despite that ego sense, no one is ever away from his self, and therefore everyone is in fact self-realized. Only, and this is the great mystery, people do not know this and when to realize the self. Realization consists only in getting rid of the false idea that one is not realized. It is not anything new to be acquired. It must already exist, or it would not be eternal, and only what is eternal is worth striving for. Arthur Osborne comments on the frequently used analogy of deep sleep and realization. He says, but this analogy gave rise to the mistaken idea that the state of realization or abidance in the self was a state of nescience, like physical sleep, and therefore Bhagavan guarded against this false notion, as can be seen in the following talk. Bhagavan speaking. In fact, one name for the true state of realized being is the fourth state, existing eternally behind the three states of waking, dream, and deep sleep. It is compared with the state of deep sleep, since like this, it is formless and non-dual. But it is far from being the same. In the fourth state, the ego merges in consciousness, whereas in sleep it merges in unconsciousness. The subsequent chapter in the book deals with the issue of death and rebirth. Arthur Osborne notes that nowhere did Bhagavan show more clearly that theory has to be adapted or subjugated to the understanding of the seeker than in the question of death and rebirth. For those who were capable of grasping pure non-dual theory, he explained merely that the question does not arise. For if the ego has no real existence now, it has none after death either. On occasion, however, Bhagavan did admit of a lower, contingent point of view for those who could not hold to the doctrine of pure non-dualism. So from the level of apparent reality or duality, Bhagavan would admit as follows. Bhagavan speaking. Just as with dreams, where you wake up after several new experiences, so after death another body is found. See how a tree grows again when its branches are cut off. So long as the life source is not destroyed, it will grow. Similarly, latent potentialities withdraw into the heart at death, but do not perish. That is how beings are reborn. Here, however, Arthur Osborne interjects that from the higher viewpoint, Bhagavan would say, in truth, there is neither seed nor tree, there is only being. Next, in True Happiness, under the category Heart and Head, Arthur Osborne emphasizes how Bhagavan taught that the heart, not the head, is the true seat of consciousness, and what Bhagavan means by heart. The following talk clarifies Bhagavan's viewpoint, and Bhagavan speaking. I ask you to observe where the ego I arises in your body, but it is not really quite correct to say that the ego I arises from and merges into the chest at the right side. The heart is another name for the reality, and this is neither inside nor outside the body. There can be no in or out for reality, since it alone is. Bhagavan continues. I do not mean by heart my physiological organ or any plexus or nerves or anything like that. But so long as a man identifies himself with the body or thinks he is in the body, he is advised to see where in the body the ego I thought arises and merges again. It must be the heart at the right side of the chest, since every man of whatever race and religion and in whatever language he may be speaking points to the right side of the chest to indicate himself when he says I. Finally, part 2 of the book True Happiness is called From Theory to Practice, and here Arthur Osborne elucidates. Bhagavan did sometimes make pronouncements that seemed superficially like affirmations of complete predestination. When he left home in his youth, already established in self-realization, his mother sought and at last found him. He was maintaining silence at that time. Therefore, on her request to return home with her, he wrote out his reply instead of replying verbally. And here is the famous passage. The ordainer controls the fate of souls in accordance with their prarabdha karma. Whatever is destined not to happen will not happen, try as you may. Whatever is destined to happen will happen, do what you may to prevent it. This is certain. The best course, therefore, is to remain silent. However, Arthur Osborne recounts a pertinent conversation. Devotee: has man any free will, or is everything in his life predetermined? Bhagavan: free will exists together with the individuality. As long as the individuality lasts, so long is there free will. All the scriptures are based on this fact and advise directing the free will in the right channel. Now Osborne comments: is this really a contradiction of the reply given to his mother? No, because according to Bhagavan's teaching, the individuality has only an illusory existence. So long as one imagines that one has a separate individuality, so long does one also imagine its free will. The two exist together inevitably. The problem of predestination and free will has always plagued philosophers and theologians, and will always continue to do so, because it is insoluble on the plane of duality, that is, on the supposition of one being who is the creator and a lot of other separate beings who are created. If they have free will, then he is not omnipotent and omniscient. He does not know what will happen because it depends on what they decide. And he cannot control all happenings because they have the power to change them. On the other hand, if he is omniscient and omnipotent, he has foreknowledge of all that will happen and controls everything, and therefore they can have no power of decision, that is, no free will. But on the level of Advaita or non-duality, the problem fades out and ceases to exist. In truth, the ego has no free will because there is no ego. But on the level of apparent reality, the ego consists of free will. It is the illusion of free will that creates the illusion of the ego. The next sentence in his answer turns the questioner away from theory to practice. Bhagavan speaking: find out who it is who has free will or predestination and abide in that state. Then both are transcended. That is the only purpose in discussing these questions. To whom do those questions present themselves? Discover that and be at peace. This ends the excerpts I have chosen from the fascinating book, True Happiness, The Teachings of Ramana Maharshi. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. We are concluding our offering from Tampa, North Carolina. Will start now. Namo Ramana. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the offering by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group. We start our program with the song Ilankuile, composed by Sri Sadhu Om, sung by Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam.
இளம் குயிலே அண்ணலிடம் எனக்காக நீ சென்று விளங்குமுனதருள் தாக வேட்கையினால் வெம்புகின்றான் களங்கமில்லாம் ஆருள் பிழம்பே கண்ணே ஸ்ரீ ரமணேஷ வளம் கனிந்த மலை மருந்தே வாவென்று கூவாயோ அறியாதிரு நவளு கன்றே உணர்த்தியருள் குறியால் உனை கொடுத்தாய் அன்று முதல் கோவென்றே வெறியால் அழுதழுது விம்முகின்றாள் ரமணேஷா வரியார்க்கே ஈவாயே வாவென்று கூவாயோ திருச்சுழியில் செல்வரடி தீண்டாமல் தேருநாய் போல் இருக்க மனம் சக்கியாமல் ஏதேதோ புலம்புகின்றாள் உருக்கிய செம்பொன் போன்ற ஒளிமலையே ரமணேஷா சுருக்கெனவே வாவென்று சொல்லெடுத்து கூவாயோ கண்டவெல்லாம் நகைக்க கண்கலங்கி அழுகின்றாள் கொண்டவர் கைவிடில்லந்த கோதை மனம் கோதிக்காதோ அழண்டமெல்லாம் அளிக்கும் அருணாச்சலனி ரமணேசா பண்டெழுந்த கடலமுதே பாரென்று பகராயோ மையாடு கண்ணில் அண்ணா மலையாட உள்உருகி மெய்யாடி தளர்கின்றாள் விண்காலம் கழியாமுன் ஐயா அவட்குயிரே அருளாளா ரமணேஷா செய்யாயோ அருள் என்றே சென்றுடனே கூவாயோ கருத்தழிய ஊனை எண்ணி காய்கின்ற அவளாக்கை மருத்துவர் வந்திவள் நோய்கோர் மருந்திலை என மீண்டான் திருத்தனின தாருள் மருந்தே தேவையின்று ரமணேஷா வருத்தம் என்ன என்னுடனே வாவென்று கூவாயோ வருத்தம் என்ன என்னுடனே வாவென்று கூவாயோ இளம் குயிலே அண்ணலிடம் எனக்காக நீ சென்று விளங்குமுனதருள் தாக வேட்கையினால் வெம்புகின்றார்.
Next, we have a reading by Vijay Iyer from Day by Day with Bhagavan.
April 12th, 1946, Day by Day with Bhagavan. Question 2. I start with great keenness towards some ideal, but gradually I get slack. What should I do to prevent it, and what is the reason for this happening? Bhagavan. Just as there must have been a reason for your keenness at one time, there must be a reason for getting slack also later on. Question 3. There are a number of spiritual teachers teaching various paths. Whom should one take for one's guru? Bhagavan. Choose that one where you find you get shanti or peace. Question 4. What is the best way of dealing with desires with a view of getting rid of them, satisfying them or suppressing them? Bhagwan, if a desire can be got rid by satisfying it, there will be no harm in satisfying such a desire. But desires generally are not eradicated by satisfaction. Trying to root them out that way is like pouring spirits to quench fire. At the same time, the proper remedy is not forcible suppression, since such repression is bound to react sooner or later in forceful surging up with undesirable consequences. The proper way to get rid of a desire is to find out who gets the desire, who is its source. When this is found, the desire is rooted out and it will never again emerge or grow. Small desires, such as the desire to eat, drink, and sleep, and attend to calls of nature, though these may also be classed among desires, you can safely satisfy. They will not implant vasanas in your mind, necessitating further birth. Those activities are just necessary to carry on life and are not likely to develop or leave behind vasanas or tendencies. As a general rule, therefore, there is no harm in satisfying a desire where the satisfaction will not lead to further desires by creating vasanas in the mind.
Next, Ranjini Ramanan will be singing 5 verses from Sri Muruganar's composition Vinay Nikam or Destruction of Karma. Each verse will be followed by its meaning in English, read by Rasika Ramanan. The English translation is by Professor K. Swaminathan. Shetrartamakeyu inna sheyyame பெற்றார் வாழ்சோனை பெருமான் புகழ் பேச கற்றார் தமை காக்கும் கடவுள் கழல்களே பற்றா நின்றாரை பற்றாவினை தாமே.
Past karma cannot cling to those who cling to the feet of this great God, for he shields from harm all those who sing praises of the Lord who dwells in Shone, where dwell good souls who cannot dream of harming even foes.
பாராதியவற்றை பாராபார்கட்கு ஆறாமுதாகி அண்ணாமலை மேய சீரார் சுயம் ஜோதி செம்மல் பாதமே ஷேரா நின்றாரை ஷேரா வினை தாமே.
Past karma cannot cling to those who cling to the feet of this great God, whose self-effulgent brightness dwells in Annamalai as the immortal bliss of true seekers who see not the seeming universe.
பெண்ணானலியாம் பொய் வேதனோக்காதே உன்னாடுணர்வோரே ஒரும் பெருமைசால் அண்ணாமலை மேய அண்ணல் பாதமே நன்னா நின்றாரை நன்னாவினை தாமே.
Past karma cannot cling to those who cling to the feet of the great God dwelling on Annamalai, whose glory they only know who, disregarding false distinctions like male, female, and neuter, look for the truth within.
மாயாதுழல் பேயா மனத்தை புறஷற்றும் பாயாதர ஷேற்றுட் பார்ப்பார் நெஞ்சத்துள் ஓயாதொளிர்கின்ற உணர்வோன் பாதமே தோயா நின்றாரை தோயா வினை தாமே.
Past karma cannot cling to those who cling to the feet of Him who is the awareness shining in the heart that stays within, controlling firmly the never restless mind from darting outward.
Anuvamanmave vibuvachevet tanikachalate தமியேனுள்ளத்தும் நனுகாக்குடி கொண்ட நல்லோன் பாதமே அணுகா நின்றாரை அணுகாவினை தாமே. திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Past karma cannot cling to those who cling to the feet of the Good One who expands the Atman, atom small, into the vast, wide universe and dwells forever on Tanyige Hill and in this heart of mine.
Next, we have a reading by Shekhar Kalyanam from Day by Day with Bhagavan.
June 28, 1946, Day by Day with Bhagavan. Khanna, is there destiny? And if what is destined to happen will happen, is there any use in prayer or effort, or should we just remain idle? Bhagavan, there are only two ways to conquer destiny or be independent of it. One is to inquire for whom is this destiny and discover that only the ego is bound by destiny and not the self, and that the ego is non-existent. The other way is to kill the ego by completely surrendering to the Lord, by realizing one's helplessness and saying all the time, not I, but thou, O Lord, and giving up all sense of I and mine and leaving it to the Lord to do what He likes with you. Surrender can never be regarded as complete so long as the devotee wants this or that from the Lord. True surrender is love of God for the sake of love and nothing else, not even for the sake of salvation. In other words, complete effacement of the ego is necessary to conquer destiny, whether you achieve this effacement through self-inquiry or through bhakti marga. Khanna, are our prayers granted? Bhagavan, yes, they are granted. No thought will go in vain. Every thought will produce its effect sometime or other. Thought force will never go in vain.
Srimati Saroja Ramanan will now sing Namaskaram Shaivom, composed by the late Sri V.R. Lakshmi Narayanan.
Namaskaram Shaivom, Namaskaram Shaivom, Arunagiri Noki, Namaskaram Shaivom, Arunagiri Noki, Dinamum Tava Ramal, Ayiram Ayiram, Namaskaram Shaivom, Arunagiri Noki, Dinamum Tava Ramal, Ayiram Ayiram, Namaskaram Shaivom, Kumara Guru Paran Manilam Vitar, Kumara Guru Paran Manilam Vitar, Ramana Swarubiyai, Amarda Disei Noki, Kumara Guru Paran Manilam Vitar, Ramana Swarubiyai, அமர்ந்த திசை நோக்கி நமஸ்காரம் செய்வோம். அருணகிரி நோக்கி தினமும் தவறாமல் ஆயிரம் ஆயிரம் நமஸ்காரம் செய்வோம். காமனை எரித்தவன் யமனையும் வென்றவன். கமனிய ரூபன் மௌன உருவினன். காமனை எரித்தவன் யமனையும் வென்றவன். கமனிய ரூபன் மௌன உருவினன். யமனா நின்னருள் பெற்றால் யமபயம் நமக்கெது. ரமணா நின் அருள் பெற்றால் ரமபயம் நமக்கெது. அதனால் அனுதினமும் ரமணா ரமணா என்று ரமணா நின்னருள் பெற்றால் யமபயம் நமக்கெது. அதனால் அனுதினமும் ரமணா ரமணா என்று நமஸ்காரம் செய்வோம். அருணகிரி நோக்கி தினமும் தவறாமல் ஆயிரம் ஆயிரம் நமஸ்காரம் செய்வோம். நமஸ்காரம் செய்வோம்.
Next, we have a reading by Shankar Nathan.
Day by Day with Bhagavan. 31st May 1946. Mr. Phillips, an Englishman who used to be a missionary and is now a teacher, and who has been about 20 years in Hyderabad, came this morning. He said, "I lost my son in the war. What is the way for his salvation?" Bhagavan was silent for a while and then replied, "Your worry is due to thinking. Anxiety is a creation of the mind. Your real nature is peace. Peace has not got to be achieved. It is our nature. To find consolation, you may reflect, God gave, God has taken away, He knows best. But the true remedy is to inquire into your true nature. It is because you feel that your son does not exist that you feel grief. If you knew that he existed, you would not feel grief. That means that the source of the grief is mental and not an actual reality. There is a story given in some books how two boys went on a pilgrimage, and after some days news came back that one of them was dead. However, the wrong one was reported dead. And the result was that the mother who had lost her son went about as cheerful as ever, while the one who had still got her son was weeping and lamenting. So it is not any object or condition that causes grief, but only our thought about it. Your son came from the self and was absorbed back into the self. Before he was born, where was he apart from the self? He is our self in reality. In deep sleep, the thought of I, or child, or death does not occur to you, and you are the same person who existed in sleep. If you inquire in this way and find out your real nature, you will know your son's real nature also. He always exists. It is only you who think he is lost. You create a son in your mind and think that he is lost. But in the self, he always exists.
Sisters Kavya, who is 10 years old, and Meera, who is 6, will now be singing the bhajan Om Ramana.
Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana, Udara Leela, Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana, Shri Rama Chitta, Om Ramana, Vara Ramana, Vara Ramana, Varada Bhayakara, Vara Ramana, Vanchita Falada, Vara Ramana, Vachana Gochara, Vara Ramana, Shri Rama Chitta, Vara Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Vara Prada, Jaya Ramana, Jagatodara, Jaya Ramana, Jivan Mukta, Jaya Ramana, Shri Rama Chitta, Jaya Ramana, Shri Rama Chitta, Jaya Ramana, Shri Rama Chitta, Jaya Ramana.
Raksha Ramanan will now read a few passages from the book Bhagavan Ramana, the Friend of All.
Chapter 9 Bhagavan and the Wild Cats, Cheetahs, Tiger, Leopards. 1. Borda, go away. Bhagavan had no fear of wild animals, nor did they have any fear of him. Up to 1930, wild animals like leopards used to roam on Arunachala. Annamalai Swami was an attendant to Bhagavan in the beginning. Bhagavan never used to sleep much. He would wake up in the middle of the night around 1 a.m. and go behind the ashram for the calls of nature. One of the duties of the attendant was to go with him with a lamp. Although leopards did not come into the ashram, they used to roam about in the area where Bhagavan would go at night. Annamalai recalls that on one of the nights a leopard came near them. Bhagavan just looked at the leopard and said, "Borda, go away," and the leopard simply walked away. 2. Brute and man alike. There is a graphic account of how Bhagavan treated wild animals and humans alike. Sri Rangaswamy Iyengar was a businessman from Madras. He was a staunch devotee of Bhagavan and was often coming from Madras to be with Bhagavan. One day, Rangaswamy Iyengar arrived at Bhagavan's place by 1 o'clock train in the blazing sun. Bhagavan at that time, during the days of the Great Plague in Tiruvannamalai in 1906, was staying in the Pachayamman temple. Bhagavan welcomed him with his usual beaming face of smiles and kindness. As it was very hot, Iyengar was advised by the devotees to have his bath in the nearby pond. He left Bhagavan's presence to bathe in the pond in front of the temple. The spot was very lonely. Rangaswamy Iyengar was bathing in the eastern ghat. All of a sudden, Bhagavan, who was seated inside the temple, left his seat. Devotees sitting there thought that Bhagavan was walking out to attend the nature call. Bhagavan, when he came near the pond, saw a leopard coming to the tank to quench his thirst at the northern edge. Bhagavan quietly told the animal, "Go now and come later." He would be afraid, referring to Iyengar bathing nearby. Hearing this, the leopard went away. Bhagavan went to Rangaswami, who had by then finished his bath, and said to him, "We should not come here at this part of the day. Wild animals come at these hours to quench their thirst." He did not add that the wild animal had actually come there, lest the man be frightened. Thus did Bhagavan show his equality in treating both the brute and the man alike. A few days later, Bhagavan himself told this incident to the devotees.
We conclude our program with the chanting of the first 10 verses of Sri Ramana Chatvarimshat by Shankari Mahesh and her 7-year-old daughter Shama.
Sri Ramana Chatvarimsat. Vande Sri Ramanarsehe Acharyasya Padabjam Yo me tarshayad isham Bantam dvantam atitya
Kataya nijaya kalusham harata karunani dinaruna selajusa kagavahana pasita takyavita vrasavahana mauna rahasya vrata kanarang makasuri sapaguruna guna sanchayarat Namahodadina Kanakuta Sarasrakaranyayata Tanukanchupagupta Mahamanasa Katurinya Chalandriyani Grahane Patuna Parakiya Guna Grahane Chalavarjita Mauna Samadhi Jusa Palatarjita Pika Rakamarusa
Jataram samaye paripurayata katinam vratam atritate charata jasaketana sastradhura prahada krisim atma vibhoda vidhau dadata Bhavapkaravari-nidhim tarata karata marasena supatravata swadrishatti-kasita-lakanti bhrata Bayam angri sarojajusam harata Namatam atibhakti-matam nidhina Ganatapa-vidhuna nasannidhina Yati dharmatatim paripalayata Paritascha-tamo vinivarayata Paninayaka-varnya-gunauga-bhrata Vaniti priya-satya-hita banata Bahumana-vasat ayata sukitam avamanatate avidhunavata Yatinam adipena kusagralasan matina dhritinasi chittabuva laharim pramadasya sadavahata nihatantra saratravasam Bhagavat padam anyajana sulabam swaguner adigatya param jayata mamatara hitena satam nihitena guna prabhuna hridaye Dharani darajankamapi dharani talavasitamodyutaye Naravesabhrata nagarandrakrata ramanena sanat amidham bhuvanam.
This brings us to the end of the program by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group. Over to San Francisco.
Welcome to the San Francisco Bay Area segment of Bhagavan's 72nd Aradhana celebration online. We will start with Ramananaka Alana Padigam, written by one of the Bay Area devotees, Sri Satya Narayanan.
Sundaramurti Nayanar, one of the foremost of the 64 Nayanmars, a Shiva devotee, sang his first Padigam, a set of 10 verses on Lord Shiva, in the town Tiruvannallur. He addressed Shiva as Pitta, that is, a lunatic, in the first verse, which is the first name Sundarar called him prior to when Lord Shiva came as an old man to claim Sundarar as his slave. Having realized that Lord Shiva, in his infinite compassion, stopped Sundarar from falling into worldly life, and thereby awakened him to lead a devotee's life, Sundarar proclaims with certainty in each verse that I am indeed your slave. Our going otherwise is not possible. Inspired by Sundarar's Padigam, in the following 10 verses of Sri Ramanarku Alana Padigam, the devotee proclaims that the devotee belongs to Guru Ramana, who resides in the grace-filled Arunachala and will not go to anyone else. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
சிற்றகந்தை கைப்பாவை என்னை காத்தாழ பாலை மே கவிந்தீர பொழிவாய் ஈத்தாயனை தன் பாசனை நல்லோரர் கணனுள் தீத்தாவுட காளாயினி செல்லே பிறபாலே எண்ணாநிலையை தாதலை பாயும் மனமூலம் அண்ணாமலை நடித்தாடும் மகனோ கிடமீப்பாய் அண்ணாயனை தன் பாசனை நல்லோரர் பதத்துள் தின்னாவுன காளாயினி செல்லே பிறபாலே எரியாத அஞ்ஞான திரையிட்ட விறகு சரியான மெய்ஞான கேள்வி தீட்டாய் சரியாதனை தன் பாசனை நல்லோரர் புலத்துள் துரியாவுன காளாயினி செல்லே பிறபாலே இருந்தே என புறமூறி விதவிதமாயுண்டு இருந்தேனை பிணியேதென்றறிவித்தாய் பிணிக்கு திருந்தாய் என்னை தன் பாசனை நல்லோரர் புறையுள் மறந்தே உனக்காளாயினி செல்லே பிறப்பாலே துறவே என் வழியோவென துடித்தேனை தடுத்து புறம்பேத வலை வாழ்ந்தும் பரம் காணென்றார்த்த புறவாய் என்னை தன் பாசொனை நல்லூரர் புறத்தொழு துறவே உனக்காளாய் இனி செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே ஈசானினை ஓர் 1000 கேள்விகளால் துளைத்தேன் பேசாதிரு நான் யாரை தேடென்றே அடக்கும் நேசாவென்னை தன் பாசொனை நல்லூரர் படியுள் ஆசானுனக்காளாய் இனி செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே ஆசானுனக்காளாய் இனி செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே மீது யானேற்றும் பேரகந்தை போக்கி நானான் என்றாடும் வேறான்ம பொருநோக்க யானாய் தென்னி தன் பாசனை நல்லூரர் கடலுள் வான் போன காடாய் நீ செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலை குறைவாயனை நினையாவிலை மறைவாய் ஒளிரிருப்பே நிறைவாய் அறி நிஜமேதன மறைவாக்கினை முறையாய் அறைவாயனை தன் பாசனை நல்லூரர் பரத்துள் இறைவா உனக்காடாய் நீ செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே யமநாடு ஏகும் உன் இணை நாட பணித்தே உமைநாதன் வார்மலையாய் உரைமையம் உரைத்தே யமையாள் என்னை தன் பாசனை நல்லூரர் கவினுள் ரமணா உனக்காடாய் நீ செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே ரமணா உனக்காடாய் இனி செல்லேன் பிறப்பாலே.
Tiruvadara Kali or Kaikoti Kali is a ritual dance performed by women in Kerala on Arudra Darshanam Day. Here, the Bay Area devotees present this dance form set to Bhagavan's Malayalam Upadeshasaram. After composing Upadeshasaram in Tamil, Bhagavan composed its Malayalam version at the request of devotees from Kerala. This became part of the 15-day Tamil Parayanam routine. Upadeshasaram is followed by Bhagavan's Ekatma Panchakam, translated into Malayalam in Vanjipati meter by a devotee named Narayanan. Bhagavan has copied this into Tamil script.
கர்மம் பலத்தினே தன்னு வருன்னதும் கர்த்தாவு தன்னுடைய ஆజ్ఞ தன்னால் கர்மமதெய்வமாகுன்னதும் எங்கனே கர்மமச்சேதனமாகக் கொண்டு கர்ம பலங்களோ நஸ்வரம் வாசனாகார வித்தாயது கூடக்கூடே கர்ம சமுத்திரத்தில் சாடிக்குமல்லாதே கதியினை என்னுமே കാണിക്കില്ല ഈശ്വര പ്രീതിയിനായി ഫലമേൽപ്പിച്ചോരിച്ഛയൻ നിശ്ചയ നിഷ്കാമ്യ കർമ്മം ആശയ ശുദ്ധി വരുത്തിയ മുക്തിയിനായുള്ള മാർഗത്തിൽ ചേർക്കുമോർക്ക കായികം വാചികം മാനസികമെന്ന് കർമ്മങ്ങൾ 3 തരത്തിലത്രേ ആയവ പൂജ ജപം ധ്യാനമീ ക്രമത്താമൂന്നു മുന്നിലോ നേറ്റമോർത്താൽ അഷ്ടമൂർത്തങ്ങളെ കാണുന്ന ലോകമിതാകവേ ഈശ്വരകാരമക ദൃഷ്ടിയിൽ കൊണ്ട് സേവിക്കുക തക്കപോൽ ദേവനു ചെയ്യും വിശേഷ പൂജ. ഉത്തമ സ്തോത്രത്തെക്കാൾ ജപമാജപത്തുച്ഛത്തെക്കാളും ഉപാംശുവേക്കാൾ ചിത്തജപം തന്നെ ശ്രേഷ്ഠമാകുന്നതാ. ചിത്തജപത്തന്യമല്ല ധ്യാനം. വിട്ടുചെയ്വിച്ചിന്ന ധ്യാനത്തിനേക്കാളും വിടാതെ നിതാര പോലാറ് പോലെ ഒട്ടുമേ വിത്തില സന്തത ധ്യാനമേ ഉത്തമമെത്രയും ശക്തി കൂടും. ഭിന്നൻ ഞാൻ ഈശ്വരൻ തന്നെക്കാൾ എന്നുള്ള ഭേദഭാവത്തെക്കാൾ ശോകമെന്നും അന്യനല്ലെന്നവ ഭേദഭാവം തന്നെ അത്യന്തമുത്കൃഷ്ടമായ ഭാവം. ഭാവബലം കൊണ്ട് ഭാവം കടന്ന സദ്ഭാവത്തിങ്കൽ നിലനിൽക്ക തന്നെ. ഭാവന ഭക്തിയെക്കാളതി ഭാവന ഭക്തി പരഭക്തി മുക്തി നൽകും. മർമ്മമായുള്ളതൻ ജന്മസ്ഥലത്തെത്തി മാനസം സ്വസ്ഥമായുള്ളതല്ലോ. കർമ്മവും ഭക്തിയും യോഗവും ജ്ഞാനവും കാണുകെല്ലാവற்றிൽ കണ്ടസാരം. വായുവിനെ ഉൾപ്പതുക്കമറിക്കുകിൽ വലയകം പെട്ടുള്ള പക്ഷി പോലെ പായുമ മാനസം പെട്ടിടും കെട്ടിങ്കൽ പ്രാണനെ പത്തതുപായമാണ്. മാനസം ജ്ഞാനശക്തി പ്രാണനോ ക്രിയ മാത്രമാം ശക്തി കലർന്നതാകും. മാനസം പ്രാണനീ രണ്ടുമേ ശാഖകൾ മற்றവற்றின் മൂലശക്തിയൊന്ന്. ലയവും വിനാശവും രണ്ടാനൊടുക്കവും ലയവും അപ്പോഴത്തതാകയാലേ ലയിച്ചുള്ളതോ വീണ്ടും പൊന്തി വരും രൂപം നശിച്ചതെന്നും മടങ്ങുകയില്ല. കെട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ചകം വെച്ചതാൽ പ്രാണനെ കെട്ടിൽപ്പെട്ടുള്ള അച്ചിത്തം തന്നെ വിട്ടയച്ചോർ വഴി കാട്ടി തന്നിടുക നഷ്ടമാനസം താനെ തന്നെ. മനസ്സിന്റെ രൂപം മരിച്ചു വേഷത്താലെ മനുഷ്യനെ കാണും മഹാത്മയോഗി. തനിക്കൊരു കാര്യവും ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായില്ല തന്നിജ രൂപം പ്രാപിച്ചതാലേ. പുറവിഷയങ്ങളിൽ പോകാതെ ചിത്തത്തിൻ പോക്കിനെ ഉന്മുഖമാക്കി തന്റെ അറിവായ രൂപത്തെ താനറിയുന്നതേ അറിവാകും സത്യമകത്തിൽ കൊള്ളുക. മനസ്സിനു രൂപമേതാണെന്നെല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും മറവാതകത്തിൽ നിറഞ്ഞുവെന്നാൽ മനസ്സെന്നൊന്നുമേ കാണുമാറില്ല. ഹേ മാർഗമിതാർക്കും നേരായ മാർഗം. എണ്ണങ്ങളെ കൂടാതെ മനമേയില്ല എണ്ണങ്ങളെ മനമെന്നു ചൊല്ലും. എണ്ണങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാമേ മൂലം ഞാൻ എന്നുള്ള എണ്ണമാകും മനമെന്നാൽ ഞാനേ. ഞാൻ എന്നതെങ്ങുന്നു തോന്നുന്നുവെന്നു മനസ്സുള്ളിൽ മൂழ்കി അന്വേഷിച്ചിടിൽ. ഞാൻ തല കുത്തിപ്പതിക്കുമിതല്ലയോ ജ്ഞാന വിചാരം വേറൊന്നുമല്ല. ഞാനോടുങ്ങുന്ന സ്വസ്ഥാനമാകൃത്തിങ്കൽ ഞാനെന്നുന്നത് താനായി തോന്നും. താനാകത്തോന്നുന്നതിന്നല്ല ഇല്ലല്ലോ താനായതും പരിപൂർണം തന്നെ. ഞാൻ എന്നതിനർത്ഥമാണിതു നിത്യവും ഞാൻ ലയിച്ചുള്ള ഉറക്കത്തിങ്കൽ. താനില്ലാതായെന്നതില്ലാതെല്ലാവർക്കും താനുണ്ടെന്നുള്ള ഉണർച്ച തന്നാൽ. ദേഹവും ജ്ഞാന കർമ്മേന്ദ്രിയം പ്രാണനും ധീരുട്ടും ദൃശ്യലോകമെല്ലാം മോഹമസജ്ജടമാകയാൽ ഞാനല്ല മുക്കാലത്തുള്ള സത്തല്ലയോ ഞാൻ. ഉള്ളതുണർത്തുവാൻ തന്നെ കളഞ്ഞമായുള്ള ഉണർവൊന്നും കാണുന്നില്ല. ഉള്ളത് തന്നെയുണർവുമാകുന്നതും ഉള്ള ഞാൻ തന്നെയുണർവുമല്ലേ. ഈക്കും സ്വഭാവത്താൽ ഈശ്വര ജീവകൾ ഇരുവരും ഏകാത്മവസ്തു തന്നെ. ഒരിക്കലും ഭേദമുരയ്ക്കരുതായവർ ഉപാധിയും ബോധവും തന്നെ ഭിന്നം. തന്നൂടെ ഭേദവുപാധികളെ വിട്ട് തന്നെ താൻ കാണുക തന്നെ ഈശൻ. തന്നൂടെ വാസ്തവ ദർശനം ഈശ്വരൻ താനായി പ്രകാശിക്ക കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ. താനായിരിക്കും ഇരിപ്പിനെ തന്നെ മുൻ തന്നെ താൻ ചൊല്ലി താനെന്നും ഒന്ന് തന്നെയല്ലാതെ രണ്ടോ തന്മയനിഷ്ഠ ഇതെന്നു കണ്ട് അറിവറിയാമയും ഇല്ലാതെയുള്ള നല്ലറിവിതു തന്നെ യഥാർത്ഥ ജ്ഞാനം അറിവാനിതിന്മീതെയുള്ളതൊന്നേതാണ് അറിവതിൽ അന്യമായൊന്നുമില്ല എന്താണ് തന്നുടെ രൂപമെന്നീ വഴി തന്നെ തമ്മിൽ താനും ഒന്ന് കണ്ടാൽ അന്തവും ആദിയും ഇല്ലാതെ തോന്നിടും അഖണ്ഡ ചിദാനന്ദ വസ്തു ഒന്നേ ബന്ധവും മുക്തിയും രണ്ടും കടന്നുള്ള ബ്രഹ്മ മഹാനന്ദമെന്തു ചൊല്ലാം സ്വന്തമായങ്ങനെ സന്തതം നിൽപ്പവർ ശുദ്ധര ദൈവിക സച്ചരിത്ര ജ്ഞാനത്തിൽ തോന്നുന്നതേതൊന്നാണെന്നു തജ്ഞാനത്തിനാലത് തന്നെ പറ്റി താനിരിക്കുന്നത് തന്നെയല്ലോ നല്ല തപസ്സെന്നു മാരമണൻ പറഞ്ഞു സന്തോഷമോടുപദേശസാരം കൊണ്ട് സന്നിഷ്ഠനായി കുമ്മി കൊട്ട് കൊട്ട് സന്താപശാന്തിയും സന്തതാനന്ദവും സന്ധിക്കുമില്ലിതിൽ ശങ്കയൊട്ടും ഒട്ടുമേ കഷ്ടങ്ങൾ ഒട്ടാതെ വിട്ടിടാൻ ഉപദേശസാരത്തെ കൊണ്ടുകൂടി കൊട്ടുവിനൻപர்கள் എല്ലാവരും കുമ്മി കൊട്ടുവിനാനന്ദം കിട്ടുവാനായി കുമ്മി കൊട്ടുവിനാനന്ദം കിട്ടുവാനായി കുമ്മി കൊട്ടുവിനാനന്ദം കിട്ടുവാനായി ആത്മസ്വരൂപമാം തന്നെ മരന്നിഹ ശരീരത്തെ ആത്മാവെന്നു ധരിച്ചെണ്ണമില്ലാതെ ജന്മം എടുത്തലഞ്ഞൊടുവിൽ തൻ സ്വരൂപത്തിൽ ഉണർന്നതായി ലസിപ്പത് പാത്തിടുകിൽ ധരയിലെങ്ങും തെണ്ടിത്തിരിയുന്നതായി കണ്ടകിനാവു വിട്ടുണർന്നിണ്ടലേതും കൂടാതിരിപ്പത് പോലെയാ ആത്മാവായി താനിരിക്കവേ താനാരെന്നും താനെങ്ങെന്നും കേൾപ്പദേവൻ അവൻ മദ്യപാനം ചെയ്തിക ഞാനാരെന്നും ഞാനെങ്ങെന്നും അസംബന്ധം പൂലം വീടും മദ്യപാനിക്കു തന്നെ സമാനമാകും ഉടലാത്മാവിനുള്ളിലെ ഇരിക്കവേ ആത്മാവിന് ജഡമാകും ഉടൽക്കുള്ളായി കരുതും മദ്യൻ ചിത്രത്തിനാധാരമായി തത്ര സ്ഥിതി ചെയ്തിടുന്ന വസ്ത്രം ചിത്രത്തിനുള്ളിലായി ധരിക്കും അവൻ സ്വർണത്തിൽ നിന്നു ഭിന്നമായി ഉണ്ടോ നീലഭൂഷണത്തിൽ എന്ന പോലെ ആത്മാവിങ്കൽ നിന്നു ഭിന്നമായി ഉണ്ടോ ശരീരമുന്നിക ജ്ഞാനഹീന ശരീരത്തെ ആത്മാവായി നീനച്ചിടും തന്നെ അറിഞ്ഞ ജ്ഞാനിയോഗ തന്നെ ആത്മാവായി തന്നെ കണ്ടിടുന്ന പരമാർത്ഥം ഇതുവിധം ധരിച്ചു കൊള്ളുക ഏകാത്മാവിൻ തത്വമിത് എന്നുണർത്തി അൻപരുടെ ഏകാത്മാഭാവ ബന്ധത്തെ ചിതറിപ്പിച്ച് ഏകാത്മജ്ഞാന സ്വരൂപനായ ഗുരു രമണൻ ചൊന്നതാകും ഈ ഏകാത്മ പഞ്ചകത്തിങ്കൽ ചൊന്നതാകും ഈ ഏകാത്മ പഞ്ചകത്തിങ്കൽ ചൊന്നതാകും ഈ ഏകാത്മ പഞ്ചകത്തിങ്കൽ
Next, we will have a reading by some of our youngest devotees, Kavin, Shiva, and Harish. They will read the chapter Bhagavan Satsang from the book Bhagavan Ramana, the friend of all.
Bhagavan Satsang. Sri T.R.A. Narayana relates how he witnessed quite by chance Bhagavan Satsang with some animals and how deeply this encounter impressed him. The year was 1948. I was then in my 39th year. I live in Madras with my wife and 4 children. I was the branch manager of a large British firm, and being in happy circumstances, I did not find the need for any religious practices or spiritual inquiries. I was content with enjoying the good things in life. I was on tour of small towns with one of the inspectors under me, Sri Parthasarathi. It was a hot April day. As Sri Parthasarathi and I were boarding the train at Vilupuram to go to Tiruvannamalai, we noticed a young man of about 25 trying to enter the first class compartment by the next door. The man was so fat that he heaved his bulky body this way and that, while another man in the platform, obviously a servant, pushed him in through the door. He was also ashamed of the curious way the people got on the platform, including Sri Parthasarathi and myself. Watched his predicament. He got in somehow and occupied the cubicle next to ours. When the train had run for some minutes, the man came to our cabin, introduced himself as Ratilal Premachand Shah, and started talking. Sri Ratilal, a Saurashtra Vaishya, the only son of his father, a rich merchant of the place, was born and brought up in Gundal. He had married 6 years ago. Cursed with so much fat in his body from his 10th year, now at 25, he was a huge mass of flesh and misery. How he wished to get rid of his fat and be a man. In the last week of March, Sri Ratilal had a vision while he was asleep at night. He was ecstatic, smiling and beckoning him. The smile and beckoning persisted for a long time and stood clearly before Sri Ratilal's mental eye when he awoke. He did not speak to anyone about the vision. 2 days later, his wife was reading a Gujarati magazine. Looking over her shoulders, he saw the picture of aesthetic he had seen in his vision. He came to know that the aesthetic was Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. He at once went to his father and arranged for his journey to Tiruvannamalai with a trusted family servant. All he knew about Bhagavan was what the Gujarati magazine had said, but he felt sure that his suffering would end as soon as he reached Bhagavan. The smile and beckoning of his vision of Bhagavan had given him that firm faith. Sri Parthasarathi had seen Bhagavan many times before and also had read a good deal about him. He and Sri Ratilal talked about Bhagavan during the entire 2-hour journey. I was apparently reading an English novel but heard their conversation with interest and attention. At Tiruvannamalai station, a local merchant with whom his father had arranged for his stay received Sri Ratilal. Sri Parthasarathi and I proceeded to the traveller's bungalow.
It was 4 when we had our bath and the tiffin. Sri Parthasarathi knew that I was very businesslike and would not waste a single minute. He said we could visit the market. I said, no, Parthasarathi, we shall go and have a darshan of Maharshi first. Then, if time permits, we shall go to the temple. Let business wait. He was very surprised at my reply. It was about 5 when Sri Parthasarathi and I entered the ashram. Going round Bhagavan's mother's samadhi, we came to veranda by its side. About 50 people were sitting there. Sri Ratilal, his host, and his servant included. Bhagavan was not on his couch as usual. The visitors talked in whispers, trying to find out where he was. After waiting for some 10 minutes and finding that Bhagavan had not come to his seat, Sri Parthasarathi suggested to me that we could go in the meantime, go around and see Goshala and other places. Finishing our inspection, we were turning to the veranda by another side, when we heard a childish voice say, "Chi asate, fie, you creature." We could see no children around and therefore peeped to find out the source of the voice. We observed movement among the leaves of the brinjal, lady's finger, and other plants in the kitchen garden near the veranda. Looking more intently, we saw a small goat, a little monkey, and a squirrel, and Bhagavan, Ramana, Maharshi. Bhagavan was sitting on his haunches with his leg folded up to his breast. The goat nestled between his knees. The monkey had its head resting on his knee. The squirrel was perched on his left knee, holding a paper packet in his left palm. Bhagavan picked groundnuts from it with his right hand, fingers one by one, and fed the goat, the monkey and the squirrel, and himself by turns. His remarks appeared to have been addressed to the monkey, which had tried to snatch the nut he was going to place between the squirrel's lips. As we watched, the four companions went on enjoying the eating. All four seemed to be equally happy. The way they looked at one another and keeping close together was touching. The goat, the monkey, the squirrel, and Bhagavan had obviously forgotten their differences. And we too, looking on, saw all the four only as good friends despite the differences in their forms. No words could describe the feelings that passed through my being at the sight. The vision of transcendent appeared as a flash of lightning and revealed to me the essence of being, awareness of bliss. Sat Chit Ananda. The nuts were over. Bhagavan threw the paper away and said, Bongoda, go away, you fellows, just as any old man would speak to his grandchildren. The goat, the monkey, and the squirrel left. Bhagavan made to get up. Sri Parthasarathi and I hurried away, feeling guilty of trespassing into the divine, but not sorry. Soon after, Sri Parthasarathi and I had resumed our seats in the veranda. Bhagavan came to his couch. I cannot say he looked at us. He stood facing us, his eyes fixed on something far above and beyond anything on earth. They were like screens which shut the material world off from the light which was burning behind them. Sparks of light shot out through the fibers of the screen at times. Sparks which cooled the eyes which they fell, pierced the grass coverings, and lighted the wick inside them.
Bhagavan reclined on the pillows in the couch, supporting his head on his left palm. We all sat down to look at his face. We sat and looked around. No one spoke or made any noise, but the confrontation was not a dead silence. It was a very live experience in which the innermost being of each one of us communed with the Supreme Consciousness, which was Bhagavan. I was numb with the appalling realization that the glory was the same that dwelt in the simplicity which a few minutes ago I had seen eating groundnuts in the intimate company of the goat, the monkeys, and the squirrel. My mind, Bhagavan's breast breathed in perfect confidence in his love for it. How the monkey had grinned in joy, and how Bhagavan had returned the grin as both of nut. How the squirrel had peered with its pinhead eyes into Bhagavan's dream-laden ones, and scratched his nose terribly with its tiny left paw. The vision of the Supreme Spirit underlying and overlaying the sun's perception was the spiced with the lovely sight of the groundnut party in the kitchen garden.
Bhagavan got up from the couch. We got up. It seemed tacitly understood that we were to leave. We left. I felt a hitherto unknown peace and joy inside me. The faces of others also showed a similar condition. I saw Sri Ratilal, his host, and a servant get into their bulla cart at the ashram gate. There was a new spring in Sri Ratilal's movements. Bhagavan's promise and the lad's vision appeared to be starting a fulfillment. Many things have happened since that day in my life. My material circumstances underwent changes for the worse. But my inner life has always been happy since that day, for I very often got a vision of Bhagavan, particularly when I was most oppressed in spirit. In 1953, I was in Rajkot staying alone in the lodge. One day, while in the dining hall, a man of about 30 accosted me. "Don't you recognize me, sir?" "No, I'm sorry," I replied truthfully. The man continued, "I am Ratilal of Gundal, sir. You remember the darshan of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi 5 years ago?" I looked at the man again. He was thin and wiry, his face aglow with health and happiness. I shook his hands heartily. He spoke again. "Sir, Bhagavan has fulfilled his promise wonderfully well. You see me. I am now managing our family business, my father taking complete rest. I have a son 2 years old and expect my wife to give me another child in a month or 2. My mind immediately went back to the goat, the monkey, and the squirrel, and Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. I could never think of Bhagavan alone. So it has been all these years. The scene comes to my mind's eye often. The kitchen party with the 4 friends at the groundnut party. And I thank Sri Ratilal and Sri Parthasarathi for guiding me to the vision beautiful.
Bhagavan's Mahanirvana was witnessed and felt by people near and far. On the occasion of Bhagavan's Aradhana celebrations, here are some anecdotes from them. On April 14, 1950 evening, when devotees were massaging him and reciting Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, his eyes were glowing with cheer, shedding joyous tears. On sipping spoons of warm ginger water and dissuading the doctor from resorting to give him artificial respiration, his slowed-down breathing ceased at 8:47 p.m., externalizing his silence. There was no struggle or spasm, no other sign of death, only that the next breath did not come. For a few moments, people stood bewildered. The sinking continued. Henri Cartier-Bresson, photographer from France, then staying in the ashram, recorded it. It is a most astonishing experience. I was in the open space in front of my house when my friends drew my attention to the sky, where I saw a vividly luminous shooting star with a luminous tail, unlike any shooting star I had seen before, coming from the south, moving slowly across the sky, and reaching the top of Arunachala, disappearing behind it. Because of its singularity, we all guessed its import, and then raced to the ashram, only to find that our premonition has been only too sadly true. The master had passed into Mahanirvana at that very minute. Many saw this luminous body in the sky, even as far away as Bombay, and struck by its peculiar appearance and behavior, they ascribed this phenomenon to the passing of their master. To this day, the power of Sri Ramana has not diminished. Often, visitors go to the ashram have remarked, but one can feel his presence very strongly. Before Sri Ramana gave up his body, devotees went to him and begged him to remain for a while longer as they needed his help. He replied, "Go? Where can I go? I shall always be here."
The Mahaswami Paramacharya of Kanchi Kamakoti Mutt, Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Swamigal, was camping in a village near Kumbakonam and had begun his Chandramaulishwara Puja for the night. He suddenly ordered the attendant to pull the screen and asked that a particular person be brought to the stage. Now, none other than the Pitadipati of the mutt and the attendants who help him in the puja are allowed on stage. The bewildered devotee, a young man of 18 years, came up on stage and stood before the Paramacharya, who looked up at the sky and said, "Siddhi aitela, you have attained Siddhi." Looking at the devotee, he said, "Parada, Bhagavan porad, Parada. Look, can't you see? Bhagavan is departing." The young man was a staunch devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi since his childhood days, and his family was also close to the Kanchi Mahaswami.
It was around 8:30 p.m. at the Narasimhavanam in Sringeri. Sri Chandrasekhara Bharati Mahaswamigal, the Shankaracharya of Sringeri, who was himself a Jivan Mukta, suddenly started from his quarters and started walking towards a place a little away from his quarters with about 3 or 4 people. Usually, the Mahaswami never ventured out after dark. This was one of those very rare days. He suddenly stopped at a place and looked towards the sky, joined his hands in pranam, and stood for some time with his divine countenance shining in splendorous grandeur. It was 8:47 p.m., but he did not say anything to anyone and walked back quietly to his quarters.
A few days before Bhagavan was to drop the body, Chadwick went inside Bhagavan Nirvana's room and wept bitterly, saying, "Bhagavan, you are leaving." There also, Bhagavan revealed that he indeed is the Guru through his reply. The prime duty of a Guru is to establish the certainty of his existence in the hearts of his disciples, and having done that, he is free to leave. He had already implanted that truth in Chadwick and the others, and that was why he was dropping the body.
All the devotees were distraught, because Bhagavan was going to drop the body. They wondered what they would do without him physically before them. Under Morganar's leadership, they sent a mission to Bhagavan to ask him for a message. Did Bhagavan not know what they were asking for? His last words were, "Put the teachings into practice." It was Morganar who elicited from Bhagavan the direct teaching of wisdom, and more importantly, Bhagavan's final message of putting the teachings into practice. Morganar had written many verses on "I am not the body." Yet, when Bhagavan dropped the body, he could not contain his grief. He was inconsolable. When Morganar visited Bhagavan's Samadhi, it was an elevating sight. It would seem there was walking, but no walker, the worshipper lost in worship. I once asked him, "Morganar Swami, what is your attitude when you come and prostrate here?" "There is only Bhagavan. There is nothing else," he replied. For him, there was only Bhagavan, no Morganar, no Ramanashramam, not even prostration. Bhagavan was everything. Everything else was not.
On the evening of April 14th, 1950, I went at 6:30 and stood in the queue and arranged for an orderly darshan of Bhagavan, and when I got up on the raised mound opposite to the door of the room where Bhagavan was sitting, and stood there for a while, with my sight concentrated on him, and prayed to him mentally, "O Prabhu, won't you for once radiate on me your compassionate look?" Bhagavan's eyes slowly began to open, and from those eyes a mild and compassionate look came on me. That was the last time I had the great fortune of his compassionate look. At 8:47 that night, Sri Ramana, the embodiment of light and enlightenment, left his mortal coil. When the mortal body of Gurudev, who was at once my mother, father, Guru, and God, and who has protected me all these years, ceased to be the abode of that great soul, and remained still as a statue, drowned in inexpressible grief and sorrow. The writing of these letters began on November 21st, 1945, and continued uninterrupted all these days, through the grace of Bhagavan. And with the end of the avatar of Bhagavan, I am giving up the writing of these letters.
The faithful day when Bhagavan left his body, Osborne was there. It did not fill him with sorrow. Instead, it only made him plunge within. He felt Bhagavan's grace more abundantly and his support more powerfully. Some days after Bhagavan's Mahanirvana, Bhagavan appeared to him in his dream. In the dream, Osborne was in the old hall, and Bhagavan asked him to come near the couch. Osborne went and knelt before Bhagavan, and Bhagavan put his hands on Osborne's head in blessing. When Bhagavan put his hand on his head, he had a feeling that Bhagavan was asking him to write about his direct teaching. He then wrote 7 articles. They were brought out later as a book titled Ramana Arunachala. Every one of us, every seeker, should read this book. That was the beginning. Soon, a cascade of books started coming from Osborne.
Vishwanatha Swami got a rude shock when Bhagavan's health failed and he had to be operated on. This caused him deep pain. He went to Bhagavan and said, "Bhagavan, permit me to serve you day and night and to be with you." Bhagavan turned to him and said, "You have work to do." Saying this, he politely declined his request. On Bhagavan's last day, there were a few people inside his room. Outside, Bhagavan's devotees were chanting Ashrama, the heart-melting verses composed by Bhagavan on Arunachala, the self. Bhagavan had already requested the attendants to help him sit up. The louder the chorus, Arunachala Shiva, became, the more were the tears of ecstasy that rolled down from Bhagavan's eyes. Vishwanatha Swami was witnessing the exalted spiritual splendor that was unfolding. He suddenly felt the gracious look of Bhagavan falling on him. He saw lightning flash within himself, and the core of his heart opened. He felt Bhagavan pouring grace into his heart and was overwhelmed with ecstasy. The next moment he saw Bhagavan smile and give a nod of approval, as if to say that what Vishwanatha Swami had experienced was the real state. Bhagavan had awakened spiritual realization in the son in accordance with his word to the son's father, Ramaswami. This is how Vishwanatha Swami recounted that moment of ecstasy. Having received that grace, the climax of my own spiritual experiences in the proximity of Bhagavan took place during those last moments. As I stood in that small room, everything became shadowy, enveloped by an invisible, pure awareness, the one and only, ever-present reality. There was not the least feeling of separation from Bhagavan or the least vestige of sorrow on his physical death. Instead, there was a positive ecstasy and elation of spirit, which was nothing but the natural state of the self.
When Bhagavan became very sick, at the end of the 1940s, I was sorely tempted to visit him. But I never succumbed because I knew that Bhagavan had instructed me to stay away from his presence. During the final year of Bhagavan's life, I suffered from continuous severe stomach pain. Some of the doctors who came to treat Bhagavan treated me as well, but none of them were able to relieve the pain. I was unable to eat anything except kanji or gruel, and even that in small quantities. I finally decided to pray to Bhagavan. "Please, Bhagavan," I prayed, "let me attain samadhi before you attain samadhi." At that moment, I saw the great light in the sky, the light that signified that Bhagavan had died. Many people saw this light, and most of them reported that it resembled a meteor. It appeared to me in a different form. I saw a great column of light about 20 feet high and 1.5 feet wide in the middle of the sky. While it was manifesting for a period of about 2 minutes, it was slowly descending towards the ashram. A few minutes later, a sadhu came and told me that Bhagavan had passed away. At that exact moment when he told me the news, my stomach pains vanished and never reappeared again. Bhagavan was buried the following day. I saw Swami Satyananda returning to Palakottu with his whole body covered in vibhuti, or sacred ash. I tightly embraced him in an attempt to cover my body with this vibhuti. Since it had touched Bhagavan's body, I regarded it as his final prasadam. In the years that followed, I tried to remain in contact with the real Bhagavan, the Bhagavan who exists externally in the heart. Coming up next is Samana Drishti, an article in Sanskrit.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshihi Sarvada Mrigeshu Karunyam Atyantam Pritin Cha Darshitavan. Bhagavan Mrigan Manushyan Samanam Iva Drishtavan. Mrigeshu Vanaraha Sada Maharshau Pratipritim Darshayitva Maharshehe Hastat Aharam Swikritya Kaditavantah Shantim Anubhutavantah Cha. Bhagavan Vanaranam Bhasham Nyatavan. Teshu Maitrim Darshitavan Api. Ramana Maharshehe Bhakteshu Yaihi Sa Maitri Drishta Taihi Bhaktaihi Maharshehe Jivanacharitrasya Anekanam Ghatananam Vivranam Kritam. Tasu Ghatanasu Ekam Ghatanam Idanim Pashyamaha. Arunachala Grame Margam Ubhayatah Tintrini Vrikshaha Asan. Ekaschit Krishikarah Kanchana Vrikshan Palitum Adhikaram Angaleya Rajyat Praptavan. Tathaiva Saha Tesham Vrikshanam Palanam Kritavan. Atah Tintrini Phalani Vrikshanam Shakhasu Anekani Abhavan. Parantu Vanaraha Etam Vyavaharam Na Nyatavantah. Te Vanaraha Sada Agatavantaha Vrikshan Arudhavantah Cha. Te Phalani Grihitva Khaditavantaha. Ekasmin Dine Tan Vanaran Drishtva Krishikarah Kupitaha Abhavat. Saha Shila Khandan Vanaranam Upari Kshiptavan. Kaschana Vanarah Shila Khandena Himsam Anubhuya Vrikshat Adaha Patitavan Mritavan Cha. Vanaraha Mritaha Abhavat Iti Drishtva Anye Vanaraha Ruditavantaha. Te Akrosham Kritavantaha. Te Vanarasya Pretam Nitva Ramana Maharshehe Purataha Agatavantaha. Te Tesham Bhashaya Sarvam Maharshim Uktavantaha Akshepitavantaha Cha. Bhagavan Vanaranam Sthitim Avagatavan. Saha Tan Vanaran Shantam Kartum Prayatnam Kritavan. Parantu Vanaraha Punah Punaha Akroshena Ruditavantaha. Ante Bhagavan Vanaran Bodhitavan. Manushyaha Uta Vanaraha Sarve Ekasmin Dine Mritaha Eva Bhavishyanti. Yaha Vanaram Maritavan Saha Krishikaraha Api Bhavishyat Kale Kasmin Dine Maranam Prapsyati. Ataha Sarve Shantaha Bhavantu Iti. Tat Shrutva Vanaraha Shantam Anubhutavantaha. Te Vanarasya Shariram Nitva Vanam Gatavantaha. Vanarebhyaha Ramana Maharshina Dattam Upadesham Anyaha Kopi Manushyah Sutavan. Saha Manushyah Krishikaram Maharshehe Vachanam Suchitavan. Krishikaraha Chintitavan. Bhagavan Mahyam Ekam Shapam Dattavan. Aham Shigrameva Maranam Prapnomi Iti. Ataha Krishikaraha Bhayat Asvastha Abhavat. Saha Vyadhina Piditaha Abhavat. Kinchit Dinanantaram कृषिकारस्य बान्धवाः रमणमहर्षिं मिलित्वा नमस्कारं कृतवन्तः। ते कृषिकारस्य अपराधम् अङ्गीकृत्य क्षमां याचितवन्तः। तस्य रोगनिवारणार्थं महर्षेः विभूतिम् अपि याचितवन्तः। परन्तु रमणमहर्षिः कस्मै विभूतिं न दत्तवान् इति सर्वे ज्ञातवन्तः। अहं कीदृशं शापं कस्मै न दत्तवान्, कृपया विश्वासं कुर्वन्तु इति महर्षिः पुनः पुनः उक्तवान्, परन्तु ते विभूतेः याचनं न त्यक्तवन्तः। अन्ते भगवान् रमणमहर्षिः पाकशालात् अनिलचुल्याः भस्मं स्वीकृत्य कृषिकारस्य बान्धवेभ्यः दत्तवान्। ते महर्षिं नमस्कृत्य सन्तोषेण गतवन्तः। कृषिकारः भस्मं प्रतिदिनं धृत्वा आरोग्यम् अनुप्राप्तवान्। भगवान् रमणमहर्षिः मनुष्याणाम् उत वानराणां कर्मबन्धनस्य जीवनस्य परिवर्तनं न करोति, परन्तु सर्वेषां हृदयपरिवर्तनम् एव करोति। सः सर्वेषु एकम् आत्मानम् एव दृष्टवान् आचरितवान् च। येन समाना दृष्टिः धृता तेन महर्षिणा शापम् अथवा वरं कथं दातुं शक्यते इति एतस्याः कथायाः द्वारेण स्पष्टम्। धन्यवादः।
Our penultimate item is a kriti written and rendered by one of the Bay Area devotees, Sri Prasad Saripalli.
ఇంకనింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు, ఇంకనింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు, శ్రీ వెంకటముని పాదమరసియును వెర్రివై ఇంకనింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు, శ్రీ వెంకటముని పాదమరసియును వెర్రివై ఇంకనింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు, శ్రీ వెంకటముని పాదమరసియును వెర్రివై ఇంకనింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు. పంకమందే పంకమందే పద్మమున్నట్టు, ఇందే పంకమందే పద్మమున్నట్టు ఇంద నిశంకా శంకరము పదము నీ ముందే పద్మముదే పద్మమున్నట్టు ఇంద నిశంకా శంకరము పదము నీ ముందే పంకముదే పద్మమున్నట్టు ఇందే నిశంకా శంకరము పదము ఇంకా నింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు పంకమదే పద్మమున్నట్టు యుదే నిశంకా శంకరము పదము నీ ముందే నిరస నిదపమా సమపద పని దశ నిద నీ సమ సమస నిద దపమ సమపస నిద పద పద నీ మమ సమస నిద సస పప మమ నిద దస నిద పస నిద పమ ని సమమ నిద నిద పద పద పమ సమం మమ పప పద దస నిద సమమ పమ పద పని దశ పని దమ అంతరంగము నాడు బొమ్మలనెంత కాలము తగిలి భ్రమసి అంతరంగము నాడు బొమ్మలనెంత కాలము తగిలి భ్రమసి అంక పొంకములంట కను నికళంక పదముల నీగియుండకన్ ఇంకను ఏమి వెతికేవు వెర్రి వై శ్రీ వెంకటముని పాదమరసియును ఇంకను ఏమి వెతికేవు శ్రీ వెంకటముని పాదమరసియును వెర్రి వై నింకను ఏమి వెతికేవు అంతరంగము నాడు బొమ్మలనెంత కాలము తగిలి భ్రమసి అంక పొంకములంట కను నికళంక పదమునని ఉండగని నిరస నిదపమ సమపద పని దశ నిద నీ సమ సమస నిద దపమ సమప సనిద పద పద నీ మమ సమస నిద సస పాప మమ నిద దస నిద పస నిద పమ ని సమమ నిద నిద పద పద పమ సమం మమ పప పద దశ నిద సమమ పమ పద పని దశ పరిదమా ఇంకను ఏమి వెతికేవు.
As our last item, we present a Tirupugar on Bhagavan written by Sri Satya Narayanan.
புறவுலகின் ஈழ்பயனில் பொதியாதே புலனை நின் போக்கில் மனம் பதியாதே புறவுலகின் ஈர்ப்பயனில் பொதியாதே புலனைந்தின் போக்கில் மனம் பதியாதே சிறுவனை அருணாச்சலமெனும் பதத்தாலே சிறையிட்டு ஆட்கொள்வகை அருள்வாயே சிறுவனை அருணாச்சலமெனும் பதத்தாலே சிறையிட்டு ஆட்கொள்வகை அருள்வாயே துழவு வழி காட்டியழை தன்னை தோனே துரியமதில் தோய்த்திருக்க பணி தோனே துழவு வழி காட்டியழை தன்னை தோனே துரியமதில் தோய்த்திருக்க பணி தோனே உறைவில் கரையேற்றும் பதம் தருவாயே குரு ரமணன் ஏத்தும் சிவ பெருமானே சிறுவனை அருணாச்சலமெனும் பதத்தாலே சிறையிட்டு ஆட்கொள்வகை அருள்வாயே குறைவில் கரையேற்றும் பதம் தருவாயே குரு ரமணன் ஏத்தும் சிவ பெருமானே.
Thank you all, and over to Los Angeles.
Om Namo Bhagavate Arunachala Shri Ramanaya. Namaste everybody. This is Rajini Tirupati from the Los Angeles Satsang. I'm going to present you my key takeaways from Sri Bhagavan in this talk. I will mainly talk about prayer and about reading the lives of saints among other key points. Sri Ramana is the personification of Sri Dakshinamurti and Sri Shankara in our times. He was Sri Dakshinamurti in silence and then Sri Shankara with his teachings and writings. Bhagavan composed many prayers and teachings. Among those prayers, the two that I want to talk to you today are about Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam and prayer for his mother. My key takeaways from Bhagavan that I'm presenting to you today are prayer, like I mentioned, about Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam and Bhagavan's prayer for his mother, about Guru, about his grace, about surrender, about renunciation, and reading the lives of saints and attending satsang. Arunachala Pancharatnam was composed by Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi about Arunachala. The prayer goes as follows.
Karuna Purna Sudabdhe Kavalita Ghana Vishwarupa Kiranavalya Arunachala Paramatman Aruno Bhavachitta Kanja Suvikasaya त्वय्यरुणाचल सर्वम् भूत्वा स्थित्वा प्रलीनमेतच्चित्रम् हृद्यहमित्यात्मतया हृद्यसि भोस्ते वदन्ति हृदयं नाम अहमिति कुत आयातीति अन्विष्यान्तः प्रविष्टयात्यमलधिया अवगम्य स्वं रूपम् शाम्यत्यरुणाचल त्वयि न जीवाब्धौ त्यक्त्वा विषयं बाह्यम् रुद्धप्राणेन रुद्धमनसान्तस्त्वा ध्यायन् पश्यति योगी दीधितिमरुणाचल त्वयि महीयन्ते त्वय्यर्पितमनसा त्वाम् पश्यन् सर्वं तवाकृतितया सततम् भजतेऽनन्यप्रीत्या स जयत्यरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे मग्नः श्रीमद्रमण महर्षेः दर्शनमरुणाचलस्य देवगिरा पञ्चकमार्या गीतौ रत्नं त्विदमौपनिषदं हि
I try to recite this prayer every day and pray that I understand the import of its essence over time and surrender completely. Another prayer that Sri Bhagavan composed and prayed was for his mother, Srimati Alagammal. The prayer goes as follows. O Lord, in the form of the hill, you are the remedy for the endless chain of births. For me, your feet alone are the refuge. Your duty it is to remove my mother's suffering and govern her. O conqueror of time, your lotus feet are my refuge. Let them protect my mother from death. What is death if scrutinized? Arunachala, blazing fire of knowledge, burn away the dross, absorb my sweet mother in you. What need would be there then for cremation? Arunachala, dispeller of Maya's veil, why then the delay in curing my mother's delirium? O mother, of those who seek refuge in you, is there a better shield than you from fate's blows? What strikes me in this prayer for his mother is that it directly shows that prayer to our Guru Arunachala is the first step to seek refuge in him, and he will shield us from our endless life cycles or births. About the significance of Guru. Bhagavan tells us that our Guru is Arunachala and he draws us to him in subtle ways. And before we even know before we even know that, we find ourselves drawn to Bhagavan's teachings and satsangs. He says that Guru comes to us when we are ready. We simply need to attend to making ourselves ready. This helps me to constantly think of Guru Arunachala and Bhagavan Ramana in my everyday life. About Guru and his grace. Grace of Bhagavan manifests in our lives abundantly. In fact, it's Guru's grace that has made me aware of Bhagavan's teachings, compositions, and attending satsang. Bhagavan constantly mentioned that his grace alone exists, and we need to get ready to receive his grace by erasing our ego. About surrender. To erase our ego is the most difficult task in our lives, and hence Bhagavan says, just surrender to his will completely. This is the most challenging task for me, that is to surrender. Every moment my ego goes saying I, me all the time. and I'm nowhere near to reaching this surrender phase yet. About renunciation, Bhagavan says, being here in this very environment and time, we can learn to live and surrender. This gives me the strength that my life and my situation is the field where I need to practice my renunciation, living amidst all the actions and responsibilities. About reading the lives of saints, Bhagavan himself read about the 63 Nayanar saints. He showed us that reading the lives of saints is one of the ways to prepare ourselves to get ready. Sri V. Ganeshan's Ramana Periyapuranam is one such collection of Sri Ramana's devotees. I try to read this collection often among many other books. Tuning out our mind through prayer, reading the lives of saints, attending satsang will slowly erase our egos and help us to surrender completely to Bhagavan and to Sri Arunachala. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Namaskaram. My name is Aishwarya Chandramouli and I will be singing Sharanagati with lyrics by Sri Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer. My parents, Srimati Vasanti Chandramouli and Sri Ravi Chandramouli, are a part of the LA Ramana Satsang. Thank you so much for this opportunity. தருணம் ஏது அன்றோ உன் கருணை நோக்கவே தருணம் ஏது அன்றோ உன் கருணை நோக்கவே காலஹரணமாக்கிடில் என் செய்வேன் காலஹரணமாக்கிடில் என் செய்வேன் உலகில் துன்பை நீக்கி இன்பை அளிக்க உலகில் துன்பை நீக்கி இன்பை அளிக்க இன்னும் பராமுகம் தாழாதையா ஸ்ரீவேதியா இன்னும் பராமுகம் தாழாதையா